Chapter 261, Shiyu Who Didn't Treat Others as People. Chapter 261, Shiyu Who Didn't Treat Others as People. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After baby ginseng's time fruit was maxed out, Shiyu's team was much more lively. With the time fruit, it could indeed temporarily turn 11 and the others into babies. Unfortunately, as he used it, Shiyu increasingly understood why the time fruit was only at the high level. Even after the skill was maxed out, the restriction was still huge. For example, the time fruit that baby ginseng condensed with all its might couldn't push 11 and the others back to their baby form for too long. As long as 11 and the others wanted to break free, they could recover in a few seconds. It was estimated that for opponents whose strength exceeded baby ginseng's, the time it could affect them was even shorter. Although victory could be decided in this instant, it was still lacking in training. However, there were more solutions than difficulties. Baby ginseng could swallow a time fruit and directly obtain the power of a monarch at the last minute. Then, with millions of energy points, it quickly condensed 4 time fruits with stronger effects. The cheating was successful. The fruits this time were not something 11 and the others could withstand. This was only an additional usage method of the time fruit. Shiyu and the others studied it for a long time and realized that the most impressive effect of the time fruit was indeed still to increase battle power. Through the power of time, a pet could obtain the power after growth. Of course, this usage method was not purely dependent on the quality of the time fruit. It also depended on the pet's own potential. In short, if a pet with weak potential ate the same time fruit, it might not even have any effect. It was no different from eating a fruit. There would be no change in its body. However, if a pet with strong potential ate it, the peak strength obtained after the power of time stimulated its potential would definitely be unimaginable. It could be said that this time fruit was a talent potential detector. The higher the species level and the lower the growth level, the better the effect. It was considered a reaction agent that temporarily converted racial potential into strength. For example, like that iron-eating beast of Hall Master Lin. When it was at the commander rank, even if it ate the time fruit, it couldn't change. This was because its potential had reached its limit, and it was at its peak. However, if 11 ate it, it would be completely different. Although 11 was already at the peak of the commander rank, it was clearly in the stage where it could break through to the monarch rank at any time. Moreover, it was a high-level overlord race, which meant that it could successfully grow and definitely reach the overlord level. Its potential was naturally needless to say. After 11 ate the time fruit and the time fruit stimulated its potential, the effect would definitely be incomparable to ordinary pets. Although it was restricted by the quality level of the time fruit, and it was impossible for 11 to obtain too exaggerated strength and directly reach the mythical level, there was still a 100% monarch level. Including 11, Buggy, and baby ginseng, their potential was ridiculously high. The time fruit perfectly matched them. A moment later, baby ginseng neatly arranged the new time fruits. 11, Buggy, and the others looked at each other. Eat! W.A. Wall? 11 and Buggy ate it with determined expressions. Because this new time fruit was condensed from a monarch-level ginseng baby, its effect on the commander level 11 and the others was much better. In the blink of an eye, 11 and Buggy, who had eaten the fruit, reacted. Their expressions changed. Under the effect of the time fruit, their energy was quickly sealed, and various skills and skill experience disappeared from their bodies like they were sealed. In a short moment, 11's aura weakened greatly and it was pushed back to the awakening level. Its energy value was less than 100 and its skill was only hardening, its skill proficiency was still not high. Little 11 looked at its hands in confusion. Although it had always been in the posture of a panda baby, now it felt that its strength was also at the baby level. As for Buggy, it was also very ridiculous. Its entire body directly flickered with white light, spreading the light of degeneration. It was forced back to the green silkworm form from the form of the butterfly of imagination, and only the worm's silk and psychic strength were left. Jill! Buggy was shocked. This time, even if they tried their best to break free, they couldn't recover immediately. Heh! Upon seeing this, Shi Yu instantly knew that the baby cup was still feasible. Perhaps I can directly let the 4 pets break through to the monarch level? There's a time fruit to suppress their strength. Shi Yu fell into deep thought, but soon, he shook his head. Because beside him, baby ginseng instantly became extremely weak. The haggard ginseng baby shrank, took root, sucked nutrients dry, and slept in one go. Its bodies also withered. Clearly, they had consumed a lot of energy. Shi Yu gave up on the consumption and directly gave up. It was too expensive to raise high-level pets. Now, there was really no environment for the monarch-level ginseng baby to freeload on natural strength. It was better to stay at the commander level first. At least, the energy in the ruined space was temporarily enough for the current baby ginseng to circulate. If it went any higher, the ruins would become a desert. Let's do this first. Shi Yu stared at baby panda and baby buggy, then looked at little Kai Tong beside him and chuckled. A moment later, a touching scene appeared in the ruined space. Baby ginseng was taking root like a corpse at the side, sunbathing and sleeping. Kai Tong, on the other hand, was acting as an instructor at the last minute. It used its transcendent phoenix might to control its strength and suppress the 11 and buggy. They were only at the awakening level, and were very weak with less than 100 value points. Jill. Shi Yu still remembered that when Buggy first faced 11's deterrence, it fainted from fright. And now, it had indeed grown. Although it was still in the green silkworm state, it actually resisted Kai Tong's deterrence that could cause physical, mental, and soul pressure for a few seconds before fainting. Not bad. Wool. As for 11, he was indeed the strongest in the team with the highest success rate in teaching super skills. Even after losing its strength and being in its baby form, it still held its deterrence with both hands and resisted the pressure with extraordinary willpower. However, from the looks of it, it would be very difficult to last long. Seeing this, Shi Yu nodded in satisfaction. If it were before, it would have been very difficult to find a place to train 11 and Buggy with such pressure. It would have to be at least at the level of Emperor Wu ruins. Now, it could be anywhere. It was also very difficult to let them experience various dangerous environments. They had to search the world, go to the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, and go to the Undead Battlefield. But now, it was easy to obtain. They could also achieve similar cultivation effects at any place at any time. They've a bold idea. I'll let Buggy create its own phantom first. Then, I'll let the phantom imagine an illusionary environment of magma, deep sea, snow, lightning, and supergravity. I'll materialize this environment and temporarily fix it in the ruined space. The strength doesn't have to be too high. Transcendent power will do. Then, I'll let baby ginseng return you and Buggy's main body to the awakening level and let the phantom be the trainer. In any case, the phantom can exist after leaving the main body. This way, there are controllable ferocious natural environments everywhere. Jump down from a height of 10,000 meters in the supergravity environment to experience despair and train your will. Jump into the magma at the awakening level and fall into the deep sea to experience pain and temper your will. Exhaust your physical fitness in the form of a baby and travel through the snowstorm to experience difficult fatigue and temper your willpower. Facing the lightning in the sky, facing deterrence that exceeds your own strength countless times, to experience the fear brought by nature and the fear of powerful enemies to temper your will. A small ruined space, all ready to go. How is it? As expected of me. Your goal is to face fatigue, despair, fear, and pain with a calm heart. Also, life and death, life and death. When the time comes, let the Buggy Phantom pull you into the tyrant dragon's dream to train. Go to that ancient dream world where the strong prey on the weak to train life and death. It's safer this way. As long as you're in your baby form and the level of the dream is high enough, you won't realize that you're dreaming. With the profundities of Buggy, the feeling is the same as real. Feel the pain, experience the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. I think the Overlord will can manifest soon. After Shi Yu finished speaking, 11 finally couldn't hold on anymore and fainted. Little Kai Tong was shocked. Be a human. Soon after, Shiyu left the capital. The Gem Cat left with him. After eating and drinking with the Prediction Owl in the capital for a few days, the Gem Cat seemed to have become fatter. However, Shiyu didn't dare to say or ask anything. He had achieved his goal in coming to the capital this time. There was nothing worth staying here anymore. As for when he would come again, he didn't know. What are your plans next? After taking a plane back to Icefield City and teleporting back to Pingcheng, the Gem Cat asked. Eat, sleep, fight beans. Wait for the Dragon Palace banquet to begin. Shiyu stretched. Whose beans? The Bin Bear created by 11 is currently my battle sparring partner. One way or another, the Bin Bear can't defeat me without skills. 11 and the others were training hard. Shiyu definitely couldn't stay idle either. It was Shiyu's daily life to spar with the Bin Bear and occasionally go to the extreme environment experience that Buggy imagined. As expected of me. Drinking tea at the mouth of the volcano, meditating under the lightning, doing radio gymnastics in the snow. Who else could? The Gem Cat. Forget it, I won't be returning to Ancient Capital University either. I'll wait to travel with you to Dragon Palace City. The Gem Cat yawned and teleported Shiyu back home. Compared to its job at Ancient Capital University, it felt that it was more interesting to go to Dragon Palace City with Shiyu next. During the banquet period of Dragon Palace City, there were many delicious things. This was much better than the delicacies of Imperial Capital University it tried when it followed the Prediction O. To eat and drink. After all, it was a delicacy used by the Dragon Palace City's royal family to entertain other overlord factions and even totems. It was naturally not bad. As for why the Gem Cat knew so much, it was because it had already gone to eat and drink with Lu Qingyi once 5 years ago. That time, it was acting as Lu Qingyi's bodyguard. Even earlier, it wasn't like it hadn't gone with other Ancient Capital University students. In short, Old Bai bribed this cat with food. And this time, it looked like it was going to be Shiyu's bodyguard. Powerful Gem Cat, flowing Ancient Capital University student. Then do you want to bring any gifts? Shiyu asked. The Gem Cat continued to yawn and said, I'll follow you. You can just give me a gift. In any case, apart from eating, I don't want any treasures in Dragon Palace City. Shiyu? Its goal was already obvious. Shiyu had been exhausted the past few days. After returning, he took a shower and lay on the bed. In the few days that he had been in the capital, Legend Bai, Principal Feng, and the others had already left Pingcheng. Therefore, Shiyu was the only one left. However, it was said that after the Ice Dragon completely left the Snow Mountain, Senior Lu and the others would come again. At that time, a big boss from the 4th Bureau would cooperate to completely destroy the Ice River Totem and cut off the possibility of it reviving in the future. While waiting for this big event and the start of the Dragon Palace banquet, Shiyu had nothing to do. Apart from supervising the training of the 4 pets and honing his willpower, he meditated himself. After reaching the master level, the difficulty of meditation multiplied again. If it was said that from initiate to master, one could reach it by piling time and resources, then the help of time and resources from master to legend was not that great. It was time to rely on talent and pet feedback. As the richest man in Pingcheng, Lin Hongnian was stuck at the master level for decades. From this, one could tell how difficult it was after the master level. Of course, it was also related to Hall Master Lin's prodigal spending all his money on the iron-eating beast with no future. In short, after the master level, the talent of the beast tamer was even more important. For example, Shiyu's physique was different from other beast tamers, so his meditation efficiency was pretty good. This was talent. Apart from that, the strengthening, evolution, and breakthrough of the pet was also especially important to the master level's advancement. If the 5 pets contracted by a master level beast tamer were all commander level, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to break through to a top-notch master. However, if the 5 pets broke through to the monarch level one after another and gave the beast tamer huge positive feedback, the chances of the beast tamer breaking through to the top master level would be even higher. This was also one of the reasons why high-level pets were expensive. In the later stages, if beast tamers wanted to become stronger faster, they had to rely on their pets to fight for some glory. Neither party could drag the other down. Contracting an overlord species pet often gave a chance to become a new legendary beast tamer. It was not a random thing. Boom! 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 At this moment, Shiyu was meditating in the ruined space, but he was suddenly shaken out by the gem cat. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is Senior Panda here? Shiyu asked. In the past few days, Senior Panda had come to Massage 11 every day to awaken the royal bloodline. I's not a sister, it's that old man. The gem cat was also bored. Phone. Shiyu? Shiyu picked it up. It was Principal Phone. The time to go to Dragon Palace City has been confirmed. In a month, the tyrannical sea legend will bring you along. We'll set off from the Binhai City next to your Icefield City. Shiyu nodded. Binhai City was also a second-level city, a city close to the sea. In fact, Icefield City was also a city close to the sea. Unfortunately, the area adjacent to the two was directly isolated and sealed by the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. A snow mountain not only prevented the people of Icefield City from seeing the sea, but also prevented the creatures of the sea from crossing the cold area to land. All right, got it. Ice Dragon should be in time too. We'll go together then. However, apart from me, who else is going with us? Shiyu asked curiously. He definitely wasn't the only one going to Dragon Palace City. Shiyu had long known. Principal Phone laughed and said, the final list hasn't been confirmed, but there are 10 confirmed now. Someone really got lucky with you. On? The geniuses who could go to Dragon Palace City were all elites of Dong Huang. The Dong Huang Association naturally felt embarrassed to bring the beast tamer from Tai La to Dragon Palace City to visit. Therefore, the Dong Huang Association controlled the visiting list of Dragon Palace banquets every 5 years, especially strictly. The younger generation accompanying them not only had to be beast tamers with extraordinary growth potential under the age of 30, but also beast tamers with enough connections to the dragons. Only in this way could both parties be satisfied and have a good outcome. For example, Shiyu's spot was actually obtained from the channels of the 3rd Bureau and Bureau 11. Little White Brook will also go with you this time. The discovery of the Emperor Wu ruins this time means that the Bai family isn't far from rising. This kind of good thing of going to Dragon Palace City can naturally be easily obtained. Although she wants to contract the Iron-Eating Beast, the evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast hasn't even begun. There's no harm in going to Dragon Palace City to take a look first. What if there's a suitable partner? The Iron-Eating Beast can be cultivated outside first. It's not too late to contract it after becoming a top-notch master, Principal Phone said. Senior Bai. Shiyu was stunned. Someone familiar was going, that was good. There's also Dr. Zhu's daughter, that girl, Xia Qingwei. Because of the exhibition of the green silkworm cocoon, along with the support of her legendary father and her doctor's mother, and because she herself has a growth talent. It helps the slow growth of the dragon race. She also obtained the opportunity to go to Dragon Palace City. Principal Phone could confirm that these two people could actually steadily obtain spots. It was really thanks to Shiyu that the Iron-Eating Beast's second stage evolution and the green silkworm cocoon really had a huge impact. There are really many familiar faces, Shiyu said. Not only that, Yushu from the same batch as you. His mother also spent a lot of effort to help him get a spot. This is also someone you know. If I'm not wrong, Yin Legend should have also gotten a spot for Yin Zhengfan. Shiyu? It was fine if it was Yin Zhengfan, this child was indeed a genius. But what the hell was Yushu? Although his mom was a top-notch dragon tamer, an existence only inferior to a legendary dragon tamer, didn't Yushu inherit his father's soul-strengthening talent? Was there a chance for him to go to Dragon Palace City? You should know these people. You shouldn't be familiar with the other 5, but there are a few powerful figures among them, such as Little Zhu from the Dark Club in Demon Capital. his strength isn't inferior to Qingyi. Little Zhu. Shiyu was stunned. That Heavenly King Zhu? Apart from that, there are also a few others. Some are from the elemental family, some from the dragon tamer family, some from the mechanical family, and some are of the dragon race. You'll know when you see them. You're all geniuses of Donghuang, so it's not a bad thing to get to know each other. Principal Feng and Shiyu chatted for a while. In the end, Shiyu hung up in a daze. There were many people, but why did it sound like there was no pressure competing with these people for the young overlord of Dragon Palace City? Chapter 262, The Strongest Beast Tamer in Icefield City. Chapter 262, The Strongest Beast Tamer in Icefield City. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At Shiyu's house. The Gem Cat was still watching the television leisurely. This time, the television program changed from Digimon to a card captor Sakura. At the side, Lin Xiaoju was sitting cross-legged on the carpet. On her legs was a panda the size of a cat, 11. She kept rubbing 11's body with her hands, and the golden light in her hands continued to flow into 11's body. Metal Element Strengthening Talent. Metal Element Nurturing Method. It was created by a general of the Iron-Eating Beast tribe under the command of Emperor Wu. It was used to stimulate and purify the Iron-Eating Beast's bloodline, and it could efficiently strengthen the power of Metal-type pets. Wu. 11 lay on Lin Xiaoju's thigh in enjoyment, making Shiyu, who was beside him, sigh. No wonder in his previous life, so many people wanted to become pandas, cats, and dogs, shouting obscure words like humans are inferior to cats and humans are inferior to dogs. So it was true. There were really people who lived worse than pets. Let's rest and have some tea. Shiyu squeezed the juice of the spiritual fruit made by baby ginseng and made tea before bringing it to Senior Panda and the Gem Cat. Thank you. Lin Xiaoju smiled and patted 11's head before drinking fruit tea with it. The Gem Cat's cup was teleported in front of it. Shiyu also picked up a cup and gulped it down. At the same time, Shiyu glanced at 11. He discovered that during the activation of the royal bloodline, 11's energy increase speed was not inferior to him adding points of racial skills. After its bloodline power was purified, its physical strength increased, and naturally, its energy value increased. I wonder how long it will take to nurture it to activate the bloodline. But from the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing to nurture it for a long time. Shiyu analyzed in his heart. Oh, right. Lin Xiaoju put down the teacup and glanced at Shiyu. Isn't it still the holidays? Aren't you going to class? Ah. Shiyu choked. Why did he mention class for no reason? It was quite unlucky. During the period when Shiyu was trapped in the Emperor Wu ruins, more than half of the semester passed. If he went back to class now, it would also be the end of the semester. Why would he go back? To fail the exam? Since he had already skipped class, he would carry it out to the end. TM not going. In any case, apart from a few classes in my first year, the rest are basically useless to me, Shiyu said. In his previous life, he selectively learnt only what he wanted. What he came into contact with had always been mythical history regarded by his peers as unscientific and frivolous things. Compared to Earth, which viewed myths as ethereal things, there were too many archaeologists here. The history of the mythical era was the domain that all archaeologists and even beast tamers wanted to explore the most. Ah, forget it. As long as you're happy, said the Panda Senior. TCH, the Gem Cat finished drinking the fruit juice and was sure that Shiyu was very happy. Who would be willing to go to work and attend classes if they could slack off? According to its many years of experience, those who dared to brazenly skip classes in ancient capital university would most likely become big bosses in the future. Did a powerful archaeologist become strong through studying? No. Through courting death. Stop talking about me. That beast tamer troops. The Iron-Eating Beast Army plan. How's the progress? Shiyu changed the topic. Initially, the subsequent people wanted Shiyu to be in charge of this plan to strengthen Shiyu's foundation in the military. This would also be beneficial to Shiyu in the future, but he directly rejected them. A plan that had yet to take shape. If they couldn't find Yunnan, this plan would be equivalent to wasting time. It would be a waste of time to take responsibility. It might still be a while. I guess we'll start after the matters at the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain are settled, Lin Xiuzhu said. That soon? What are Uncle Lin and the others doing recently? Clearing the snow mountain? Yes. Lin Xiuzhu nodded. We need to deepen the development of a large area of resources, then drive and settle a group of transcendent creatures, but I wonder how their progress is. Now, the Ice Dragon had advanced to the totem level. As a dragon that had received the reward of the Time Emperor and had Time-type skills, even at the peak of the Ice River Totem, it would probably be very difficult for it to defeat the Ice Dragon. However, as an Ice Element Totem, even if the Ice River Totem was at its last breath and extremely weak, and had yet to successfully revive, it was very difficult for the Ice Dragon to completely kill it. If they wanted to completely eliminate the possibility of the Ice River Totem reviving, they had to permanently change the environment around the Ice Dragon ruins. Only then would the Ice River Totem be slowly destroyed. Apart from totems of other attributes, only mechanical weapons could do this. The Dong Huang Association decided to send a member of the 4th Bureau to carry a small forbidden weapon and permanently transform the Ice Dragon ruins of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain into a flaming area. Before doing this, the resources and transcendent creatures in the surrounding area definitely had to be reaped and dealt with. At the moment, the Beast Tamer troops in Pingcheng were carrying out this mission. Then I'll go over to take a look in the afternoon and get some air, Shiyu said. Ooh? You're going to the Snow Mountain? Yes, I want to climb over the Snow Mountain and take a look at the place close to the sea. Shiyu realized that apart from Buggy being better at materializing snowstorms and thunderstorms in imagination, its ability in materializing deep seas and volcanoes was relatively crude. It was mainly because of its knowledge. Buggy had gone to the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain and personally crossed the snowstorm. It had also seen the thunderstorm 11 attracted and could even use 11's lightning rod as a materialization equipment. It was naturally not a problem to simulate these. However, as it had never come into contact with the deep sea and had only come into contact with lakes and waterfalls, it was still relatively troublesome to create the deep sea. Moreover, Buggy had never come into contact with many pets living in the ocean. It couldn't even create sparring partners that were more interesting and from the deep sea. 11 and the others were almost tired of fighting the Dragon Carp to evolve every day. In addition, as he was going to Dragon Palace City soon, Shiyu wanted to let 11 and the others come into contact with the sea as soon as possible so that they wouldn't show their fear when the time came. At least baby Ginseng didn't know how to swim. Shiyu remembered that. It was fine if it couldn't fly, but it couldn't swim either. It was too much. This is a little dangerous. Senior Panda was stunned. It's not dangerous, not dangerous. I'll drag Teacher Cat along, Shiyu said. Oh right. The Gem Cat? Did it even say yes? After carrying out the devil training method for 2 days, Shiyus for pets were much more energetic. However, Shiyu felt that it was a pity that the teaching success rate still didn't change much. It looked like the training of willpower was a long way off. Wall. Wout. Vil. 6. After lunch, when they heard that they were going to see the sea, the 4 pets cheered. 11 was celebrating. Its idea was that the deep-sea training grounds could be even more realistic and cruel soon. Great, it was one step closer to the Overlord's will. Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong were cheering. They could finally take half a day off. However, soon, when they thought that they were going to replicate the training ground this time, they couldn't help but cry again. This time, we'll fly over together and test our training results. Kai Tong and I will fuse. 11, you use the electric magnetic floating. Buggy, you fly yourself. Baby Ginseng, you sit on the flying carpet with Teacher Ying. It will deliberately reduce the defense facilities to let you experience the snowstorm. Ginseng Baby, QAQ. It wanted to learn plant control quickly. At that time, it could transform its battle aura. No, its energy into wings and condense equipment like the leaf wings. Although the transcendent multiplication skill had a slight function of plant control, the changes were still much smaller than super skills. Baby Ginseng had specially learned in class that when plant control was mastered to a high proficiency, it could even awaken ordinary plants into transcendent life like the Awakening Talent and the Awakening Mirror. Baby Ginseng was looking forward to it. In the morning, after Senior Panda finished massaging 11, Shiyu and the others started to set off for the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain in the afternoon. Shiyu and the others couldn't be bothered to follow the procedures. They directly passed through the city wall through instant transmission. Soon, a few figures appeared in the sky of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. Red-haired, Kai Tong, and Shiyu, who was wearing the Flame Demon armor, flew at the front. Beside him, 11's body was filled with weak white lightning as it flew to Shiyu's left. As for Buggy, it flapped its wings and flew to Shiyu's right with the snowstorm on its weak body. Although Buggy could rely on the Dragon of Imagination to obtain a physique comparable to a divine dragon, its physical strength in its normal state was actually still that of a worm. It was very weak and basically couldn't withstand 2 moves. It couldn't compare to 11, so there was no harm in training. After all, the higher the basic attributes, the better the effect after being strengthened by the skill. Behind Shiyu and the others, the Gem Cat lay on the psychic flying carpet and dozed off to supervise Baby Ginseng. The group quickly entered the snowstorm area. Wait! However, as they flew, Shiyu suddenly shouted, making everyone stop. Now, Kai Tong had also been taught supervision, absolute sleep, multiplication, and other skills by Shiyu. Under its possession, Shiyu could naturally obtain some enhancements in skills. With his supervision, Shiyu quickly discovered that there was a camp stationed in the snowstorm area in front. From the markings, it seemed to be the Beast Tamer troops of Ping Cheng. What a coincidence! Shiyu was surprised. Then, he said, "Let's go over and greet him." Wu Tilda? 11 and the others nodded. The Gem Cat naturally didn't mind. At the same time, it said, they seemed to be in trouble. Who? Shiyu was slightly stunned. Soon, Shiyu landed. He had discovered the Beast Tamer troops, but the Beast Tamer troops didn't discover him immediately. The detection effect of transcendent supervision was still strong. Although it wasn't as powerful as the super-level Heavenly Eye that supervised the vocation assessment, it wasn't bad either. Shiyu and the others landed. Shiyu exited his possession form. Little Kai Tong turned into the little red sparrow's spiritual body and landed on Shiyu's shoulder. It used his beak to tend to its red soul feather. Who is it? As Shiyu and the others approached, the soldiers patrolling nearby reacted. A few young men in blue camouflage clothes immediately led a few snow wolves to surround them. However, when they saw Shiyu's appearance and the few pets beside him, they were quickly stunned. TM Shiyu. Are Commander Wang Meng and Commander He Biao around? Shiyu asked. Professor Shiyu. The soldiers were stunned. After confirming Shiyu's identity, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. With surprise and respect in their eyes, they said, Professor Shiyu. Commander Wang, Commander He are all here. At that moment, Shiyu, who had cracked the Ice Dragon ruins, was a popular person in Icefield City. The soldiers of the Beast Tamer troops who were basically stationed near the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain had all seen Shiyu's photo. Perhaps they didn't know about Shiyu's other deeds, but just the fact that he had discovered the truth of the history of Icefield City was enough to make Shiyu famous in the Icefield. At that moment, although Shiyu was still a student, this group of soldiers used the title of Professor to express their respect for Shiyu's identity. Soon, the boorish Commander Wang Meng, Commander He Biao, and Master Lin came over. Shiyu quite admired Master Lin. As the richest man in Ping Cheng, theoretically speaking, it was enough for him to just rest at home. However, every time the Beast Tamer troops had important missions, he would rush to the front line. He was also considered a ruthless person. Not only did he love the pandas, but he also loved Ping Cheng. Shiyu? Why are you here? Hall Master Lin was surprised when he saw Shiyu. Holy shit, isn't this brother Shiyu? The encultured deputy commander He Biao said. He had been cursing since the Ping Cheng ruins. Ah! Commander Wang Meng's attention was on the gem cat on the flying carpet behind Shiyu. After many years of life and death experience, he vaguely felt that this cat that looked like it was raising a noble was a little scary. Came out for some air and train, Shiyu said. Everyone. Especially those soldiers of the beast tamer troops. The corners of their mouths twitched. Coming to such a dangerous place to train alone was ridiculous. Uncle Lin, did you encounter any difficulties? Shiyu asked. Lin Hongnian, Wang Meng, and Commander He Biao looked at each other. Then, he looked at Shiyu and said, How do you know? I did encounter a little trouble. How can I help? Shiyu asked. This, Hall Master Lin was just about to say that Shiyu couldn't help much, but suddenly, he saw the gem cat in surprise. After thinking about it, he still explained, We're currently sweeping the resources in the designated area and chasing away the ferocious beasts. It was originally quite smooth, but a level 7 resource was accidentally born in an area. Earth Mystic Ice. Level 7 resource? Shiyu was stunned. What kind of dogshit luck was this in Ping Cheng? The price of a level 7 resource was rarely lower than 100 million. It was a resource that was very useful for Overlord level pets. Meeting a level 7 resource in a place like the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain was simply like picking up money for nothing. As a good thing, what's wrong? Shiyu pressed. As a good thing, Hall Master Lin smiled bitterly and said, but the problem is that we weren't the first to discover it. There were 4 powerful monarch-level ferocious beasts in the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. They also discovered the Earth Mystic Ice long ago and died guarding that side. They should have reached some kind of agreement and absorbed it together. As long as we get close, that side will be extremely hostile, and the deterrence will wrap around the snowstorm. Although we also have 4 monarch-level pets here, but Lin Hongnian secretly glanced at Wang and Commander He. It was clear as day. Commander Wang Meng and Commander He. Those 4 monarch-level ferocious beasts are all relatively powerful ferocious beasts in the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. They are all monarch races. If we fight, there will definitely be some injuries. Our military strength isn't very strong, so we're making plans to return to Ping Cheng and contact the city to send reinforcements. Commander Wang Meng and Commander He Biao were actually relatively ordinary masters. There was only 1 monarch-level pet. It might not necessarily be a monarch race. When faced with such a situation, there was really a little pressure. However, a level 7 resource definitely couldn't be let go. If Ping Cheng couldn't handle it, he would let the Icefield Association handle it. See? That's easy. Leave it to me, Shiyu said indifferently. Is it over there? He looked to the south where the aura he had sensed was the strongest. Who? Commander Wang Meng and Commander He Biao were stunned and couldn't react. Instead, Hall Master Lin looked at the gem cat with a thieving gaze and said, Can you, Lord Ying? You take the majority of the gains. By the way, this is the Guardian Overlord of Ancient Capital University, Teacher Ying, who once participated in the Ancient Capital's undead disaster 100 years ago. It's the Guardian of Ancient Capital University and is very strong. Hall Master Lin hurriedly introduced it to the 2 commanders, telling them to be more tactful and cozy up to him. Although the army had the priority to deal with and explore the resources discovered by the Beast Tamer troops first, in this situation, if the Gem Cat was willing to help, it was completely fine to let it take the majority. This. Commander Wang and Commander He were shocked. Holy shit! They widened their eyes and looked at the Gem Cat on the flying carpet. Overlord level. Twantu. The Gem Cat licked its claws. It was just for monarch-level ferocious beasts, so it naturally didn't care much. It didn't even blink when it encountered more than 10 monarch-level undead in the undead battlefield, let alone now. However, while others couldn't hear Shiyu's tone, how could it not? Shiyu clearly wanted to do it himself. How could Shiyu, who had monarch-level battle power now, hand such a good thing to it? No more love. Shiyu was no longer the guy who cowered when he encountered monarch-level ferocious beasts. It's in that direction, right? If you can't handle it, Teal back you up. The gem cat asked Shiyu. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. It still had to save money to buy resources to break through to the totem level. Shiyu chuckled and the cat's face fell. Everyone! Let's go take a look. Commander Wang, Commander He, Uncle Lin, want to go over together? Ah. The three of them naturally had to go over. In a moment, Buggy's psychic domain wrapped around everyone and used group teleport, leaving behind a group of stunned soldiers. In the snowstorm area of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, in a huge ice and snow cave that connected to the underground, monarch-level ferocious beasts surrounded a huge nail-shaped ice that connected the ground to the top of the cave, absorbing the energy of the ice. Blue Sea Ruins? A moment later, deterrents erupted from their bodies. The four ferocious beasts revealed ferocious gazes and looked outside the cave. Originally, it was already bad enough that they couldn't enjoy the resource alone. Now that humans came to disturb them one after another, the four ferocious beasts no longer had a good temper. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of Hall Master Lin and the others' monarch-level pets, they would have long attacked and not just released a deterrence warning. Roar! Outside the cave, Shiyu and the others were teleported over. At the same time, ferocious snow beasts appeared from the cave. It looked like a reindeer, an ice-blue iceberg ridge beast with two horns like white snow mountains. There was also the Frost Snow King, who was tall like a snowman and a snow monster, covered in white ice and snow and had narrowed blood-colored eyes. There was one that had a light blue body, a white spotted body that looked like a snow leopard, and a pair of eye-catching ice wings. It was the white-winged Sky Lord. There was also a cloud-type creature that lingered in the air. It looked like a white snow cloud and a tornado, the Ice Curtain Cloud. The four ferocious beasts were all monarch races and monarchs. The moment they appeared, Shiyu's index jumped crazily, showing that their energy levels were not lower than 1.5 million. Generally speaking, the energy value of a monarch race at the monarch level was about 1 million according to the normal state. As for the lowest energy value of an overlord race, the monarch level, it was about 2 million. Of course, this referred to the lower limit and the normal situation where they had never trained much. As for wanting to gain more strength, they had to rely on themselves, either to increase their racial skills or to use various rare resources. Shiyu heard that the guardian monarch of Icefield City, that ancient tree of life, had a fortuitous encounter. Its energy even exceeded 5 million. As just a monarch race, it crushed all the overlord races. These wild ferocious beasts could survive a few snow mountain sweeps. Their abilities were clearly not weak. No wonder Hall Master Lin and the others were also very afraid. Roar! At this moment, the white-winged Sky Lord was the first to roar, staring at Hall Master Lin and the others who had arrived again with a ruthless gaze. A substantial deterrence directly erupted. It was actually a perfect deterrence. Under the deterrence, the snow and wind were crushed. The sky was white. The snow cloud seemed to have missed a big hole, and the snow was like a knife. Just from its deterrence, it could be seen that its length was above the pets of Hall Master Lin and the others. Holy shit! Seeing that this white-winged Sky Lord was so unstable and the deterrence power was even stronger than before, old He directly cursed. They had yet to start fighting. With that said, he looked at the gem cat, wanting to see the overlord-level big boss attack. However, they realized that Shiyu really seemed to want to do it himself. Didn't you eat lunch? Such weak deterrence, Shiyu asked. Blue Sea Ruins? As the deterrence came, Shiyu was the quickest. Ripples appeared in front of him. Then, shocking cold air spewed out. A blue divine sword slowly appeared from the alternate space. Shiyu directly raised his hand and held it in his hand. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar emitted from the sword, as well as a terrifying dragon might that swept out. The powerful ice and snow dragon might instantly collided with the deterrents of the white-winged Sky Lord and squeezed. The terrifying dragon might attacked, making the pupils of the four pets opposite instantly shrink. Crack! The two deterrents' forces shattered in mid-air. The four pets showed wary expressions and didn't continue to release deterrents. The source of deterrence in the Ice Dragon blade was the level 7 dragon whisker that the Ice Dragon had given Shiyu that allowed him to walk around casually in the snow mountain with the Ice Dragon might. At this moment, the four ice snow monarchs that often sense the dragon might emitted from the Ice Dragon ruins realized they were facing dragon might. How could they not be afraid? After all, they had all grown up trembling under the dragon might. Not only them, but Commander Wang, Commander He, and Hall Master Lin also widened their eyes. Holy shit, what was this? It didn't look like a pet. But looking at the Ice Snow Divine Sword in Shiyu's hand that emitted dragon might, after the three old men were shocked, their gazes lit up in unison as they understood. This was an extremely high-level spiritual equipment. It was at least level 7. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to resist a monarch-level deterrence so easily. Rich guy. Commander Wang and Commander He were immediately shocked. Even Hall Master Lin licked his lips. Shiyu was really generous. Investing in money to nurture pets and investing in money to buy and build inanimate equipment without growth. Normal people would choose the former. The Earth Mystic Ice is fated to be mine. Do you want to leave yourselves, or do you want me to send you away? With both hands holding the sword, Shiyu stabbed the Ice Dragon blade into the ground. Shiyu placed his hands on the sword hilt and looked at the four monarch-level ferocious beasts. Quietly. Roar! Roar! Shiyu was telepathic, so the four ferocious beasts naturally understood its words. They couldn't help but reveal unfriendly gazes. Impossible! If it were ordinary times, they might have walked around Shiyu, but the ice inside was a huge opportunity for their strength to increase. Not only could it strengthen their ice clement power, but there might also be a chance to transform their ice element energy into ice to obtain new super skills. How? Could they give up? Don't let them go. These four guys participated in the Beast Tide 10 years ago, Lin Hongnian shouted. Shiyu was stunned and immediately said, I understand. They can't escape and will get themselves killed. 11. Buggy, Baby Ginseng, Kai Tong, distribute the opponents and end the battle quickly, Shiyu said from the side. Commander Wang, Commander He, and Hall Master Lin? The three masters were stunned when they heard Shiyu's words. Woo! In the next moment, 11 slowly walked forward. Wu Tilda Buggy also nodded and flew forward. Yi Tilda Baby Ginseng was the same. It jumped down from the flying carpet with an invincible expression and posed coquettishly, its sweetness spreading. Screech Tilda Kai Tong flew up from Shiyu's shoulder without hesitation. Ice Dragon Snow Mountain F4? The four ferocious beasts looked at the little iron-eating beast, Butterfly, Baby Ginseng, and Little Red Sparrow that walked out with confused expressions. Even with their wild nature, they could sense that the strength of these four guys was pitifully weak. They couldn't compare to them and were far inferior to the Ice Dragon blade in Shiyu's hand. However, although the power didn't pose a threat, in the next moment, the four ferocious beasts noticed Baby Ginseng. Their gazes couldn't help but slowly become serious, and the more they looked, the more serious they became. Until saliva subconsciously flowed out of the corners of their mouths. This. Roar! The Snow-Winged Sky Lord was the smartest. As the cells all over its body trembled, it widened its eyes and roared. Impossible! Why was this Ginseng baby? In an instant, its brain exploded, and its thoughts changed. It analyzed a huge matter that would affect its life. It didn't need the black ice, but this Ginseng baby. It had to eat it. Roar! The frost monster's blood-colored eyes also opened, and it subconsciously swallowed its saliva. Roar Tilda! The iceberg beast was in a riot. It instantly felt that the ice inside was no longer fragrant. Even the elemental creature, Ice Curtain Cloud, was very shocked. For some reason, it suddenly felt that this ginseng baby was more attractive to it than the elemental resource, Earth Mystic Ice. The ice curtain cloud that was supposed to snow started to rain like drool. In an instant, the 4 monarch-level ferocious beasts seemed to have lost their minds. In the next moment, the 4 pets on Shiyu's side also obeyed Shiyu's command and started to take medicine. Buggy directly took out the time fruit X4 from the spatial pocket and instantly teleported them in front of 11 and the others. A white time fruit the size of a peanut appeared in 11's hand. Kai Tong and baby ginseng had also received a similar sized one, and Buggy had left itself the smallest one. In the next moment, the 4 of them ate the time fruit together. At the same time, the 4 ferocious beasts pounced over crazily. All of them headed towards baby ginseng. At this moment, the attraction on baby ginseng's body had reached the extreme. Even the 4 ferocious beasts couldn't bear to use their skills, afraid that baby ginseng's delicate body would be broken and it wouldn't be delicious anymore. Now, they only wanted to swallow it in one bite. The 4 monarch-level ferocious beasts had never thought that they would be so delicate and gentle when it came to a resource. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the expressions of the 3 masters in Ping Cheng changed. However, in the next moment, what made their expressions change was that incomparably huge and shocking violent auras erupted from 11, Buggy, baby ginseng, and Kai Tong, exploding like volcanoes. Boom! Although 11 still maintained its iron-eating beast form, its body instantly surged with power that seemed to have been compressed to the extreme. Then, it suddenly exploded. Lightning wrapped around its body, making it look like a thunder god. Woo! 11 roared and opened its eyes. Lightning seemed to shoot out of its mouth and eyes. Zzzzz. Its figure directly disappeared from the spot, leaving a charred pit. When it appeared again, it had already appeared above the 2-meter-tall Iceberg Ridge Beast. At this moment, the Iceberg Ridge Beast was stepping on the ice and snow to attack, but in the next moment, its pupils suddenly constricted, and its gaze was shocked to the extreme. Just as it was about to turn around and look up, a huge impact had already descended. Time seemed to have frozen. At this moment, 11's speed made the Iceberg Ridge Beast unable to react at all. 11, who had its hands clenched into fists, directly gave the monarch a thunder god hammer from top to bottom with the power of lightning. Boom! Under the attack, the snow under the feet of the iceberg spine instantly disappeared. A huge hole more than 10 meters in diameter appeared with a bang. As the iceberg spine's body fell apart, it was like a blue stream of light that was hammered into the underground abyss. On the other side, the Frost Snow King's gaze was also instantly filled with extreme horror. The place it was standing at was also above the huge hole. However, it was floating in the sky at this moment. Its entire body was controlled by a wave of psychic power, and its body was filled with a blue psychic power that was like a chaotic stream. The Frost Snow King kept struggling, and its body kept deforming. Its begging gaze met the imagination butterfly opposite it, but in the next moment, Buggy directly strengthened its psychic power. With a bang, the Frost Snow King's entire body was instantly crushed by the psychic power, turning into snow and wind that scattered in all directions. In mid-air, the White-Winged Sky Lord, who was flying with its wings spread, almost instantly calmed down. How could it still be obsessed with the ginseng baby in front of it? At this moment, its body was worn to the extreme. It only wanted to escape now. However, although it was the fastest of the ferocious beasts, when it reacted, it was still too late. A golden pillar of light had already penetrated its head. Beneath the hole in its head was the incomprehensible gaze of the White-Winged Sky Lord. In its vision, the ginseng baby that emitted a fragrance had 6-point stars spinning in its pupils. It was pointing at it with its finger, and there were still the after-images of light in the air. The most miserable was the ice curtain cloud. Opposite it, the sparrow-sized Kai Tong only casually flapped its wings. Then, with a whoosh, dazzling orange-red light spread. The sun in the sky shone to the extreme. A huge solar windstorm was formed by the energy released by Kai Tong's body, and then it turned into a heat wave that attacked the ice curtain cloud. Even if the ice curtain cloud instantly raised its strength to the extreme, when the power of ice and snow touched the sun flame, the ice and snow still instantly tumbled into a pool of snow water. Almost instantly, the ice curtain cloud disappeared from the world. They wanted to end the battle quickly. In a short exchange, the four powerful monarch-level ferocious beasts all lost their life characteristics, leaving 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong behind to watch the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, the Gem Cat was alright, but Lin Hongnian, Commander Wang Meng, Commander He Biao, and the others behind Shi Yu opened their mouths to the extreme. Their eyes wanted to pop out as they looked at everything in disbelief. TT could have been easier, but he had to go through so much trouble, the Gem Cat muttered. Just now, Shi Yu's for pets had used the time fruit and obtained some of the power after breaking through. Although he didn't know how much all their strength was after breaking through, after using the time fruit to stimulate their strength just now, each of them had more than 3 million energy points. The Ginseng baby with the best effect of absorbing the time fruit even reached nearly 4 million. It was ridiculously high, and the one with the lowest strength was more than twice the monarch in front of it. In addition, their skill proficiency didn't have any shortcomings. In an instant, this scene that shattered the values of the three masters of Ping Cheng appeared. The three masters of Ping Cheng stuttered as they looked at all of this, instantly losing their ability to speak. Not bad. However, it's not the limit. Shi Yu looked at all of this and nodded. After all, this was the result of Baby Ginseng controlling the strength of the time fruit, and it wasn't the time fruit that it condensed with all its might. Shi Yu naturally knew 11 and the others' potential. If Baby Ginseng transformed itself into a time fruit and let 11 and the others eat it, 11 and the others would probably instantly obtain Overlord-level battle power and crush everything. It wouldn't be as simple as a simple monarch level. Unfortunately, Baby Ginseng was too weak at the moment. The level of the time fruit was limited. The greater the increase in the level of the pet, the greater the price. The price of using the commander level to stimulate all its potential to enter the overlord level was that Baby Ginseng had to completely sacrifice itself. 11 and the others would also die after this. Shi Yu definitely couldn't accept this. Baby Ginseng could revive, but 11 and the others couldn't. But even so, Shi Yu, who had this trump card, could currently be called a top-notch master. The so-called top-notch master was the Beast Tamer at level 5 and 6 of the beast taming space. His battle power could temporarily fight against overlord-level creatures. It was at the level of Senior Lu, Zhu Tianwang, and the others. At the moment, although the price of Shi Yu resisting the overlord was a little high, it had to be known that 11 and the others had yet to really enter the monarch level. If they waited until their growth level really stepped into the monarch level before eating the time fruit to stimulate their potential, and temporarily obtain the power to resist the overlord, the price might not be as terrifying as death. The will of an overlord, the level of a monarch. At the moment, he still lacked the will of an overlord. As long as he fulfilled these conditions, Shi Yu had enough strength to wander around. He could go to the ruins that he didn't dare to explore previously. This, at the moment, the three masters of Ping Cheng had yet to react. Lin Hongnian was extremely shocked. He didn't understand why Shi Yu, who was still a beast tamer in turn a year ago, had his strength increase at such a godly speed. Shi Yu, you? Ah. Shi Yu scratched his head and said, sort of a cheat. Maybe I'd be banned if this were a game. The three masters? The three masters looked over. In the next moment, the iron-eating beast, the imagination butterfly, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong that had flaunted their might just now directly withered. They fell to the ground and fainted. The four holy beasts, ZZZ tilde. Of course, Shi Yu knew that this was the side effect of the time fruit. However, because 11 and the others could break through to the monarch level at any time, they were only suppressing their levels at the moment. This side effect of jumping levels was almost equivalent to none. As long as they slept for a few minutes and healed at a high speed, they could eliminate the side effect. The three masters opened their mouths slightly. They couldn't understand. Shi Yu smiled and didn't explain too much. The time fruit wasn't very useful to the three masters, so he didn't sell it. They didn't have Overlord race pets, nor did they have young Monarch race pets. They were also at the peak of their prime. No matter how strong the time fruit was, it was useless to them. Its current use was even inferior to a nutrient. This skill, when used on the user, was best used on a high-potential pet like Xiaoyu, who had a bunch of Overlord potential. "Let's go in and take a look at the Earth Mystic Ice," Xiaoyu said. At the same time, the four pets in absolute sleep were taken back by Xiaoyu to rest in the beast-taming space. He planned to let them out in 10 minutes. "Ah. All right." Facing Xiaoyu, the three masters were a little stunned, especially Commander Wang Meng and Commander He. Previously, Xiaoyu only had a high status, but now, with Xiaoyu's battle power, he could completely rank in the top 5 in Icefield City, all right? There weren't many top-notch masters in the entire Icefield City, but Xiaoyu's strength was definitely above all the ordinary masters in Icefield City. Which ordinary master-level beast tamer in Icefield City dared to say that they could instantly kill for Monarch-level ferocious beasts? Perhaps before long, Xiaoyu would become the strongest in Icefield City. The three of them were silent. They were curious about how the beast tamers in the historical legends were compared to Xiaoyu. In any case, they felt that those ordinary legends were inferior to Xiaoyu. On the opposite side of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, in the Endless Sea. Deep Sea Dragon Palace City. In a dazzling hall, a huge green divine dragon roared inside, its anger causing the Endless Sea to tremble. "Lord Sea Dragon King, calm down, calm down, calm down." A 1,000-year-old turtle was sweating heavily, advising this lord not to be angry. "Calm down, my ass. I told you to look after that guy. Where's the dragon?" The Dragon Palace banquet is about to begin. The sea beasts in the surrounding sea are all heading to Dragon Palace City. What does it mean by sneaking out at this time? With its troublemaker physique, there will definitely be a problem. An unlucky person will definitely be beaten up by it again. "Ah, this? Lord Sea Dragon King, please calm down. It's all my fault. The Crown Prince is just playful. Perhaps he'll come back later. We've already sent troops to search." The Sea Dragon King was still angry. Although all sea beasts above the Monarch level in the huge sea area knew its child, and that idiot wouldn't really encounter danger, it was still angry. "Scram and get it back quickly." On the other side, a white divine dragon flew towards the distant land and snow mountain with smiles of joy. Since it was restricted all the time in the seas, it would come to land. It hoped that the extraordinary creatures on land would be able to take more hits from it and not let it return disappointed. Chapter 263, Dragon Palace City's Third Prince. Chapter 263, Dragon Palace City's Third Prince. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Is this Earth Mystic Ice? Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, Underground Ice Cave. As Xiaoyu and the others finished off the four monarchs, the group arrived at the birthplace of the Earth Ice. The Earth Mystic Ice was quietly inserted between the ground and the roof of the cave, emitting a strong cold air. The faint cold light was terrifying. The ice surface was like a mirror that could reflect everyone's appearance. Yes, Earth Mystic Ice, a strengthening resource. TT can increase the energy intensity of the Ice Element Monarch. There's a chance for the Ice Element Monarch to awaken the super skill Earth Mystic Ice. Looking at the nail-shaped ice pillar in front of them, Commander He Biao and Commander Wang Meng almost drooled. Their pets were all Ice Element. After absorbing this, their battle power would also increase explosively. It was no wonder that the group of Ice Element Monarchs were unwilling to give in. If they could awaken another super skill, that would be even more impressive. Although super skills awakened by these resources could only be considered taught skills and couldn't lead to their own growth like racial skills, who would dislike having more super skills? This kind of simple strengthening type resource was very rare, and the price was relatively expensive. After Xiaoyu saw it, he analyzed how much this could be sold for. "It looks pretty good," Xiaoyu said. Xiaoyu had actually never used such a high-level strengthening resource. the high energy values of his pets were all brought about by the increase in racial skills, not enhanced by resources. The classic example of relying on resources to strengthen energy was the monarch of the ancient Tree of Life that protected the Evolution Holy Spring in Icefield City. Its 5 million energy points were obtained because it was nourished by the Evolution Holy Spring earth vein for decades. This was a paywall strategy. It was the same principle as the Gemcat wanting to rely on level 9 strengthening type resources to break through to the totem level and not wanting to rely on skills to break through. No matter which path it was, it could bring about a breakthrough in strength. Yes, it's just not easy to take it away, Commander Wangmank said. The Earth Mystic Ice was a natural treasure that needed to be connected to the icy plane to maintain its form. If it was taken away and there were no suitable preservation devices, the energy would quickly leak out. It was a semi-fixed resource. At the moment, the Beast Tamer troops definitely didn't prepare any storage instruments. Don't you have a suitable preservation device? Shiyu said when he saw everyone hesitate. Who can predict such a thing in advance? There are, but not so big, Hall Master Lin said. Right, don't you have a ruin space? That place should be able to store it, right? Why don't we put it there first? We can save the trouble of going back to get the equipment. It would be bad if other monarchs were attracted during this period. Moreover, we have a bunch of other missions to do. Hall Master Lin's suggestion made Commander Wang and Commander He nod. When Shiyu heard that, he thought it was all right. He said, all right then. Then, the few of them got busy. A moment later, Shiyu moved the entire Earth Mystic Ice into the iceberg area of the ruined space. After that, everyone divided into two paths. Shiyu and the others chose to continue to the beach, while the Beast Tamer troops chose to continue sweeping the resources around the Ice Dragon ruins. Wow, selling it is another large sum of money. You've earned a lot. After the three masters left, the Gemcat said, unfortunately, you don't have an Ice-type pet. Otherwise, this Earth Mystic Ice would still be a very good strengthening resource. Can't use it, I can't use it, Shiyu immediately said. Shiyu felt that it was a loss to use strengthening type resources to strengthen the pet's energy strength. He felt that it was far inferior to buying evolution materials to bet on evolution and transform resources into the racial potential of pets. At that time, he would have potential and strength. Strengthening type resources were equivalent to strengthening strength on the original race of the pet. And evolution type resources, if used appropriately, directly increased the upper limit of the pet's potential and strength. Shiyu would rather invest resources in evolution materials. Then, he could increase the pet's strength by adding some skills. This was the most cost-effective ratio for him. What do you mean, you can't? The cat didn't like hearing this. It said, when are we going to commercialize the time fruit? It's fine if the nutrition fruit is commercialized, too. There's also 11's weapon and buggy's equipment. Why don't we build a company? If you're not free, I'll be in charge of managing it. Just stir-fry a few goods occasionally. There's no need to make them in large batches. Things are more precious when they're rare. When the time comes, we'll split the profits. You'll be a big boss, I'll just have a sip of soup. How about that? It's mainly because I can help you expand the pet market. Know a bunch of guys like the Prediction Owl. They're rich too. They're all idiots. The Gemcat said in anticipation. It really felt that Shiyu's pets were pretty good at making money. It would be a pity if it didn't operate it. After Shiyu became a legendary beast tamer, these would be brand resources. What are you planning? Save up money. Just treat it as preparations in advance for 11, Baby Ginseng, and the others to break through to the Overlord level, the Gemcat said. But didn't they say that overlords who rely on resources to strengthen themselves are relatively weak? We should obediently train super racial skills. The Gemcat? You're no longer children. Why can't you have both? Relying on super skills to break through to an overlord, compared to relying on super skills and legendary resources to break through to an overlord. Which one do you think is stronger? The weak Overlord level is beaten up by the Monarch level. The strong Overlord level can fight against the Totem level 1 or 2. You won't lose out, child. We can't lose at the starting line. As the Gem Cat spoke, it was convinced. Shiyu's face darkened. Hey, this cat was persuading people to spend money. Legendary level resources were all worth 10 billion. Who could afford to use this? Resources below level 8 were actually still popular in the country, but level 9 strengthening resources were relatively high-end. Sometimes, even if one had money, they couldn't buy suitable ones, so they were called legendary resources. It could 100% let a Monarch level pet with a good foundation enter the Overlord level. Moreover, it had a very strong strengthening effect on Overlord level pets. There was a nearly 1 in 10 chance for Overlord level pets to enter the Totem level. This was what the Gem Cat saved up to pursue. If 11 and the others needed a legendary resource to break through to the Overlord level, this would definitely be a pit. Besides, why do I feel that it's faster to earn money by exploring ruins? For example, there are mythical resources in the ruins mentioned by the Undying Dark Phoenix. Aren't those legendary resources everywhere? When are we going to explore? The Gem Cat's face fell. It wanted to too, but didn't this sound dangerous? Exploring ruins wasn't as fast as being a capitalist earning money. Let's find a big boss to cozy up to before exploring. I think Sister Ice Dragon is pretty good, the Gem Cat said. Very good. When the time comes, invite it to go with you and let your stepmother see if the treasure vault left behind by your biological mother has treasures or a trap. Soon, Shiyu and the others finally crossed the layers of snow mountains and arrived near the sea. Although it was said to be close to the sea surface here was still frozen. Shiyu and the others walked very far before finally arriving at the shattered ice area and seeing the blue sea. Wool! At this moment, 11 and the others had long recovered through absolute sleep. Seeing the endless sea, 11 and the others were in a very good mood. It was also the first time Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong had seen the sea. Their eyes lit up. We're finally here. Let's take a break and practice before starting the training mission. Shiyu stretched. He was tired from flying and wanted to slack off for a while. Remember a sport I haven't done in a long time. Swim? Or skating? A moment later. Shiyu sat on the chair conjured by Buggy and held the sword weapon, Ice Dragon Blade. A worm silk was tied in front of him, and the bottom of the worm silk had a nutritional fruit used as bait to fish. Woo? Woo? Am I? When the pets saw that Shiyu was talking about fishing, they immediately showed helpless expressions. As an outstanding pet trainer, fishing is a necessary skill. Lance saw a cartoon where a little girl easily used a fishing pole to fish up a water-type divine beast. 1. Although we might not be able to do it, it's not bad to catch a few sea kings to spar with you. After all, you seriously lack sea battle experience. In short, I'll fish, you guys settle the fish. Those who could be attracted by the nutritional fruits shouldn't be small fish. Want something cooked? At this moment, the Gem Cat playing with its cell phone on the flying carpet said. Sure. We'll look at the gains. Let's eat seafood tonight. In the ocean. As the nutritional fruit fell, a large number of fish, from the awakening level to the transcendent level, approached crazily. However, Shiyu's bait was clearly screened. The weak fish was not fit to approach the bait at all. It directly fainted from touching the seawater soaked in the nutritional fruit. 2. From this, it could be seen that Baby Ginseng's bath water might also be very valuable. 1. Baby Ginseng could probably be dipped in water to make special tea. Awakening level beasts couldn't do it, and transcendent level beasts couldn't. Shiyu's target group was above commander rank, preferably monarch rank. However, judging from the commotion, there didn't seem to be any powerful sea beasts nearby. At this moment, as he was fishing, Shiyu yawned. He saw 11 and the others staring at each other and said, "Why don't you guys Who? Shiyu was just about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. At the side, Buggy was also stunned. A few seconds ago, a white divine dragon nearly 10 meters long was swimming carefully at the bottom of the sea, as if it was dodging something. The white azure dragon heaved a sigh of relief. It didn't expect that Dragon Palace City would actually send soldiers to pursue it. It could only be forced to hide in the deep sea. At this moment, as it was getting closer and closer to the land, the white azure dragon's gaze flickered. In the blink of an eye, its nose twitched and it revealed a shocked expression. It smells so good, even better than those spiritual fruits in Dragon Palace City. With that said, it accelerated and locked onto a white fruit in the ocean with a glance, thinking that a heavenly treasure had appeared. My luck is so good. It's right to come out. It was overjoyed as it rushed forward. Just as it was about to approach the white fruit, in the next moment, the worm silk tied to the white fruit seemed to have become a spirit. It extended automatically and its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it tied the white divine dragon that was close to the white fruit. Roar! Seeing this, the white azure dragon was stunned. It struggled with all its might, but to its surprise, it discovered that the thread was surprisingly tough. With its strength, it actually couldn't break free directly. In the next moment, the white azure dragon felt a huge force coming, and its body was involuntarily pulled towards the sea. Splash! As water splashed everywhere, on the ice, Shiyu, who was quickly putting away the worm silk, looked at the huge white divine dragon that he had thrown into the sky with a bang. His mouth instantly opened wide. Damn, what's this? Woo? Woo? Li? Am I? At the side, 11 and the others also looked at the huge monster Shiyu had fished up in surprise. Even the gem cat with the cell phone couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, this seafood was too strong. It was very nutritious. However, why did this guy look so familiar? Roar! After being fished out of the sea, the long transcendent creature was finally angry. The surrounding wind elements gathered, and the worm silk that was difficult to break with brute force just now instantly broke. At this moment, it waved its body and looked at Shiyu and the others below in anger. It finally understood what was going on. It was the dignified third prince of Dragon Palace City, the only son of the Sea Dragon King, but it was actually fished up like a fish by a human beast tamer. This was too much. At the same time, the index of Bureau 11 and 3 in front of Shiyu also displayed the information on this transcendent creature. Name, White Azure Dragon. Attributes, Dragon, Wind. Race level, High Level Overlord. Level of growth, Commander level. Energy points, 166,132. Introduction: A Dragon Palace City's proud son, third prince, son of the Sea Dragon King and the Azure Dragon King. The only race that has mastered the wind summoning art. Don't offend them. At that moment, when he saw this information, Shiyu was directly stunned. It wasn't because this dragon's race level was very high, nor was it because its energy value was very high. It was purely because of the other party's identity, as well as the Do Not Make Offend marked on the 3rd and 11th Bureau indexes. 1. Then here was the problem. He had caught the other party like a fish. Was it considered an enmity? Roar! Seeing the confused expressions of Shiyu and the others, the White Azure Dragon was even more furious. The perfect level dragon might directly erupted, and the substantialized dragon might cover the sky and press down on Shiyu and the others. However, in the next moment, the White Azure Dragon's expression changed. This was because as the little iron-eating beast, little butterfly, baby ginseng, and little red sparrow beside Shiyu looked up at it, for forces that shocked the sky and the sea instantly spread. In an instant, shocking cracks appeared in the sky. The sea even kept rolling, and cracks appeared. The terrifying for deterrent storms, each of which was stronger than the dragon might of the white dragon. At this moment, lightning shot out of 11's eyes. Its deterrence was as intimidating as thunder. Buggy's purer transcendent dragon might erupted. Kai Tong's phoenix might was displayed, making the White Azure Dragon's dragon might seem like stardust competing with the bright moon. In the blink of an eye, the deterrence of the White Azure Dragon was suppressed by the bullying strategy. Moreover, for strong deterrent wrapped around the White Azure Dragon, making its mind tremble. It could only circle on the spot and be shocked until its entire body stiffened. In a short exchange, the White Azure Dragon's heart turned cold. It looked at the 4 little pets in front of it in shock. Transcendent deterrence. How was this possible? The White Azure Dragon, who had never left the Ocean Dragon Palace City, was directly stunned. Were the humans and transcendent creatures on land actually so terrifying? Even in Dragon Palace City, only the top Dragon Palace overlords had mastered transcendent deterrence. Its pupils constricted as it looked at Shiyu solemnly. It was just about to shout, "My father is the Sea Dragon King." However, Shiyu spoke faster. "Well, would you believe me if I said it was a misunderstanding?" At this moment, Shiyu touched his chin and looked at the white dragon in the sky, who didn't dare to act rashly. "White Azure Dragon. Are you Slough Bai? Leered the adults in the family mention you. I didn't expect you to grow so big in the blink of an eye." "White Azure Dragon?" Shiyu revealed a reminiscing expression and took out the Sea Dragon King scale. "You don't know me, but I know you. You weren't born when your father sent this scale out." The White Azure Dragon was stunned. It opened its mouth and looked at the Sea Dragon King scale in Shiyu's hand. It was immediately stunned. Holy shit, this aura was really its father's scale. What was going on? In an instant, the white dragon was stunned as it looked at Shiyu and the others in shock. "Senior, you are." It transmitted its telepathy. As expected of a totem heir, a commander rank had mastered telepathy. In an instant, 11, the others, and the gem cat were also stunned. "We're like family, like family. Come, sit, sit." Shiyu smiled and said, "Why did you come out of Dragon Palace City?" At this moment, when the White Azure Dragon saw that the other party was a big boss who knew its father, it was immediately nervous to the extreme. It almost thought that Shiyu had been sent by its father to capture it. It said nervously, "I came out for a breather and train." "Shiyu? Isn't there a Dragon Palace banquet in Dragon Palace City recently?" Shiyu asked. Yes. The White Azure Dragon nodded. "You ran away?" Shiyu asked because he could sense the White Azure Dragon's nervous heart through telepathy. "White Azure Dragon. TM really bored. Is it appropriate to lock a wind element divine dragon like me in the sea?" The white dragon had a bitter expression. "Woo? War? Am I?" 11 and the others pointed and discussed. It was indeed ridiculous. At least it had to be locked in a snowstorm. "Is it because of that?" Shiyu gradually took the initiative. No, it's mainly because my father wants me to find a beast tamer for me to follow, but I don't want to be a human pet. I want freedom." It had a bitter expression and said, "The human beast tamers I saw previously are all trash. It's impossible for me to follow them." Of course, I didn't mean. You, senior. Please don't tell my father about me, all right? Shiyu? Good lord, Shiyu was speechless. Was this the cub of the Overlord race in Dragon Palace City? But when he glanced at the success rate of the White Azure Dragon's super skill teaching. Extremely low. Excuse me. This guy was also fodder. It didn't even have the will of an Overlord, and it dared to be a totem son. No. Shiyu chuckled and said, "There's indeed no rule that says you have to follow humans." Right. The White Azure Dragon seemed to have found a confidant. It didn't expect Shiyu to understand it so well. Why did it have to lock itself in the small space of a human beast tamer and suffer and train every day? My father has its own obsession and insisted that I complete its wish for it. Damn it, the White Azure Dragon said unhappily. It even said that only by following a human beast tamer will there be a chance of stepping into the mythical domain. Buggy and the others gradually understood all of this. The father of this white azure dragon was the Sea Dragon King, evolved from the dragon carp pet that Lin Feng casually cultivated with evolution talent, the dragon totem that married into the Dragon Palace city. Shi Yu? Ha ha, your father must also be thinking about your future. Come, let me ask you. How many Overlord heirs will participate in the Dragon Palace banquet this time? Do you know? Of course, the ones who are still in their infancy. The white dragon was stunned. It didn't understand why Shi Yu was asking this. It looked at Shi Yu suspiciously. However, it still recalled carefully. They would probably all participate. At the moment, the heir of the Overlord in Dragon Palace City. The baby of the Sponge Overlord? And the brother of the Octopus Overlord of the 10,000 Claw Octopus. Oh, and the child of the Overlord of Neptune, that silly starfish. Oh, there's also little sister Tiger Whale and that idiot WYRM shark. By the way, after the second princess of Mermaid Island left with a human, the Mermaid Queen seemed to be pregnant again. I wonder if she was born. She's really impressive. That auntie is simply the birth vanguard of Dragon Palace City. Apart from them, there seems to be General Yaksha's daughter, Sister C. Yaksha. The white azure dragon tried its best to remember. After thinking for a long time, it only remembered less than 10 Overlord heirs that it was more familiar with. At this moment, after hearing the white azure dragon's description, Shi Yu fell into deep thought. Sponge baby? Little brother octopus? Stupid starfish? What the hell? This was an Overlord's son? This was Dragon Palace City? What race is the tiger whale sister you're talking about? And the shark is? Speaking of which, did that mermaid princess leave with someone named Lu Qingyi? Also speaking of which, is the mermaid queen's child definitely a mermaid princess? Do you have a photo of that Sea Yaksha sister you mentioned? 1. Oh, wait, I want to ask if any totem big shots in your Dragon Palace City are about to reincarnate. Shi Yu wanted to ask a lot. He even asked about the unreliable and reliable prophecy of the owl. White Azure Dragon. What exactly did he want? Chapter 264, Human Big Boss Shi Yu. Chapter 264, Human Big Boss Shi Yu. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The upright Shi Yu started chatting with the third prince in all seriousness. He had a wide range of information. Not only were they limited to the sons of totems and heirs of overlords, but he also had to ask about some descendants of monarchs, commander descendants, and even the shrimps and crabs in Dragon Palace City. At the moment, as the skill index upgraded, he could teach super skills. Moreover, there were restrictions. High-rank pets were no longer Shi Yu's goal. Though, if it was a mythical race with their own divine skills, it could still be discussed. Otherwise, in Shi Yu's eyes, a pet of an overlord race was far less attractive to him than a pet that had mastered the overlord's will. After all, as long as he could teach super skills, that was simply a totem straight away. From the situation of this white azure dragon, although these totem children's battle power was definitely at the top among their peers, and their energy levels were actually not inferior to 11 and the others, who had basically maxed out their racial skills, it was obvious that they were rich sons of rich parents. The other heirs of overlords were probably similar. They couldn't be brought along. If possible, Shi Yu didn't even mind going to the million prawn soldiers in Dragon Palace City to choose and give them a visual assessment of their aptitude. In Shi Yu's opinion, watertight pets with overlords should be pretty easy to find in the ocean. In short, it didn't necessarily have to use the heir of the overlord to make friends with Dragon Palace City. When the time came, the Ice Dragon would become the Ice Dragon King of Dragon Palace City. Was there a better backer than this? At that time, Kai Tong would also be the daughter of the totem in Dragon Palace City. The situation of the Dragon Palace City army. I'm not too sure. However, in the face of Shi Yu's question, the White Dragon said shyly, Shi Yu? Aren't you the son of the Sea Dragon King? Doesn't your father have his own faction? Aren't you the third prince of Dragon Palace City? How can you not know? This won't do. You don't even know the situation of the Ocean Army talent in Dragon Palace City. How can you sweep away the children of other dragon kings in the future and inherit Dragon Palace City? You're not young anymore. It's time to learn to form cliques and recruit talents. Shiyu expected better from him. It was fine if its strength wasn't enough, it was fine if his potential wasn't enough. It couldn't even be a second-generation heir competently? What a loser! The White Azure Dragon was shocked. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in the status of the Dragon God of Dragon Palace City. At this moment, in the eyes of the White Azure Dragon, Shiyu was very similar to those treacherous officials who encouraged it to fight for power. Shiyu also felt that this white dragon was useless and didn't pursue it. Woo! Next, Shiyu originally wanted to take a step back and ask more about the other situations in Dragon Palace City, but at this moment, the originally calm sea suddenly moved. A huge vortex formed, and an extremely terrifying pressure gradually came from the deep sea. The originally normal sky darkened. This sudden change made the gem cat beside him reveal a serious expression. It even shocked the White Azure Dragon and made it swallow its saliva crazily. Not good! It shouted, and its body immediately danced. It wanted to fly towards the land, but it was too late. In the next second, with a boom, a huge water spout rose out of thin air, connecting the deep sea to the sky like a water pillar. Among them, a deep cry that was like the cry of a whale sounded. Whoosh! Right on the heels of that, the waterspout dispersed from the inside. A huge creature more than 20 meters long wrapped around the water and quietly charged into the sky. Its back was black, its abdomen was grayish-white, and it had a sharp back fin. After it charged into the sky, the violent sea flow instantly returned to calm, but the White Azure Dragon's heart instantly couldn't calm down. Race name, Sky Penetrating Whale. Race attributes, Water, Dragon. Race level, Mid-level Overlord. Level of growth, Overlord. Energy points, 87,120,000. Introduction, the Overlord of the Whale Group in the Dragon Palace City. It can trigger tornadoes and tsunamis to easily drown a city at will. Don't offend it. F*CK? As such a thing appeared, Shiyu's heart stopped. Its energy level was 30 million higher than the gem cat. It was ridiculous. This guy is so strong, his energy level is even higher than yours by 30 million. He should be here to find this little white dragon, right? He quickly asked the gem cat. The gem cat's expression was calm, telling Shiyu not to panic. They were already overlords. Energy value was not the only standard to judge strength. Although this big guy's energy level was terrifyingly high and its cultivation of the natural power was not weak, as long as its gem cat wanted to escape, even if it brought Shiyu along, the other party might not necessarily be able to catch up. Uncle Heiji, seeing the appearance of this overlord whale, the white dragon almost squeezed out tears and was once again at a stage where it didn't dare to move. The White Azure Dragon's eyes were filled with tears. Did it have to be so exaggerated? Didn't it just run away from home for a while? Did it have to mobilize this person to catch him? A moment later, the sky-penetrating whale's huge body enveloped the sky, and its deep gaze slowly lowered to watch. Come back with me. The sky-penetrating whale looked at the white dragon and said, Don't make your father angry. L. The White Azure Dragon was extremely unwilling. It looked at Shiyu and the others for help. At the same time, the sky-penetrating whale's gaze landed on Shiyu and the others. With just a glance, Shiyu, 11, Buggy, Kai Tong, and Baby Ginseng immediately trembled. When looking at the sky-penetrating whale, it was as if they had fallen into the deep sea. It felt difficult to breathe, as if the heart was being squeezed. This sky-penetrating whale had also mastered transcendent deterrence and integrated its dignity into every move. A breath and a gaze were wrapped in weak deterrence, making it difficult for the weak to look at it directly. 11 and the others gritted their teeth. What were they looking at? In the back, the gem cat also yawned and said, Isn't this General Whale? Who? The sky-penetrating whale looked at the gem cat that looked at it easily and was silent for a moment. It's you? The gem cat had also been to Dragon Palace City many times. It was naturally not unfamiliar with the overlord of Dragon Palace City. Although Dragon Palace City had many totems and more overlords, to Dragon Palace City, overlords were also rare guests. Since your family has come, go back. Shiyu sold the white azure dragon in the blink of an eye and said, don't run around next time. Study well. Be able to answer questions next time. White azure dragon. The sky-penetrating whale looked at Shiyu and the others in silence, feeling a little confused. At this moment, Shiyu took out the Sea Dragon King's scale again and introduced himself. General Whale, hello. I'm the friend of the Sea Dragon King's good friend, the Butterfly God. Dong Huang Ruin Strategic Investigation and Backup Security Bureau. Also a member of the National Feeding Research and Rare Resource Protection Bureau, Shiyu. Transcendent Whale, copyright symbol. Copyright symbol, 1. At the side, the white dragon revealed a confused and amazed gaze. This, the sky-penetrating whale quickly reacted and understood that the two bureaus of Dong Huang. However, what it was more concerned about was, when it saw the Sea Dragon King scale Shiyu took out, the sky-penetrating whale fell silent. Holy shit, this was the scale of the Sea Dragon King's friendship? It remembered that it didn't give out many pieces. Uncle Hey Ge, this is father's good friend, Senior Shiyu, the white dragon assisted. Shiyu? Children shouldn't talk nonsense. They weren't friends yet. The sky-penetrating whale was stunned, but it really couldn't remember a figure like Shiyu. Hello, Sir Shiyu. A moment later, combined with the gem cat and the Sea Dragon King scales, the sky-penetrating whale felt that Shiyu didn't seem to be lying. It couldn't help but say, sorry for being presumptuous. May I ask why you're here? It's nothing. I was just walking around and fished. I bumped into the third prince. I see. The sky-penetrating whale glanced ahead. Indeed, it was almost at the human domain. It immediately said, I hope His Highness didn't bring you any trouble. It's not troublesome. Shiyu chuckled and said, in that case, quickly bring the third prince back. Hey, can you pass by later and help me bring a message to Senior Sea Dragon King? Who? The sky-penetrating whale was stunned. Of course. Shiyu smiled and said, it's not a big deal. Please tell Senior Sea Dragon King that I'll be visiting Dragon Palace City in a few days. At that time, a relative friend of mine might join Dragon Palace City. Relative friend? The sky-penetrating whale looked at the little cat beside it. Could it be? This cat didn't have enough fun eating fish in Dragon Palace City the last time. Did it decide to jump ship and join Dragon Palace City this time? Dragon Palace City had yet to have a precedent of accepting cats. This wasn't water or dragon. Could it be added? However, if an overlord-level creature joined Dragon Palace City, it indeed needed the recognition of a totem. It's not it, Shiyu said. No? Well, it's a dragon friend of mine. It comes from the west. Its race is a frost dragon, but it's a little different from ordinary frost dragons. Oh? It once participated in the first totem battle and fought alongside the Time Emperor. The sky-penetrating whale widened its eyes. The white dragon beside it was also stunned. Because Emperor Sha personally bestowed time element abilities, it's a little special. Its strength is still not bad. It once suppressed the totem at the overlord level. Now, it has also stepped into the totem level. Now, it wants to find a place to retire, so it wants to join Dragon Palace City. It just happens that I might visit Dragon Palace City next. When the time comes, I should bring it along. 1. Shiyu smiled. What? Transcendent Whale, D-020A. A totem-level dragon? Moreover, it had participated in the first totem battle with Emperor Sha. Didn't that mean that it was an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years? After all, the current dragon god of Dragon Palace City had only risen during the Dragon Emperor era. Its growth was less than 1,000 years ago. As for the Sea Dragon King, it was less than 200 years ago. Ah? Beside him, the white azure dragon also looked at Xiyu in shock. So Xiyu was really a big boss. It originally thought that Xiyu was only familiar with its father, but it didn't expect. So scary. He was actually related to totem-level creatures during the Emperor Xia era. The third prince didn't expect to encounter such a big boss just by going out. It secretly glanced at the confused 11 and the others and immediately understood. This big boss was definitely nurturing a new pet. Big Boss Xiyu's true main force was unfathomable. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to casually bring an Overlord-level gem cat and casually make friends with totem-level butterfly god and a giant dragon. What you said is true? The sky-penetrating whale was very shocked. It had naturally heard of Emperor Xia. That was the first emperor of the Dong Huang, who was on good terms with Dragon Palace City. The ancient emperor of the Dong Huang was even closer to a myth than the dragon gods of Dragon Palace City. The fourth legendary emperor of the Dong Huang, who had the best relationship with Dragon Palace City, was also far inferior to Emperor Xia in historical evaluations. Of course, please pass this news to Lord Sea Dragon King, Xiyu said. Understand. The sky-penetrating whale nodded. It didn't expect that it would receive such big news after coming out to catch a brat that had run away from home. This news was very important. There were also factions within Dragon Palace City. The various factions were also competitors. Among them, it belonged to the Sea Dragon King's faction. If the new totem-level dragon was first contacted and befriended by the Sea Dragon King, the hidden benefits would be immeasurable. I don't want to go back. Let me experience human society with Big Boss Xiyu. At this moment, the third prince shouted. No. The sky-penetrating whale suppressed the white azure dragon and said to Xiyu, then, I'll send this news back as soon as possible. Don't worry, Sir Xiyu. After the sky-penetrating whale captured the third prince, Xiyu sat back down with a sigh. As he thought, going to Dragon Palace City with Zhu Qianwang, Yu Shu, and the others was not difficult at all. At that time, the other juniors would still be carefully observing Dragon Palace City. He was afraid that he would directly become a guest of the Sea Dragon King. How was he to compete? You're telling the truth. But why does it seem a little different from what I understand? The gem cat was silent. The charm of language, the charm of language. Xiyu laughed. Beside him, Buggy and the others started chattering again. Was that a water-type iron-eating beast? It was as black and white as 11. Chapter 265, 4th Game, Gao Xian. Chapter 265, 4th Game, Gao Xian. A week later. In the sea area near the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. In the past few days, Xiyu had come almost every day and had already understood the water element here. Whether it was 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, or Kai Tong, they could move freely underwater. Of course, if Baby Ginseng and Kai Tong fought underwater, their battle power would be less than 10%. This couldn't be helped. On the other hand, Buggy could be arrogant by transforming into a water-type pet. As for 11, its battle method was even simpler. It directly modified itself into a thunder rod and jumped into the sea. Then, Blue Sea Ruins? Heavenly Thunder Fried Fish. Apart from that, Xiyu had not been idle these few days. One time, after the gem cat finished using the clone skill, he found an opportunity to replicate the clone skill. This was a high-level skill, similar to multiplication. It was a special skill, but to be honest, it was a little inclined towards the spiritual element. When the proficiency was low, it needed to control the clone through spiritual power and needed to multitask. In the past few days, Xiyu had taken the time to give the clone skill to 11, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong. Xiyu's goal was to let every pet become an army. Although 11 had the bin soldier skill, and the upper limit of this skill was higher than the clone, the problem was that it couldn't be taught yet. Shiyu taught 11 this skill with the idea that his clone might lead to an increase in level of Bin Soldier. As for Buggy, it had illusions that were already better than cloning. Shiyu didn't teach it. For example, the clone skill could only inherit entry-level super skills after it reached the transcendent level. However, Buggy's imagination domain and illusory phantom combined with the full-level dream stealing. Not to mention the entry-level super skill, that phantom could even inherit the perfect super skill in the future. He could even create other pet clones and use other people's super skills. This upper limit was something the clone skill couldn't compare to. In fact, Shiyu mainly wanted to teach Baby Ginseng and Kai Tong. Initially, Shiyu's idea was that when Baby Ginseng learned plant control, it would also bring its own wood clone. The upper limit was similarly higher than ordinary clones, but Shiyu couldn't wait for the same problem. Now that Baby Ginseng had learned how to clone, it could let its clone self-destruct. Although its power was definitely not as strong as its main body's self-destruction, its practicality was undoubtedly stronger. At that time, among monarchs, with this trump card, Shiyu would quickly be invincible. Moreover, in the future, the wooden clone that the plant controlled could also inherit the proficiency of the clone. In short, it wasn't a loss. At the moment, Shiyu had already prioritized raising Baby Ginseng's clone to the perfect level. Unfortunately, the current clone couldn't inherit super skills yet. Even high-level skills could only be inherited to the expert level, but Shiyu knew that it was enough to reach the transcendent level. Although it could still only inherit entry-level super skills, it was definitely enough for now. As for why he taught Kai Tong the clone skill, Shiyu planned to develop more handsome combination sword moves. After all, little Kai Tong, himself, had relatively few skills. For example, the infinite converging sword, the god-slaying sword formation, the extreme ghost sword art, storm form, and so on. They could be used after learning them. Extreme ghost sword art, storm stance. In the ruined space, a huge circular sword formation dozens of meters in diameter appeared under Shiyu's feet. In the sword formation, he threw the red light sword in his hand up. In an instant, the sword spirit turned into 24 swords. 12 of them floated in the air, and the other 12 stabbed into the ground and fused into the sword formation. Boom! In the next moment, the sword formation on the ground instantly erupted with a sun flame vortex, forming a fire sword domain. It emitted a powerful suction, as if it wanted to devour all enemies. The 12 floating swords in the sky activated the light flame sword and turned into sword lights that filled the sky. Like Phantom Sword Dance and 100 phoenixes crying together, they launched a fierce attack inside the sword formation. Pa! 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 A moment later, 11, Buggy, and Baby Ginseng's cries and clapping came from the side. Woo dash! Woo tilde 2! Yee! Yee! Baby Ginseng shouted. So handsome! Actually, there's still room for improvement. Shiyu revealed a hearty smile and said, when we create dozens of weapons like the Ice Dragon Blade and the Heavenly Thunder Slash, we'll let Kai Tong's clone possess a bunch of divine swords. Then, we'll use the power of intersection. When the 10,000 swords intersect, the power should be even stronger. I've already thought of the profundity name. It's called... Little Kai Tong removed its possession state and looked at Shiyu while panting. Impressive, impressive, handsome, but... so tired. It's better to be tired. Shiyu chuckled and said, the profundity name is... Boom! Shiyu was interrupted again. In the outside world, the gem cat suddenly shook the door of the ruins and shouted for Shiyu and the others. The corners of Shiyu's mouth twitched. He immediately came out and saw the gem cat pointing into the distance. That was the direction of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. The sky was grey. The snowstorm became incomparably huge. The entire snow mountain was enveloped in a snow tornado. Roar! In the snowstorm, dragon roars came from time to time. Under the gathering of countless snowstorms, it seemed to have condensed into a frost dragon hundreds of meters tall that roared in the sky, swearing the return of an invincible existence. This is... Upon seeing this scene, Shiyu was stunned. Ice Dragon finally left the ruins. "Yeah, are we going over?" the Gem Cat said. "Of course." Shiyu nodded. This time, the Gem Cat used instant transmission and teleported with Shiyu in the direction of the Ice Dragon ruins. A moment later, Shiyu and the others arrived at the Ice Dragon ruins. At this moment, in the sky, the Frost Dragon was looking at the huge snow mountain in the snowstorm and couldn't help but sigh. Has it already become like this in 2500? Compared to back then, there's so much less icy environments. It might have been sucked dry by you guys, a voice said. Aye. The Frost Dragon looked at the arriving Shiyu and said, "You're here. Long time no see, Mother Dragon. Have you drained the Ice River Totem dry?" Shiyu smiled. "HMPH, even if we ignore it, it won't be able to revive successfully in less than 100 years, the Frost Dragon said. "This time, it's completely drained. As expected of me." With that said, it looked at the Ice Dragon ruins. After a boom, the huge ruin instantly shattered. Ice Dragon picked up a red bracelet and put it on its huge claw. After the Ice Dragon ruins collapsed, the snow and wind dispersed, and the snow mountain collapsed, falling continuously into the ice abyss underground. Boom! In the loud bang, the Ice Dragon said, "I'll take away the sealed space. Since you humans can solve it yourself, I'll leave the rest to you. I won't worry anymore. The Ice River Totem has imprinted itself in this area. As long as there's the power of the ice element around, it still has a chance to revive. Do you understand?" Shiyu nodded. It was said that the entire Icefield City was a city of ice and snow a long time ago. Now, only the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain was left. From the looks of it, it was because the Ice River Totem needed energy to revive, and so it started slowly absorbing it. But now, this revival energy had probably been wasted by Ice Dragon. If the Ice River Totem was conscious, it would probably curse. It was very similar to logging into a game. Just as the progress bar was about 99%, the internet card suddenly fell back to 1% for the unlucky players. Speaking of which, did Great General Mu Huiyan leave any family heirlooms in that sealed space? Shiyu suddenly looked at Ice Dragon. The dragon tensed. "What are you doing?" "She said that after I leave, these are all mine." "Why, do you want to snatch them?" Ice Dragon's nostrils emitted cold air as it looked at Shiyu unkindly. In order to inherit these inheritances, it had protected this place for thousands of years. Others could forget about touching it. "I was just asking, there's no snatching." Shiyu laughed. Who dared to snatch it? Even if Dong Huang specified that all the ruins belonged to the country, it still had to depend on who had the ruins. To dare snatch from the Ice Dragon Totem, wasn't this courting death? All rules were established on strength. Attacking the weak with heavy fists and being subservient to the strong. This was a law that would never change no matter where. However, Ice Dragon suddenly pondered and said, "As for Kai Tong, there's something I can give him." "Shiyu! Kai Tong, hurry up and greet Mother Long." The Fire Sword Spirit was pulled out by Shiyu in a daze as it looked at the Frost Dragon innocently. "Am I?" He. The Frost Dragon looked at the timid Fire Sword Spirit and had a bad sense of humor. "This is for you." With that said, a set of equipment was pulled out of General Mu Huiyan's ruined space by the Frost Dragon. It was a silver female armor. It looked simple, but it was filled with history. Seeing this armor, the Fire Sword Spirit instantly felt a sense of closeness that came from its bloodline. As for Shiyu, he was slightly stunned because his third index instantly detected the material of this armor. Name Gemini Silver. Attributes: Space. Introduction: It's a legendary resource. It contains strong power of the sun and moon. It's a metal mineral that can perfectly coordinate the power of the intersection. Status: Broken. This is Mu Huiyan's favorite battle armor when she was alive. Although the artifact spirit has already left, the battle armor is already broken, and the internal power has dried up. The characteristics of the coordination strength should have been preserved a bit. I'll give it to you, the Frost Dragon said generously. Am I? Thank you. Little Kai Tong flew up happily and received the Gemini silver armor. However, after comparing the design and size, it glanced at Shiyu and shook its head regretfully. It was too small for the armor. Thank you. Shiyu was also full of smiles. Holy shit, the legendary armor. Gemini Silver, this was a level 9 resource, a legendary resource. Although it was broken now, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Previously, Buggy's broken Dragon Ball was only level 4, but wasn't it still powerful? The reason was that its quality was high enough to explode. The Frost Dragon was generous. As for how to use it, Shiyu instantly thought of it. At that time, he would directly let Kai Tong possess the armor. As for who would wear it, he would directly let Buggy create a humanoid version of Sister Ice Dragon or the Frost version of General Mu Huiyin. The two of them could maximize the power of the equipment. Shiyu named it, Profundity, Ice Dragon General Descends. Good sister, is there anything else you don't need? At this moment, the gem cat beside her couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing that the Ice Dragon casually threw a broken level 9 legendary resource, it immediately looked forward to it. For example, Sun Gem and Phoenix Gem. It was also possible to exchange items. Everyone had agreed previously. The Frost Dragon, no. Nothing. Mu Huiyin is very poor. She didn't leave me anything at all. Stop thinking about it. Shiyu and the gem cat stayed silent. By the way, Dragon Mom, let's go to Dragon Palace City in a few days. I bumped into the son of the Dragon Palace City's totem Sea Dragon King and the Overlord General of Dragon Palace City a few days ago. I told them about you. They're very happy. When the time comes, they'll welcome you with the most solemn ceremony. I didn't forget about you. Shiyu did not forget to take credit. The Frost Dragon was stunned and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I'll go with you then, Ian. Just as it finished speaking, it looked into the distance. Shiyu also looked in another direction. A silver-white flying ship that was more than 10 meters long and looked like a flying dragon passed through the snow and wind and quickly flew over from afar. Seeing this strange thing that emitted dragon might, the Frost Dragon immediately narrowed its eyes. What the hell was this? Shiyu also looked over. The index immediately displayed information on this thing. Name, Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast, Flying Dragon Ship Form. Attributes, Machinery, Dragon. Race level, Mid-level Overlord. Level of growth, Monarch level. Energy points, 7.5 million. Introduction, the only mechanical race created for mechanic Jiao Xian. Jiao Xian? After being slightly stunned, Shiyu immediately recalled. Wasn't this name the legendary captain of the school team from Imperial Capital University, the previous national champion, the genius mechanic from the 4th round? Together with Senior Lu, Zhu Tianwang, and the others, they were known as young geniuses with legendary aptitudes. I've seen it all now. This was the first time the Frost Dragon had seen a mechanical life form. It couldn't help but be very curious. A moment later, the flying ship arrived above the Ice Dragon ruins. A few figures were teleported down from the flying ship. A figure appeared beside Shiyu. Shiyu took a look. President Feng, Master Lin, Commander He, Commander Wang, even Principal Feng and Senior Lu were there. Shiyu, Teacher Ying, Senior Lu said when she saw that Shiyu and the gem cat were also here. Senior Lu, this is? Lu Qingyi said, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. We just returned to Pingcheng when Senior Ice Dragon came out. This is the mechanical master sent by the 4th Bureau to assist us in completely annihilating the Ice River Totem, Jiao Xian. Shiyu looked over and saw that after teleporting Principal Foam and the others down, the silver-white flying dragon battleship in the sky began to transform. Like a transformer, it gradually turned into a huge mechanical beast and mecha in the form of a Dragoman. A moment later, the chest of the ultimate holy dragon beast was opened. a black-haired young man in a fusion state with the ultimate holy dragon beast walked out. On the ultimate holy dragon beast's one hand, the two parties landed on the ground. At this moment, Shiyu looked over again. The energy value of the ultimate holy dragon beast had already fallen to 4 million. He couldn't help but analyze in his heart. It looked like the level of this mechanical beast's loading and fusion skill was very high. Moreover, this Jiao Xian most likely had a big secret. He could actually increase the mechanical beast's energy by so much. However, wasn't this Jiao Xian also a master? Shiyu originally thought that a legend would be sent to assist in the 4th Bureau, but he didn't expect it to be someone his age. After Jiao Xian landed, he silently glanced at Shiyu and the gem cat. After nodding, he looked at Ice Dragon. "Hello, Senior Ice Dragon. Wait, you humans only sent such a little brat to assist in destroying the Ice River Totem?" The Frost Dragon looked at Jiao Xian in surprise. This guy looked to be the same age as Shiyu. Moreover, although this mechanical dragon man looked strange, the Frost Dragon didn't feel that it was very strong. Were humans tricking it? Jiao Xian said, "Senior Ice Dragon, to be precise, it's a forbidden weapon we're carrying. That's a small, weak and forbidden weapon, but it can stir the power of nature and grow on its own by absorbing the power of the sun. When it falls, it will stir the power of the sun to permanently change the environment of an area and form a sea of fire. Because the flames produced during its explosion are similar to that of a rose, it's also known as the Rose of the Sun. With the Rose of the Sun, it can easily and permanently change the environment of the Ice Dragon ruins, completely cutting off the possibility of the Ice River Totem reviving. Please believe in its power. Now, it's already an era of machinery." "Yes, yes." Principal Foam and the others smiled. "I originally wanted to activate a normal forbidden weapon, but because you advanced to a totem, you absorbed all the power of the Ice River Totem. According to my analysis, the Sun Rose should be enough," Lu Qingyi said with a nod. President Foam and the others nodded crazily. In this way, the impact on the surrounding cities could be reduced to the lowest. Ice Dragon was stunned and looked at Shiyu. Shiyu was also stunned. He fell into deep thought and was thinking about other things. So, could the members of the 4th Bureau carry nuclear bombs with them? This was too much. If this Jiao Xian couldn't defeat him in the National League and brought a small forbidden weapon, how could he play? Oh, Baby Ginseng wasn't bad either. Then it was fine. He hoped that the National League wouldn't become a self-destruction competition. Chapter 266, Rewards of the National League. Chapter 266, Rewards of the National League. All right. Then I'll leave it to you. Hurry up, let me see the power of that forbidden weapon." The Ice Dragon saw that everyone was so confident and so it said casually, "No problem. However, I might need some time to prepare," Jiao Xian said. With that said, he looked at Principal Foam, President Foam, and the others. At the same time, his gaze also stopped on Shiyu, who had swept across Imperial Capital University while he wasn't around. To be precise, it landed behind Shiyu and tried to look at Kai Tong's silver armor. Race name Sword Spirit, no detailed classification information for now. Level of growth, Commander level. Energy points, 180,000. Seeing this little sword spirit, Jiao Xian understood why Imperial Capital University's Battle Society had been swept away. This was the first time he had seen a commander-level pet with so much energy. Little Kai Tong's energy value was indeed terrifying. After all, as the heir of the 2 dragon totems, the 3rd prince of Dragon Palace City who grew up eating delicacies in Dragon Palace City with its energy value at the commander level was only 160,000. Those ordinary overlord races had even lower energy values at the commander rank. Most of them were less than 100,000. In Jiao Xian's opinion, after this sword spirit broke through to the monarch level, its energy level could at least increase by 20 times. This was still normal. In addition, undead could also fuse with beast tamers like mechanical beasts. That was even higher. If this sword spirit breaks through to the monarch level, it might pose a threat to the ultimate holy dragon beast. In order to be more stable as the champion of the National League, it looks like it's necessary to strengthen the fire-resistant system. Jiao Xian analyzed in his heart. The main reason was that this National League was too important to him. He had to consider all unstable factors. At the same time, Principal Feng laughed and said, "There's no hurry, President Feng. Please confirm the surrounding situation again. Little Jiao, go and prepare yours." "All right, Senior Feng." After Jiao Xian finished speaking, he directly entered the ultimate holy dragon beast's body and flew into the sky. After Jiao Xian and the ultimate holy dragon beast flew into the sky, Shiyu spoke from below. "By the way, aren't forbidden weapons only activated by legendary beast tamers? Why is there a small weakened version?" "What do you mean?" Principal Feng glanced at Shiyu and said, "Well, it was also developed from mechanical legends. But it's said that only beast tamers with awakened talent can use it. It's considered an exclusive trump card. Under normal circumstances, it's enough to deal a heavy blow to an overlord. However, the restrictions are very large and are very easy to counter. Don't look at how this forbidden weapon can heavily injure an overlord. It's completely helpless against skills like concealment of spatial pets. Therefore, it can only be used in specific circumstances." Shiyu said. "Mechanics really have many tricks. Don't worry, the National League definitely won't let us use forbidden weapons, even if it's small," Lu Qingyi said with a smile. "Are you confident of sniping this Jiao Xian?" she continued. Shiyu was stunned. He suspected that Senior Lu was holding a grudge. Because when Senior Lu participated in the National League, she was defeated by a genius from a certain Imperial Capital University. Although that person wasn't Jiao Xian and it was said that he joined the 10th Bureau later, this Jiao Xian was also from Imperial Capital University. Shiyu definitely can. No problem. Although President Feng, Master Lin, and the others didn't know if it would work, they were definitely closer to Shiyu. The National League was still the more important competition among the young beast tamers. Not only did it decide the education fees the association assigned to the 9 major schools, but the hometown of the contestants who produced results would definitely receive a large amount of benefits. President Feng, Master Lin, and the others were still waiting for Shiyu to go to the National League to promote the iron-eating beast again. Now, Shiyu was the hope of the entire village. Principal Feng coughed dryly and said, "But according to the news, the situation in this year's National League is a little special. Jiao Xian will probably risk his life to win the championship." "What do you mean?" Shiyu was stunned. Senior Lu said, "Because the prizes for this year's National League seem to be provided by the 4th Bureau. It's more luxurious than previous years, and it's a batch of top mechanical resources. Although in the eyes of ordinary beast tamers, these resources are very ordinary, in the eyes of mechanics, those materials are all supreme-grade materials. They can modify the machinery of overlord races. It can be said that the 4th Bureau almost confirmed that the champion of this National League was Jiao Xian, so they were so generous to encourage Jiao Xian. Of course, I feel that this reward can also motivate you," Lu Qingyi smiled. After Shiyu told her and White Brook about Shiyu obtaining the Awakening Mirror, they had yet to tell anyone. The Awakening Mirror could also be used for mechanical materials. Shiyu would definitely remember it. Shiyu was shocked. Top-notch mechanical materials? Shiyu instantly felt that the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain was so hot. His body was burning. Beside him, Principal Feng was a little confused when he saw Shiyu and Lu Qingyi talking about something he didn't know. Why, Shiyu also wanted mechanical materials. Yes, it seemed like. Shiyu seemed to want a mechanical beast. Previously, he even asked Dean how if Ancient Capital University could create overlord race machinery. Of course, the answer was definitely no. If you can obtain this batch of rewards and then complete them yourself, you might be able to find a legendary mechanic to help you create an overlord race machinery, Principal Feng said. If it were in the past, he definitely wouldn't have encouraged Shiyu like this. After all, the resources that Jiao Xian had invested in the ultimate holy dragon beast were probably more than 10 billion. Mechanics were even more rich. Such a Jiao Shen was simply invincible among his peers. Considering this, he would definitely make Shiyu study obediently and archaeology obediently. The battle level of ancient capital university still couldn't compare to those top universities. But now, the situation was special. The era had changed. Principal Feng knew that not only had Shiyu broken through to the master level himself, but he also had a bunch of overlord pets. As long as these pets broke through to the monarch level before the National League, they might be able to fight Jiao Shen. Although Jiao Shen's ultimate Holy Dragon Beast was specially modified and strengthened with many resources, and while its energy far exceeded other overlord races, he only had one pet, while Shiyu had a bunch. Even if Shiyu's paywall was limited, if he couldn't fight one-on-one, couldn't he fight in a group? I understand. Shiyu was also motivated. However, he didn't want to find other legendary mechanics to help build the overlord potential machinery, but wanted to build it himself. Mechanic Ancient Beast. Well, what are the specific attributes of the materials? Shiyu asked curiously. Principal Feng thought carefully and said, it's hard to say, but from the gains and research results of the previous 4th Bureau, the prize they'll use. It's either wind or ice. I feel that the possibility of wind is higher. In the future, after Jiao Shen's ultimate Holy Dragon Beast steps into the overlord level, choosing to use wind element natural power as energy is a very good choice. After all, wind power is almost everywhere. At the side, Lu Qingyi agreed. Compared to the operation of firepower and electricity, the machinery of wind power was also pretty good. Its adaptability was stronger. Wind element machinery? Shiyu fell into deep thought. What ancient creatures were there? Wind element? Sigh, it's been more than 2,000 years, but the competition between you humans is still so intense. Beside it, the frost dragon muttered. Good lord, the guy was already helping them destroy the Ice River totem, but they actually wanted his mechanical materials. Bad person. However, it was willing to vote for Shiyu. What a joke. Shiyu had contracted the heroic spirit of its beast tamer. As long as Kai Tong broke through and its heroic spirit possessed him, how could anyone among his peers defeat Shiyu? At most, just self-destruct. If you can't use forbidden weapons, Moon Explosion will definitely work. Beside him, the Gem Cat also muttered. Shiyu had to become the national champion, so the materials produced by Shiyu in the future would be easier to sell. However, it shouldn't be good to destroy other people's mechanical beasts. Union Calendar, November 178. It had been more than a year and a half since Shiyu transmigrated to this world. Pingcheng, First Middle School. A bespectacled teacher was teaching a batch of students in the field. His surname was Wang. At this moment, he was saying proudly, a year ago, a small-scale ferocious beast gathering happened in the direction of the Snow Mountain. At that time, your teacher, I, had once explained the legendary Icefield history to a few students under a stone statue around this anomaly. Among those people are your seniors, Chen Kai, your seniors, Zhuang Yu, and the others. Of course, there are also others. One of the students is very interested in this history. Under the serious guidance of your teacher, he walked on an archaeological path. That's right, this person is the top scholar of the previous ancient capital vocation assessment, Shiyu. The pride of our Pingcheng. After that, he didn't disappoint my expectations and directly cracked the Ice Dragon ruins. It's all thanks to him. Today, our Icefield city can finally completely resolve the hidden danger of the beast tide brought by the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain for more than 2,000 years. We finally have an explanation for the beast tamers and citizens who died in the beast tide 11 years ago. Below, many students looked at Teacher Wang with stars in their eyes and said, Teacher, can you call Senior Shiyu to give us a lesson? Teacher Wang. Basically, impossible. He had only met Shiyu once and said a few more words. He wiped his sweat and said, Shiyu is very busy. Don't worry about him. Why don't you work hard to improve yourselves and go to Ancient Capital University to get to know Shiyu yourself? The men can be brothers, and the women can be his girlfriend. I heard that he's still single. Alright, the countdown is about to begin. Wait to see the beautiful scenery on the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. At this moment, the entertainment activities everywhere in Pingcheng had temporarily stopped. Countless beast tamers stared in the direction of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. The first beast tamer that Shiyu defeated was Chen Kai, an outstanding student, was there. There was the pharmacy physician who had sold supplements to Shiyu many times, and also President Feng's nephew, who was a master candidate. The presidents of the associations and many masters of the other 8 districts and counties in Icefield City also arrived near the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain and stared at the highest snow mountain built with the Ice Dragon ruins. A long time later, as the alarm sounded, many people in Pingcheng district saw the sky suddenly turn red. The clouds on the horizon were red, as if they were on fire. The sky was dyed red by the gathering of the power of the sun, as if there was a volcano erupting below, dazzling. In an instant, many people felt the temperature around them suddenly increase. In the next moment, they heard a boom, and dazzling golden light blossomed in the direction of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain in the distance. Right on the heels of that, the golden light kept expanding. With a world-shaking bang, the rolling energy tide rose into the sky like a volcano eruption, blooming in the sky in a huge pattern that could be seen clearly in several cities around the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. The pattern was like a dazzling red rose. The moment it bloomed in the sky, the energy it erupted with quickly swept through the entire Ice Dragon ruins. Moreover, the heatwave spread out and melted countless amounts of ice and snow. Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. In a short moment, this place had already become the Ice Fire Mountain. The periphery was still filled with a huge snowstorm, but the core area of the Ice River Totem Seal had already become a sea of fire. The snow mountain turned into a flaming mountain that connected to the sun, isolating the ice and snow energy of the outside world. It directly created a strange scene of ice and fire coexisting. In the distance, in the sky, a flying dragon airship was flying side by side with a frost dragon. Holy shit! Seeing this scene, the frost dragon kept cursing in its heart as it looked at the flying dragon warship in disbelief. Because the thing that easily rewrote the snow mountain environment just now was launched by this big guy that was far from even overlord level. However, the power of this attack made the frost dragon feel that it was troublesome if they were to fight before it broke through. Even when Emperor Sha was at the master level, he couldn't use such a powerful skill. Holy shit, what's going on? Isn't he just a master like you? The frost dragon said telepathically to Shiyu in shock. How can you defeat this? I feel that the power of that thing's explosion is even stronger than the power in Mu Huayin's body. Little Kai Tong will be blown up. Moreover, this move is actually continuously attracting the power of the sun. I'm afraid that in a few decades, the entire snow mountain will completely disappear and become a volcano. Shiyu? He gave a speechless look to the ice dragon. Didn't you listen carefully just now? This thing is a one-time use, and the preparation time is very long. The use restrictions are also large. Most importantly, it's definitely forbidden in the competition. He wondered if the power of self-destruction could catch up to this after baby ginseng reached the monarch level. Shiyu felt that it was a little difficult. After all, the sun rose could directly trigger the power of the sun, while baby ginseng only relied on the power of the moonlight. As for the moonlight, it also came from the sun, and its level was lower. Since the moonlight came from the sun, he wondered if baby ginseng's moon explosion level could directly trigger the power of the sun to coexist with the power of the moon. Ah, right. After Shiyu finished speaking, Ice Dragon reacted. Then, it looked at the sea of fire in front of it in shock. However, it was still impressive. In the first totem battle, the lowest threshold of Emperor Sha's elite army was also at the master level. If those masters could display such power, then the first totem battle wouldn't have taken so long. They would have expelled the totems and overlords into the barren area in minutes. Ice Dragon had finally learned something after seeing Shiyu and the others brag about forbidden weapons for so long. This was only a small forbidden weapon used by masters. Then, How strong would a normal forbidden weapon used by a legend be? Ice Dragon shuddered. What strange things had humans developed? It really wanted to let Emperor Shi and Mu Huiyin take a look. Unfortunately, there was no chance. Mission completed. After rewriting the geographical environment of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain in one hit, Jiao Xian walked out of the nutritional cabin calmly. But he wasn't handsome for more than 3 seconds. Then, his arm trembled as he took out supplement pills and medicine from his pocket and popped them. It looked like he had consumed a lot of energy. Shi Yu? Damn, even a mechanic had to take supplements. Chapter 267, Spring of Baby Ginseng. Chapter 267, Spring of Baby Ginseng. As the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain completely turned into the Ice Fire Snow Mountain, the Beast Tide incident that had troubled Icefield City for thousands of years was finally resolved from the source. Jiao Xian didn't choose to stay longer in Icefield City. After completing his mission, he bade farewell and left. For him, choosing to stay and wait for the gratitude of the various higher-ups in Icefield City was not worth sacrificing his return to the Research Institute to upgrade his machinery. Next, Principal Feng, Lu Qingyi, and the others didn't choose to stay longer in Pingcheng. Only the locals of Icefield City were left behind to keep themselves busy. As for the Frost Dragon, it naturally followed Shi Yu. However, before going to Dragon Palace City, Ice Dragon had something very important to do. This was also what Ice Dragon requested. It wanted to know the history of the outside world in the 2,000 years it had been sleeping and suppressing the Ice River Totem. Jiao Xian's ultimate holy dragon beast and the sun rose they shot really shocked the Ice Dragon. It urgently wanted to know how much change had happened in the outside world. In the end, this science mission was snatched away by the Gem Cat. It was mainly to increase the relationship between the sisters, and it had nothing to do with anything else. With a huge pile of books and a pile of historical movies, the Gem Cat and Ice Dragon entered the Mu Huiyin ruins brought by Ice Dragon and started the drama pursuit of the 2 house girls. In the Ice Dragon ruins, Ice Dragon's shocked voice came from time to time. Holy shit, this Wu Emperor is something. He actually developed the fusion talent to this extent. Others can only fuse with one pet at a time, but he can fuse with many? So many advantages of different races have been inherited by one person, how did it lose to that Yunnan? You're saying that this Empress is Mu Huiyin's younger sister? Oh my god, a hybrid can also become the ruler of Dong Huang? 9 totem-level Phoenix race pets, impressive. What, the Phoenix race died? Holy shit, this Dragon Emperor actually overthrew the previous Dragon God of Dragon Palace City with the new Dragon God? What, he just has an ordinary strengthening talent? But its luck is heaven-defying. It fell off the cliff when it was young and obtained the recognition of the dragon race's mythical ruins. It's fake, right? Impressive. This Space Emperor is so impressive. It actually established a spatial teleportation array that covered the entire planet. Even Emperor Shi couldn't. This Lin Feng became a legendary beast tamer at the age of 26? Damn, he obtained the blessings of the World Tree of Initiation? I've heard of it. Isn't that the embodiment of the planet's will? It actually came into contact with humans? Was the mechanic class invented by this big boss called Shen Yuan? Ah, no? What, that country with the condor as the totem? They separated from the totem and established their country with machinery? Hurry, 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 find more. Don't just talk about Dong Huang's history. I also want to see the history of other places. For example, that damn dragon hunter. In the outside world, Shi Yu was still meditating leisurely, accompanying 11 and the others in training. He had already understood the history that the Gem Cat was telling the Ice Dragon. He couldn't be bothered to revise it with them again. The things recorded in this textbook were too shallow. It barely covered much of his own country, let alone others. If there was a chance, Shi Yu wanted to blow up the ruins of other countries and explore it himself. However, training pets was still more important at the moment. After a period of time. To be honest, the effect of controlling strength to undergo various extreme training was indeed pretty good. It had only been less than half a month. Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tongswell had all been tempered to the second stage. Shiyu divided the pets will into 5 stages according to the success rate of teaching super skills displayed in the index. The first stage was that the success rate of teaching was extremely low. The second stage was that the success rate was low. Third and fourth naturally corresponded to medium and high. En. In short, although they were still very far from the Overlord's will, Shiyu was still relatively satisfied that they could be effective so quickly. However, although he was satisfied, Shiyu still felt a little anxious. At this moment, Shiyu was quietly waiting for the Dragon Palace banquet. After the Dragon Palace banquet, followed by the National League, he felt that the time was quite tight. It had only been more than a month since the National League. In such a short period of time, Shiyu did not even have 1% hope that the 4 pets would master the Overlord will. Initially, Shiyu wanted them to master the Overlord will before breaking through to the Monarch level. However, if they didn't break through to the Monarch level, they definitely couldn't fight the National League, and there would be no mechanical materials. Therefore, Shiyu was currently struggling internally, wondering if he should let one guy break through first. I wonder if 11 super skill teaching success rate can reach a medium in a month. If it can, let it break through first. As for the new pet that he would contract in Dragon Palace City, Shiyu didn't have much anticipation. He didn't think that it could form battle power in the short term, because he estimated that he wouldn't directly contract a Monarch level pet. Now, his favorite pet was a pet with a low growth level, a high race level, and best if it had the will of an Overlord. It was best if it had a cooler appearance. As he thought about it, Shiyu felt that something was wrong. Why was this contracted pet so similar to finding a partner? It had to be young and had a good background. He wanted the other party to work hard and look good. Usually, there were such high requirements. His own situation was very worrying. Shiyu? However, Shiyu felt that he should be qualified to talk about conditions. Shiyu? Yes. In the room, Shiyu was drinking iced tea in disappointment and was resting for a short period of time. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the outside. A moment later, President Feng of the Pingcheng Association came to visit Shiyu with a smile. Uncle Feng, what's wrong? In the living room, after receiving the other party in, Shiyu also brought him a cup of fruit tea and asked him what was wrong. Good thing. President Feng smiled. What good thing? Shiyu was amused. Now, the safety hazards of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain have been completely eliminated. As the big contributor to cracking the Ice Dragon ruins, what do you think is a good thing? Actually, we started discussing it very early. After the joint discussion of the presidents of the 9 associations in our Icefield City, we decided to give you some rewards. Although it might not be worth much to you, it's still my intention. You know that our Icefield City isn't very rich. President Feng smiled bitterly. In the end, it was still too late. If he had expressed it earlier, Shiyu might have been able to use it. However, who would have expected that in just a few months, Shiyu's realm had left the level 2 city? Now, as the genius with the greatest potential in the 3rd and 11th Bureau, and even the reserve member of the 1st Bureau, Shiyu might not necessarily lack anything. However, Icefield City couldn't say nothing. After all, it was rare for a super genius to appear in Icefield City. Even if Shiyu didn't develop and settle in Icefield City in the future, he had to leave a good impression on Shiyu. Please go ahead. Shiyu didn't refuse anyone and didn't say any typical polite words. Under normal circumstances, it was the other party who would feel bad if he rejected the offer. Resoul. Actually, the main thing is a resource. I won't talk about the other honors and bonuses in detail. President Feng smiled and said, Do you still remember the Evolution Holy Spring I brought you to back then? Yes. Shiyu nodded. The Guardian Ancient Tree Monarch over there is relatively special. Generally speaking, the Ancient Tree of Life race only has one super skill, Life Gift. Shiyu continued to nod. However, because of some fortuitous encounters, the Guardian Monarch of our Icefield City, the Ancient Tree of Life, also mastered an additional super skill, plant control. This actually originates from a wood element level 8 resource, the Seed of Nature. The Seed of Nature is a very special resource, and it's also a strengthening type resource. It can increase the affinity between plant-type life forms that absorb its power and natural power. The ancient Tree King of Life awakened an additional plant control skill because it absorbed the nature seed. At the same time, its own strength has become much stronger than other pets of its own race. In addition, it has always been protecting the evolution Holy Spring. Its battle power should be considered strong among monarchs. As for the Seed of Nature, it's actually a renewable resource. As long as it's placed in a place with rich natural power, it will emit energy again after dozens to hundreds of years. Therefore, this resource has always been preserved in Icefield City. Although it hasn't recovered to the level of a level 8 resource, the advantage is that it can be reborn. To put it simply, in the city, I've decided to give this nature seed to you as a reward. This is a quasi 8 level resource. It can almost 100% allow plant-type creatures with good talent potential to awaken super skill plant control and increase their understanding of natural power. This is also the most valuable resource in Icefield City. I hope you don't mind. Our Icefield City definitely doesn't have those legendary resources, President Fong said with a smile. Shiyu was slightly stunned and exclaimed in his heart. This was the first super skill he copied, and he still was unable to teach it and was troubling over it. Now support had come all of a sudden? Although Shiyu wanted to say that there was no need, he was just doing his duty, but it was too much. He was giving him a level 8 resource. No, don't worry about it. Icefield City will always be my home. Ping Cheng 2. The second day. The nature seed was sent by President Fong. At this moment, Shiyu and the others' cultivation was just about over. Shiyu had just perfected 11, baby ginseng, and Kai Tong's clone skills. The Seed of Nature came at the right time. It could be used for baby ginseng's next stage of training. Yi! Shiyu, this is... Could this be? In the ruined space, baby ginseng widened its green eyes and looked at the green seed in Shiyu's hand eagerly. It couldn't help but drool. Yi! Nature seed! Baby ginseng's eyes lit up. Having studied the feeding department, it knew a lot of high-level resources. It could tell at a glance what was in Shiyu's hand. Yeah. Shiyu smiled and weighed the seed in his hand. Do you want it? Yi! Baby ginseng drooled and nodded crazily. Shiyu was speechless. Then I'll give it to you. However, after learning plant control, it will probably be easier to create nutritional supplements, time fruits, and other resources. You have to work hard for the gift to Dragon Palace City this time. If the quality level isn't good, we'll make up for it with numbers. After Shiyu finished speaking, he threw the nature seed to baby ginseng. When baby ginseng heard Shiyu's words, its body stiffened, but it still happily took the nature seed. It nodded heavily with a pleasantly surprised expression. Its hands emitted a green natural light as it held the seed in midair. Yi! 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 Holding the nature seed, baby ginseng cried out excitedly. It immediately tried to absorb the power on the spot. Buzz! The next moment, the power of nature bloomed. Green light instantly lingered around baby ginseng's body, and boundless vitality instantly erupted from its body. Its aura flowed out and quickly changed the environment here. Shiyu and the others were currently in a very ordinary barren land. There were no plants, but at this moment, endless vitality immediately spread from the soil. Almost instantly, as far as the eye could see, the ground turned into a verdant green. The tender green grass stretched all the way, covering all the soil in sight. A seed, combined with the power of the ginseng baby, contained natural plant energy that was comparable to a forest filled with life. A moment later, with a boom, the ground cracked. Under the lingering green light, many trees quickly grew out of the ground. The trees seemed to have been uprooted, forming a forest in an instant. Countless dazzling green fruits bloomed from the trees. bright flowers emitted fragrance as they bloomed. Baby ginseng clones separated from the tree trunks to reveal their figures. Skill, plant control. Skill level, super level. Introduction, it's a wood element skill. It has the absolute right to control natural plants. It can control plants, control the growth of plants, and increase the quality of plants. It is the king of plants. Unsurprisingly, because baby ginseng had a huge amount of life force and basic moves like transcendent lushness, it awakened and mastered plant control the moment it came into contact with the nature seed. Be it nutritional supplements, energy fruits, time fruits, fragrance, or clones, at this moment, they could rely on the plants to be born in the dense sea of trees it instantly created. Yee! Amazing! At this moment, baby ginseng was immersed in the power of nature and was extremely excited. As expected of it. At that moment, the shocking change in the power of nature naturally attracted the attention of 11, Buggy, and little Kai Tong, who were training elsewhere. Soon, they rushed over at a very fast speed. Then, they saw the baby ginseng in the sea of trees that looked like a natural god and instantly fell into deep thought. Woo? Woo? Am I? 11, Buggy, and Kai Tong quickly looked at Shiyu, suspecting that Shiyu had given baby ginseng special treatment. Otherwise, why would baby ginseng suddenly become stronger? It had clearly just strengthened ridiculously through evolution, and now this was very exaggerated. Ah, this. Shiyu revealed an innocent expression. It wasn't his fault. It was purely because Icefield City didn't give them the resources. Icefield City would have to take the blame for this. At the same time, baby ginseng, who was standing in the sea of trees and controlling countless plants, opened its eyes. Yee? Oh no, the energy level is too high. I feel that I can't suppress the primeval power in my body anymore. It was almost impossible to suppress the power of the breakthrough. 11, Buggy, Kai Tong, M. Hold it in. Oh, no, then release it and create more nutritional fruits. They approached baby ginseng together. Baby ginseng? Don't come over. Chapter 268, Birth of a King. Chapter 268, Birth of a King. Half a month later. The date approached the Dragon Palace banquet. At this moment, in Donghuang, the list of people who were going to Dragon Palace City to communicate this year was finally confirmed. There were a total of 12 people in the younger generation. They were all young talents under the age of 30 in Donghuang. Among them, there were even some beast tamers whose spatial levels had reached level 5 and 6. For example, White Brook, Shiyu, Zhu Qianwang. Then I'll see you in Binhai City the day after tomorrow. Ping Cheng in the villa, Shiyu was holding his cell phone and talking to the beast-eared girl. The two of them were going to Dragon Palace City. When the time came, they naturally had to meet in Binhai City. This time, there was a big boss leading the team in Binhai City. Otherwise, Shiyu and the others alone weren't qualified to step foot into the ocean. All right, why do I hear a woman's voice? Who's crying? On the other side of the phone, Whitebrook just nodded when her ears suddenly twitched. Was a girl with Shiyu? It's Senior Lin. She's activating 11's bloodline. It's been almost a month. I wonder when it can be activated. Shiyu sighed. Although Zhongxian said that it might take a while, this was also too long. In the past few days, 11 had raised Senior Lin's iron-eating beast's hardening level to perfection, but its bloodline had yet to be activated. Shiyu was already considering if it was because Senior Panda was too lousy. It was time to find a stepmother for 11. I see. Continue, I'm hanging up. After Whitebrook said a few words, she hung up. On Ping Cheng, Shiyu had just hung up when he suddenly heard a bang. Woo! Another woman exclaimed. Shiyu was stunned. He quickly ran to the other side of the wall and saw the Panda Senior looking at 11 in shock. What's wrong? Shiyu looked at the messy room, the broken floor and ceiling, and the Panda Senior that seemed to have been sent flying. He was immediately stunned. But soon, Shiyu understood. He looked at 11, who was in the center of the chaotic area and was subconsciously emitting deterrence. He was immediately stunned. It awakened! Lin Xiaozhu shouted in surprise. It had definitely awakened. Lin Xiaozhu had a feeling that good things came after suffering. It was too difficult. I think so. Senior, you're not injured, right? Shi Yu asked. I'm fine, look at 11. All right. At this moment, Shi Yu looked at 11 again. In the index, 11's energy level was slowly increasing. As expected, the awakening of his bloodline could also increase his energy level. After nearly a month of training and nurturing, 11's energy level had already exceeded 200,000. Although it was inferior to a ginseng baby, it had successfully broken the traditional understanding limit. Woo! In the room, little 11 lowered its head and stood on the floor as if it was unconscious. Under its deterrence, cracks instantly appeared on the floor and ceiling. Shi Yu and Lin Xiaozhu quietly watched 11. A moment later, the deterrence on 11 gradually retracted and wrapped around its body, as if forming transparent flames. 11! Shi Yu called out. 11 slowly raised its head and revealed its aggrieved big eyes. Woo! It looked at the surrounding environment and the deterrence on its body disappeared. It looked at Lin Xiaozhu and Shi Yu apologetically and immediately covered its mouth with tears to apologize. It didn't look like it had just awakened and become the Panda King. This. It didn't know why, but just now, it felt the deterrence power in its body spreading out uncontrollably. It's all right, Tilda, Lin Xiaozhu and Shi Yu said in unison. After saying that, they carefully observed 11's changes. Is this considered awakening a royal bloodline? Lin Xiaozhu slowly got up, crossed his arms, and asked curiously. He did feel that 11 was different, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It's already awakened. Shi Yu couldn't help but smile. He walked in front of 11, grabbed the back of its nape, and pulled it up. Under the scan of the skill index, Shi Yu could already see the strongest evidence of 11 awakening the royal bloodline. Skill, deterrence. Status, can be taught. Originally, because of the racial restrictions, Transcendent was the upper limit of 11's deterrence level, but now, it was directly broken. This was the advantage of having a royal bloodline. Not only could deterrence be awakened at the awakening level, but it could also turn deterrence into a racial skill, driving the growth level. The upper limit of the deterrence skill proficiency would naturally be raised to the Dao proficiency. There we go! In the blink of an eye. Shi Yu, who was in a good mood, suddenly made another shocking discovery. He couldn't help but feel even happier. Skill, inner power. Status, can be taught. Teaching success rate medium. It was unknown if it was the effect of the training during this period or the effect of 11 awakening the royal bloodline this time. Its super skill teaching success rate directly reached medium. It once again exceeded Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong by a large level. It had reached the stage of willpower of the Frost Dragon and the Gem Cat. Shi Yu recalled the race ability of the Iron-Eating Beast King. Ca. According to Zhong Xian, it could allow the Iron-Eating Beast to increase its physique and physical fitness more efficiently after recovering from its near-death state. In short, it could increase the benefits of life-and-death battles and life-and-death training. It seemed that the overlords will also needed to be tempered in life and death. In other words, the racial talent of the Iron-Eating Beast King would increase the mastery of the overlord's will. Shi Yu took a deep breath and felt that he had discovered something extraordinary. He was also thinking if he should let 11 know about this. He was afraid that 11 would take it too hard. In short, the success rate of super skill teaching was medium. This was also the highest level of willpower that Shi Yu had seen at the moment. As for pets with higher success rates for super skills, Shi Yu had never seen one with Overlord's will. Of course, it was also possible that he had seen it before, but he didn't use the skill index to judge. For example, at that time, Shi Yu didn't notice if its will stage was high or medium. It was mainly because in the index, there were no super skills that could be used to detect the will of water-type pets. This also reminded Shiyu that before going to Dragon Palace City, he had to replicate a water element super skill first. Otherwise, if he encountered water-type pets and used 11 and the other super skills to test them, it would directly show that he couldn't teach them, not the success rate of teaching. In that case, there was no way to find pets with Overlord Will at all. He already had a target to steal from. It was the tyrannical sea legend who was about to lead these young people to Dragon Palace City. Shiyu had already asked around. At that time, they would ride the tyrant sea legend's water-type pet into the sea. At that time, there would be plenty of opportunities to touch powerful water-type overlords. There would definitely be people who could choose water-type skills. Then, isn't 11 very strong now? Seeing Shiyu holding 11 and smiling foolishly, Lin Xiaozhu asked in anticipation. Not yet. 11, Wu? Wasn't it strong? Why did it feel that it was strong now? But when it breaks through to the monarch level, it will definitely be very strong. I decided to let 11 break through to the monarch level tomorrow. Lin Xiaozhu, who? Lin Xiaozhu's beautiful eyes widened. Aren't you going to practice what overlords will you're talking about? You finally have a conscience? After coming to the Yu family for so long, Lin Xiaozhu naturally knew how Shiyu was training his pets recently. However, she only thought that Shiyu was purely training his pet's will. She didn't know that super skills could just be added as points. But no matter what, Shiyu's training method made Lin Xiaozhu whimper. 11 was still a child. Using the deep sea pressure to strengthen its willpower, soaking in magma to train its willpower, falling from a height of 10,000 meters to train its willpower. It was too cruel. Although she didn't understand why 11 was happy. 11, woo woo woo? On the other side, when it heard that Shiyu could let it break through, 11's eyes flashed. Really? Could it really break through? Shiyu had already made them suppress their breakthrough power for a month. Even the ginseng baby with an energy value exceeding 200,000 was holding it in. 11 didn't expect Shiyu to actually plan to let it break through first. Suddenly, 11 widened its eyes. Woo! It waved its arms excitedly. Could it be that it had already mastered the Overlord's will? Roar, roar, roar. Ha 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 ha, as expected of it. Panda King 11 let out an excited roar. Not yet. Shiyu mercilessly threw 11 down, leaving 11 sitting on the ground in confusion. However, I think the Overlord will is too far away. That's the rare ability needed for monarchs to break through to the Overlord level. It's a little unrealistic for you to master it at the commander level. It might waste a lot of time. Most importantly, you guys haven't broken through for a long time. My meditation efficiency has been too low recently. Therefore, I decided that after your willpower reaches a certain standard, you can break through to the monarch level. Overlord's will. Continue training after the monarch level. Shiyu set this standard at the medium success rate of super skills teaching. Even the gem cat, who had participated in the undead war, and the old witch, who had participated in the totem battle like the frost dragon, didn't have the will to be an overlord. Shiyu thought about it carefully and felt that 11 and the others would probably be in trouble in the short term. In that case, he felt that medium will was enough. The Overlord could wait until it reached the monarch level before grinding it. It might still be lacking to rely on this kind of simulation training. In any case, he already planned to explore a few more domestic ruins to play with after the National League. At that time, he shouldn't lack natural environments for 11 and the others to train in. At the moment, the National League and meditation speed were more important. Woo! 11 didn't care what Shiyu thought. It was already very happy that it could break through to the monarch level. Tomorrow? What time? Lin Xiaozhu asked. I'll call my father over too. How about letting the two monarch level 9 Li battle beast fight, she suggested. Ah. Shiyu smiled awkwardly. Senior Panda, stop scamming. Had she not seen what Master Chu Jie and the ox-headed Beast King were like? Shiyu quickly said, forget about the battle. It's just a breakthrough. Do you want to see it? 2. Of course. Lin Xiaozhu rubbed her temples and said, I massaged for a month with my own hands. I'm so tired. No matter what, you have to let me see the results. Forget about Dad, I'll come myself. All right. Shiyu smiled. As for why tomorrow and not today? He planned to maximize 11's deterrent skill before letting it break through. With the most perfect Panda King deterrence, it would break through to the Monarch level. It would take another day to achieve this. By the way, Senior, don't rush your iron-eating beast to evolve first. The hardening level can still be raised, Shiyu reminded. We'll continue after we return from Dragon Palace City. All right. Lin Xiaozhu nodded. At this moment, Lin Xiaozhu no longer worried about the money for the evolution materials. Apart from the fact that the breeding base was growing bigger and bigger, and because she was now the exclusive feeder of the iron-eating beast core, the evolution materials of the iron-eating beasts could definitely be reimbursed from the military expenses. After a month, under the enhancement of the metal element nurturing method, 11 finally awakened the Panda King bloodline. That day, after sending Lin Xiaozhu away, Shiyu pulled 11 to the ruined space and worked hard to add points. Baby Ginseng, who was watching by the side, trembled with fear. Even when Shiyu added points to its time fruit, he wasn't this violent. As long as I don't die, I'll keep adding points until I almost die. Baby Ginseng, heal me. It was mainly because there was not enough time. He had to go to Dragon Palace City the day after tomorrow. In addition, Shiyu's physique had also improved greatly recently. After Shiyu broke through to the master level, the upper limit of his physique would definitely increase again. As he maxed out the time fruit and 3 times for the clone skill, there were a total of 4 high-level skills. Shiyu's physique had more or less broken through. Now that he had added some deterrence, it was naturally faster. Moreover, after Baby Ginseng learned plant control, it was easier to absorb both sweet gas and nutrients. The next day, 11's deterrence was maxed out again. This was the first time Shiyu and the others had seen deterrence at the level of Dao proficiency. Woo! It waved its arms excitedly. Could it be that it had already mastered the Overlord's will? Roar, roar, roar. Ha 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 ha, as expected of it. Panda King 11 let out an excited roar. Not yet. Shiyu mercilessly threw 11 down, leaving 11 sitting on the ground in confusion. However, I think the Overlord will is too far away. That's the rare ability needed for monarchs to break through to the Overlord level. It's a little unrealistic for you to master it at the commander level. It might waste a lot of time. Most importantly, you guys haven't broken through for a long time. My meditation efficiency has been too low recently. Therefore, I decided that after your willpower reaches a certain standard, you can break through to the Monarch level. Overlord's will. Continue training after the Monarch level. Shiyu set this standard at the medium success rate of super skills teaching. Even the Gem Cat, who had participated in the Undead War, and the Old Witch, who had participated in the Totem Battle like the Frost Dragon, didn't have the will to be an Overlord. Shiyu thought about it carefully and felt that 11 and the others would probably be in trouble in the short term. In that case, he felt that medium will was enough. The Overlord could wait until it reached the Monarch level before grinding it. Issue. It might still be lacking to rely on this kind of simulation training. In any case, he already planned to explore a few more domestic ruins to play with after the National League. At that time, he shouldn't lack natural environments for 11 and the others to train in. At the moment, the National League and meditation speed were more important. Woo! 11 didn't care what Shiyu thought. It was already very happy that it could break through to the Monarch level. Tomorrow? What time? Lin Xiaozhu asked. I'll call my father over too. How about letting the 2 Monarch level 9 Li Battle Beast fight, she suggested. Ah. Shiyu smiled awkwardly. Senior Panda, stop scamming. Had she not seen what Master Chu Jie and the Ox-Headed Beast King were like? Shiyu quickly said, forget about the battle. It's just a breakthrough. Do you want to see it too? Of course. Lin Xiaozhu rubbed her temples and said, I massaged for a month with my own hands. I'm so tired. No matter what, you have to let me see the results. Forget about Dad, I'll come myself. All right. Shiyu smiled. As for why tomorrow and not today? He planned to maximize Eleven's deterrent skill before letting it break through. With the most perfect Panda King deterrence, it would break through to the Monarch level. It would take another day to achieve this. By the way, Senior, don't rush your iron-eating beast to evolve first. The hardening level can still be raised, Shiyu reminded. We'll continue after we return from Dragon Palace City. All right. Lin Xiaozhu nodded. At this moment, Lin Xiaozhu no longer worried about the money for the evolution materials. Apart from the fact that the breeding base was growing bigger and bigger, and because she was now the exclusive feeder of the iron-eating beast core, the evolution materials of the iron-eating beasts could definitely be reimbursed from the military expenses. After a month, under the enhancement of the metal element nurturing method, 11 finally awakened the Panda King bloodline. That day, after sending Lin Xiaozhu away, Shiyu pulled 11 to the ruined space and worked hard to add points. Baby Ginseng, who was watching by the side, trembled with fear. Even when Shiyu added points to its time fruit, he wasn't this violent. As long as I don't die, I'll keep adding points until I almost die. Baby Ginseng, heal me! It was mainly because there was not enough time. He had to go to Dragon Palace City the day after tomorrow. In addition, Shiyu's physique had also improved greatly recently. After Shiyu broke through to the master level, the upper limit of his physique would definitely increase again. As he maxed out the time fruit and 3 times for the clone skill, there were a total of 4 high-level skills. Shiyu's physique had more or less broken through. Now that he had added some deterrence, it was naturally faster. Moreover, after Baby Ginseng learned plant control, it was easier to absorb both sweet gas and nutrients. The next day, 11's deterrence was maxed out again. This was the first time Shiyu and the others had seen deterrence at the level of Dao proficiency. Woo! In the ruined space, 11 was completely high. After Baby Ginseng's epic level strengthened, it finally strengthened a little again. After 11 completed its transformation, deterrence seemed to have become instinct. There was no need to consume energy at all. Every move and gaze seemed to contain the power of deterrence. Although the strength was a little small, it appeared ridiculous when combined with the shrunken form of 0.3 meters. Super small and fierce. 11 Yuan C. How? This is max level deterrence. At the same time, after 11 absorbed the huge experience of max level deterrence, Shiyu quickly sensed the new effect and new usage of max level deterrence through his mental connection. He looked at 11, who was running to deter Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong, and touched his chin. Boom! As the 4 pets faced off, the clouds in the ground and sky undoubtedly cracked again. They didn't even use other skills. Under the influence of 11's deterrence, the sky of the ruins was already filled with thunder and black lightning. Yi! Woo! Mi! Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong were fighting 1 against 3. They gritted their teeth. It was also very difficult for their normal state to defeat 11's current deterrence, but this was not the greatest change in deterrence. The greatest change was that max-level deterrence had gradually gained self-awareness. Even if it left the user, it could still control the strength like the embodiment of will. It had a set of activated rules. In addition, it was not impossible to imprint it in the enemy's spirit and bloodline. It could permanently cause the enemy who lost to it to have inner demons. When they fought again, it was almost impossible for them to have the heart to resist. Moreover, it could imprint deterrence in the enemy's bloodline, making the descendants of the enemy fear the user and even their race. This deterrence at the genetic bloodline level was basically the same as when insects encountered birds, and the fear when rats encountered cats. It was a race's deeper fear of another race. It's very suitable to be used in racial battles like the totem battle, Shiyu thought to himself as he looked at the 3 little ones, who were facing 11 with flushed faces. That day, Senior Lin Xiaozhu arrived as promised. In the ruined space, Baby Ginseng, Buggy, and Kai Tong hugged their fruits and looked at 11, who was preparing to break through, with tears in their eyes. They were envious. It wasn't that they were envious that 11 could break through. After all, they could break through at any time. Instead, they were envious that its will level had improved again, one level higher than theirs and one step closer to the Overlord's will. According to this, they felt that it was very difficult for them to defeat the leader. At that time, 11 might be the first pet that could add points to super skills. The throne in the team was unshakable. I told you to work harder normally. You'll definitely gain something if you work hard. The gains from your previous hard work weren't very obvious, but now you know its importance, right? Shiyu smiled and fed his pets this enticing dream daily. However, Shiyu also knew that it wasn't that they didn't work hard, but that the requirements for the Overlord's will were too high. Under 11's lead, they had already been very hard-working previously. For example, Buggy, who followed the will of the leader, was definitely not inferior to pets of the same age. For example, Baby Ginseng was very hard-working in both battle and learning because it wanted to change its fate as a supplement. As for Kai Tong, Shiyu felt that perhaps it was better not to let a big boss lead the team to farm experience in the subsequent levels of the spirit release. If Kai Tong fought personally, it might be able to improve itself better. As the heroic spirit of General Mu Huiyin, its willpower potential wouldn't be bad. As long as it passed her infancy, it believed that it could quickly grow into an independent female general. In short, all they lacked was time. Yi-Wu-Am. The three pets shook their heads, indicating that they knew. They're all so cute. Lin Xiaozhu, who followed Shiyu in, smiled. By the way, why do you always contract cute pets? When will you contract an impressive and domineering pet? Lin Xiaozhu asked. After 11, Buggy, and Kai Tong transform, they're all pretty impressive and domineering. But normally, they're usually more cute and eye-catching, Shiyu said. Baby Ginseng, what about me? Do you think I'm domineering? Woo! Everyone's attention was attracted by 11's domineering howl. After resting for a period of time and eating a pile of nutritional fruits to replenish his energy, 11 was already prepared to welcome a breakthrough in its optimal state. On the arena, as Shiyu nodded, 11 directly activated the lightning attracting ability. At the same time, Buggy also teleported a high-level gold and lightning dual-element energy crystal into the air. Boom! With a deafening sound, dark clouds immediately appeared in the sky. The thunder clouds condensed almost instantly. The sky was pitch black, and the thunder was deafening. There was no wind or rain, only lightning. When the thundercloud appeared, the sky instantly darkened. Lightning rolled crazily in the dark clouds with terrifying might. Boom! Lightning streaked across the sky, and the thundercloud turned into a lightning pool. A terrifying golden lightning pillar quickly descended and hit 11. Wu, seeing this scene, Lin Xiaozhu suddenly became nervous. However, this was clearly the best way to break through. Using the power of natural lightning, through inner power and accumulating lightning, he could absorb the power from the outside world as much as possible, strengthen itself, and eternally transform external forces into its own strength. In that case, it would definitely be better than directly breaking through the foundation. Shiyu had the third index and had already carefully studied various special evolution and special breakthrough methods. Woo! In the lightning pillar, the lightning that exceeded the limit continued to enter his body, making 11 reveal a difficult expression. However, in an instant, its strong willpower made 11's distorted expression gradually clear. At this moment, with 11 as the center, lightning shot into the sky and connected it to the lightning sea. It was already difficult to see 11's figure clearly in the lightning. Apart from its pair of lightning eyes that turned from black to blue. Under the light of the lightning, soon, as it reached and exceeded the limit, 11 and the lightning light formed a luster, and its body began to emit a dazzling light. A moment later, roar! With a roar that shook the thunderclap, the figure of a huge beast appeared in the lightning pillar. 11 was wearing silver and black interweaving armor, and white electric arcs flickered on its body. Its pupils, which contained blue lightning, looked directly at the sky. Blue Sea Ruins? As its aura erupted for the second time, the light of awakening breakthrough spread from its body again. It's starting. Shiyu was both happy and expectant. At this moment, under the gaze of him, Lin Xiaoju, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong, the data on the index cell phone in Shiyu's hand changed crazily. When Dad's iron-eating beast just broke through to the monarch level, its energy level was 1.4 million, Lin Xiaoju said. Yeah, Shiyu nodded. However, Hall Master Lin's 9 Li Battle Beast was a middle-level monarch race, while 11 was a high-level overlord race with 3 inscriptions. Apart from super skills, all its skills were maxed out. After both parties broke through, the energy difference would definitely be huge. Beep! Under everyone's gaze, the index data changed crazily. Soon as 11's aura suddenly increased and the energy value continued to increase, Baby Ginseng and the others were shocked. In almost an instant, it broke through the million mark. Then, 2 million. 3 million. 4 million. Senior Panda's face was red with excitement. In the blink of an eye, the energy data jumped one last time. At the center of the breakthrough, the terrifying monarch deterrence directly turned into a storm that swept into the sky and ground, almost instantly dispelling the lightning. Woo! After 11's growth level broke through to the monarch level, its full-strength posture was directly displayed in front of Shiyu and the others. Name a 9 Li Battle Beast. Level of growth, monarch level. Energy points, 4,040,000. 4 million, the Panda Senior exclaimed. However, this was not the limit at all. This was only the normal energy after 11 broke through to the monarch level. By accumulating external power through inner power, it could pay a certain price to erupt with power that exceeded its normal limit. At that moment, a huge force happened to be in 11's body. Suddenly, a blue and white lightning blossomed from 11's body like an erupting volcano. In the lightning that spread several meters upwards, 11, under the illumination of the lightning, was like a demon that had just walked out of the sea of lightning. Its deterrence was wrapped in lightning, and its aura was still rising steadily. Energy points, 5 million. Energy points, 6 million. Its strength kept increasing, causing the Panda Senior to excitedly pinch Baby Ginseng beside her. Ginseng baby? Of course, Buggy, Kai Tong, Baby Ginseng, and the others were also very tempted to look at this data. They were curious about how much they could have after evolution. In the end, 11's full-strength posture stopped at 6.6 million. Seeing this, Shiyu took a deep breath and smiled very comfortably. He looked at 11 in the arena. Very good, it was not much inferior to Jiao Xian's ultimate holy dragon beast. The other party had more than 7 million energy points after fusing with the beast tamer, and now, 11 was only showing its own individual battle power. Moreover, this was still not 11's real limit. It was just the limit it could easily withstand. Because its stamina source wasn't full at all just now, its inner power hadn't been used to its greatest extent. If it triggered the power of the heavenly lightning to absorb it again, its strength could still increase, but the side effects would definitely be greater. In addition, 11 had just broken through, so the proficiency of super skills would definitely be inferior to the other party. There was still a lot of room for improvement. The characteristic of the mechanical beast was that the skills could be trained by oneself and the mechanic could rely on the upgrading configuration to increase the proficiency level. Therefore, the proficiency of Jiao Xian Super Holy Dragon Beast Super Racial Skill was probably not low. The proficiency of low-level racial skills was probably not low either. Shiyu was mentally prepared for this. In short, 11's attributes had already given Shiyu the confidence to fight the other party. After all, 11's true strength was its explosive power that exceeded the limit after enlarging. 11, Shiyu shouted. At the same time, he sensed the feedback 11 gave him and began to look forward to the changes after the other little guys broke through to the monarch level. Wu Tilda in the arena, after 11 broke through, it quickly returned to its obedient little bear form and ran over excitedly to show off to everyone. At this moment, the Panda King really lived up to its name. On the same day, next door to Icefield City, Binhai City, young geniuses from all over Donghuang came into this Linhai City one after another. They had extraordinary auras and were like proud sons of heaven. After arriving, the first thing they did was look at the sea. I must become the brightest star at the Dragon Palace banquet. Chapter 269, Tyrannical Sea Legend and His Leviathan. Chapter 269, Tyrannical Sea Legend and His Leviathan. Binhai City was located at the border of Donghuang, just like Icefield City, at the sea. The weather here was suitable, the environment was beautiful, and the 4 seasons were distinct. In Donghuang, it had the reputation of being a land of the sea, and a large number of water element beast tamers had gathered. Compared to Icefield City, the climate in Binhai City is much more likable. However, why do I keep feeling that this sentence has been said before? As Binhai City was just next door, it wasn't very far. This time, Shiyu didn't take any transport and directly squeezed Buggy through the wilderness. It was mainly to train Buggy. Transcendent instant transmission was not the upper limit of proficiency. It was just the upper limit of the skill index. As long as one used more abilities, even if there was a bottleneck, it didn't mean that one's experience wouldn't increase. At most, it was harder to increase than racial skills. Regarding the divine skill instant transmission, Shiyu was naturally prepared to use Buggy as a core skill. It had nothing to do with laziness. As for whether there would be danger if he casually traversed the wild like this, naturally not, because the Ice Dragon Ruins ring he carried had a totem-level Ice Dragon and an Overlord-level Gem Cat. This lineup could start a war with some weaker totem tribes. Of course, even without them, as 11 broke through to the Monarch level, there were rarely any wild environments in Donghuang that could threaten Shiyu. In Donghuang, there were basically no hostile Overlord-level ferocious beasts. Such ferocious beasts were all killed and expelled, leaving only Overlord-level creatures like the Gem Cat and the Owl that were close to humans. Among the others, the highest was at the Monarch level. Under such circumstances, as long as Shiyu, who had already become a master, didn't go to the dangerous place where the Undying Dark Phoenix was sealed, he would basically be able to do whatever he wanted in the country. After becoming a master, he would have the battle power of a monarch. Even if he had the qualifications to enter various regions in the country, he would be able to protect himself. After becoming a legend and possessing Overlord-level battle power, he would have the right to protect himself even if he left the country and crossed the totem area. After all, as long as they were careful and didn't take the initiative to find trouble with the totem country, the totems in the general totem area wouldn't run out themselves. Most of the totems were still in a sleeping state like the Divine Feather Phoenix butterfly. The strongest people there on the surface were usually Overlord-level ferocious beasts. For example, the forbidden area where baby Ginseng was born was the territory of an Overlord-level creature. The appointment is at 8 a.m. There's still an hour. I'll call and ask if Senior Bai is here. After arriving at Binhai City, Shiyu walked on the street and spoke to the pile of pets he was armed with. As usual, 11, Buggy, Kai Tong, and baby Ginseng had all shrunk to the extreme. They were worn all over Shiyu's body like a pendant. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have realized that Shiyu had been carrying 4 pets beside him. Now, the most powerful thing was that after the 4 pets mastered transcendent shrinking, their shrunken strength was no different from their normal state. In this case, they were simply good at sneak attacks. It might be a little lacking to deal with powerful transcendent creatures, but if they wanted to ambush a beast tamer who was also a human, as long as the other party didn't react immediately, the chances of success were very high. Although he couldn't use it in the country, Shiyu knew that he would definitely enter the totem area in the future. There were also many human experts in the totem area. They believed in the totems and were enemies with Donghuang. Many times, they were even more troublesome than ferocious beasts. In short, it would definitely be useful to deal with them when the time came. Senior, where are you? Another half an hour? All right, then I'll go to my destination first. As Shiyu walked, he spoke to Senior Bai. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the street in front was extremely noisy. Somewhere, a group of students in school uniforms who were preparing to go to school gathered together. Not only were there students, but there were also various passers-by surrounding an area. Woo woo woo. 11 and the others stuck their heads out and asked what was wrong. Let me see. Shiyu jumped gently onto a tree and looked over quietly before falling into deep thought. In the crowd, an extremely handsome young man in a black trench coat who had reached 99% of Shiyu's own handsomeness was signing autographs for a group of people with a smile. Zhu Qianwang, you're my fan. Ah, no, I'm your fan. Zhu Qianwang, give me your autograph. Your fiancé won't be angry, right dash? Zhu Qianwang, what brings you to Binhai City? Could it be that you're here for your honeymoon in advance? Shiyu? This was very ridiculous. How could there be such a high-profile person? Damn it, he was even more high-profile than him. It's not anything important. Let's go. Then, he arranged for Buggy to teleport away from this place with him. Binhai City, Binhai Training Hall. A famous training hall. Although the sect master here was only a quasi-legend, he was the personal disciple of the tyrannical sea legend. As for who the tyrannical sea legend was, he was one of the few titled experts in Dong Huang. He was a top-notch legend who could fight against totems. The people heading to Dragon Palace City gathered at the Binhai training ground today at the request of the tyrant sea legend. When Shiyu came to this Binhai training ground, how should he put it? He originally thought that it would be a simple and elegant place. After all, it was named as a training hall, but in the end, from the outside, it looked like a huge aquarium. There was also a glass door that automatically spun outside. It was very modern. Times have changed. Shiyu shook his head and directly entered the room according to the circling rhythm of the automatic door. Just as he entered, he was immediately attracted by the pets in the water wall on both sides of the hall. The walls of the Binhai training hall were all connected to a huge fish tank. Inside was a small ecological environment created by someone. Many identical small animals swam inside. They were relatively similar to baby fish and goldfish, but their bodies were blue. Name, Blue Salamander. Attributes, Water. Race level, Low level Transcendent. Level of growth, Level 2 Awakening. Race skill, Bubbles. Introduction: it looks like a race that can't be helped, but it might contain astonishing potential. Shiyu? Well, there was nothing wrong with that. Under normal circumstances, the blue salamander was mud, and its strength was limited compared to the green worm and the dragon carp. However, the green silkworm could transform into a butterfly, the dragon carp could transform into a dragon, and the blue salamander had a chance to change its fate. It could also evolve. Among them, the most famous example was the fusion of the tyrannical sea legendary fish. He directly cultivated the blue salamander into a mutated leviathan that was as high as a quasi-mythical race. Although it was at the overlord level, under the command of the tyrannical sea legend, it could match and defeat totems. Of course, this was only an exception. Apart from the gathering of the tyrannical sea legendary fish, no one could nurture the blue salamander to this height. It was another irreplicable example. Compared to the green worm and dragon carp, this mud was even harder to nurture. The green silkworm had the worm silk, while the dragon carp had an evolution skill like the leaping dragon gate, but the blue salamander had nothing. It was just a trashy bubble skill. It was difficult for it to be a gambler. Hello. As Shiyu observed the blue salamander, a woman in a blue Daoist robe welcomed him. She smiled and asked, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Shiyu?" "I am." Shiyu turned to look at him. "Hello, I'm a teacher from the training hall, Chenyu. The sect master has instructed me to lead you to the private room." "Thank you," Shiyu said. Then, Miss Chenyu began to lead Shiyu to a quiet room specially used to receive distinguished guests in the Dao field. This room was not only used to receive Shiyu alone. The 12 youths who were about to head to the Dragon Palace banquet were all invited to stay here. At this moment, there were already 7 people in the room. The disciple of the tyrannical sea legend, a young man who was nearly 30 years old and looked elegant, was speaking to the other 6 as the host. I won't go this time. I went with Master at the last Dragon Palace banquet. My great Dragon King Squid was contracted at that time, ha ha. In short, I hope you can also get the pets you like. At that time, there should be a lot of Overlord-level sea beasts. Don't be nervous. When it's time to showcase your strength and talent in various activities, just perform normally. You're all geniuses, so there's no problem. Dong dong dong. In the room, everyone was listening to the disciple of the tyrant sea legend. He already had a level 7 space, and he was just short of the experience of Xing Hai, who was judged as a legendary beast tamer by an Overlord-level creature. This person was also one of the genius beast tamers praised to be destined to become a legend in the country. He was also the second beast tamer to nurture the blue salamander into the mixed race after the tyrant sea legend. Although it wasn't a mutated leviathan like the tyrant sea legend and hadn't reached that height, and its race was much worse, it was still commendable. Because of this, he was taken in by the tyrannical sea legend as a disciple and carefully cultivated. Now, the difference between his ace pet and the Overlord level was probably the proficiency of a super skill. Please come in. As someone knocked, Xing Hai looked over. The other 6 people in the room also looked over. The door was pushed open and Chen Yu entered the room with Shi Yu. Sect Master Zheng, Mr. Shi Yu has also arrived. After Chen Yu said that, the gaze in the room instantly landed on Shi Yu. Shi Yu's gaze also observed the room. Among the 7 people, apart from Xing Hai, Shi Yu knew 2 of the other 6. One was Dr. Zhu's daughter, the talented student of Demon Capital University, Xia Qingwei. The other was Yin Legend's genius son, Yin Xingfan. At this moment, Xia Qingwei was still all right, but when Yin Xingfan saw Shi Yu come, he immediately fell silent. At that time, what exactly happened in the Time Ruins? Yin Xingfan still couldn't forget it. Shi Yu was more unfamiliar with the other 4. There was a muscular man more than 2 meters tall who didn't look like a normal person. Shi Yu thought that was probably that guy with dragon blood. When he saw that it wasn't a dragon princess but the Dragon Man, Shi Yu's mood immediately became a little complicated. Apart from that, there was also a woman with blue wavy hair. She looked pretty cool and wore pretty cool clothes. The last 2 people were a young man with a crew cut, wearing a white shirt and glasses. He looked ordinary. The other person had short hair, was dressed in black, and had a very fierce appearance. He looked even fiercer than the muscular man with the mixed blood of a human and a dragon, as if he had just come out of prison and came with deterrence. Hello, everyone. Shi Yu smiled when he saw everyone. Mr. Shi Yu. Welcome, Xing Hai said with a smile. Although he was a disciple of the tyrant sea legend and a famous quasi-legend, Xing Hai didn't dare to be arrogant when he saw Shi Yu. After all, although this person wasn't even 20 years old, he was a real super genius who had researched a major project like the green silkworm cocoon to benefit the country and the people. Sect Master Sheng, Shi Yu greeted. Xing Hai smiled again and immediately introduced them to each other. Needless to say, Shi Yu finally knew the identities of Xia Qingwei and Yin Xingfan. The muscular man was indeed a hybrid. His name was Long Rui. He had graduated from Demon Capital University and was a master-level beast tamer. Hello, I've heard so much about you. He grinned. The blue-haired woman came from an elemental family and graduated from a top-notch university in the spirit capital known as the Elemental Capital. She was a master-level elementalist. Junior Shi Yu, I've finally seen him in person. I feel he's much more handsome than in the photo. She blinked at Shi Yu. Hello, senior. Shi Yu's smile widened, making Xia Qingwei purse her lips. The bespectacled young man graduated from Star Capital University, known as the Capital of Technology. He was a master-level mechanic. Hello, he pushed his glasses and greeted simply. The last person was from the Dragon Tamer family and graduated from the Imperial Capital University. He was called Yun Fei and was a master-level dragon tamer. He was more arrogant and only nodded. The few of them had one common characteristic: they came from first-level cities and were from famous families. Shiyu didn't know their identities, but these few people were very familiar with Shiyu. It couldn't be helped, Shiyu was too famous. Where were we just now? After everyone introduced themselves, they didn't talk in detail. After all, they had just met. At this moment, Jinghai started to think again. However, as time approached, the subsequent people came very quickly. There was already no time for him to talk nonsense. In the next moment, there was another knock on the door. A cloaked youth about Shiyu's age entered the room. "I'm Yu Shu." The future Dragon King Yu Shu directly entered the room. When he saw the figures of Shiyu and Yin Jingfan in the room, his expression immediately darkened. He kept feeling that this trip to the Dragon Palace was a little depressing. He had already told his mother that he wasn't coming. He wasn't coming anymore. Damn it. Yo. Shiyu smiled at Yu Shu. Speaking of which, Ancient Capital University was really impressive this time. There were actually 3 people who went to Dragon Palace City, and they were all students. If it weren't for the fact that Yin Zhengfan had escaped to Imperial Capital University, they might have been able to gather 4. There are so many people already. Soon, the beasted girl, White Brook, also arrived. After she arrived at the scene, she clearly knew more people than Shiyu. For example, those masters were old opponents of Ancient Capital University. They had all fought a bloody battles with Ancient Capital University in the National League. White Brook smiled and sat beside Shiyu. Then, 2 more people arrived together. Both of them were wearing navy battle suits. It looked like they were geniuses in the Beast Tamer troops. Everyone knew the least about their deeds. Am I late? In the end, Zhu Qianwangyun also arrived with a smile. This person's strength was not necessarily weaker than Sect Master Shanghai. Perhaps he was the strongest among the group. Seeing Zhu Qianwang, the national celebrity beast tamer, arrive, the Binhai training hall became more and more lively. Yes, you're late. Why do I see you signing autographs for the students by the roadside? White Brook directly insulted Zhu Qianwang. Ha ha, I have no choice. I don't want to be so popular either. Zhu Qianwang scratched his head. Shiyu? After Zhu Qianwang arrived, his gaze also landed on Shiyu at the same time. The corners of his mouth twitched without a trace. Just like Yu Shu, he had a bad feeling about this trip to the Dragon Palace. In that case, everyone is here. Seeing that, Sect Master Shanghai smiled and looked at everyone. It's about time. Then I'll bring everyone to find Master. Now, right? At the Binhai Training Hall. At the core of this place, there was a special room that looked like a swimming hall. However, the pool here was directly connected to the sea. At this moment, in the room, there was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 5 to 60 years old, had dark skin, messy hair, and a rugged build. He had his hands behind his back and was quietly looking at the surface of the pool. Master! As movement came from the surroundings, he slowly looked over and saw Shanghai bringing 12 young talents who were about to set off for Dragon Palace City to come here. Master, everyone is here. Shanghai said respectfully to the tyrannical sea legend. I understand. The tyrannical sea legend nodded and looked at the people behind Shanghai. Tyrannical sea legend. Everyone greeted. In the face of everyone's greeting, he swept his gaze across everyone and said, Hello, your elders have already told you the rules for participating in the Dragon Palace banquet in Dragon Palace City, right? Everyone nodded, except for Shiyu. Eh? What rules? Did Principal Feng and President Yi tell him? Forget it, it wasn't a big problem. At this moment, the tyrannical sea legend's gaze stopped on Shiyu for a few seconds. An existence like him had actually surpassed departments like Bureau 13. After all, he was a beast tamer who had defeated totems. Even the strongest bureau, the first bureau's members, was nothing in the eyes of the tyrannical sea legend. As for Shiyu, who had a bunch of titles, he was still a junior in his eyes. However, at this moment, Legend Sea Tyrant observed Shiyu for a long time. He asked, "Is it here?" Obviously, the tyrannical sea legend had learned about the Frost Dragon in advance. "Yes, but now, he might be sleeping," Shiyu said. The Frost Dragon and the Gem Cat had worked hard for almost half a month. They had not slept for half a month and had pretty much chewed up the history both domestically and abroad. Next, in order to go to Dragon Palace City in their best state, Ice Dragon and the others chose to sleep for a while and let him call them when they reached Dragon Palace City. "I see." The conversation between him and Shiyu confused everyone except White Brook. They didn't know what they were communicating about. "It? Who?" A moment later, Tyrannical Sea Legend looked at the pool and said, "Then let's go. We'll talk about the rest on the way." As soon as he finished speaking, with a boom, a huge deep sea vortex slowly appeared in the pool in front of them. The inside of the vortex was pitch black. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The Tyrannical Sea Legend said, "This vortex is the mouth of my pet. You guys jump into its stomach. It will bring us to the Deep Sea Dragon Palace City." Everyone, W-A-W? Who? On the ground, Shiyu was also stunned. However, he was more concerned about the detection reaction of the index to the pet that had yet to appear. Name: a mutated Leviathan. Attributes: water, space, race level, high-level overlord, quasi-mythical, level of growth, overlord. Energy points, 99110,000. Introduction: it's the battle pet representing the Tyrannical Sea Legend. Shiyu was stunned. Good lord. They were both overlord races, but this guy had nearly 50 million energy points higher than the Gem Cat. He was even more impressive than the Dragon Palace City Whale General. It was probably about to enter the totem level. Not moving? Seeing that everyone was still not jumping into the sea, the Tyrannical Sea Legend said, "Then let me do it. Just don't vomit in it." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression suddenly changed. They felt a huge devouring force coming from the deep sea vortex. Almost instantly, Shiyu and the others felt their bodies turn blurry, as if they had been forcefully teleported by a spatial skill. They appeared in another alternate space. My pet's body is equivalent to a small world and a mystic realm. You don't have to worry. This is its racial skill. The surroundings were still pitch black. Then, light slowly recovered. At the same time, the Tyrannical Sea Legend's voice sounded in everyone's ears. At this moment, darkness turned to light. The others looked around in surprise, but Shiyu was the most silent. Because? Skill: Infinite Devour. Attributes: water, space, 8 level, super level. Introduction: it's a devouring type evolution skill. It can open up a devouring space and increase its race level by devouring and digesting everything. It can complete unlimited evolution. Copy this skill. Holy shit, the Tyrannical Sea Legend was really showing off his Leviathan at the start. Its evolution depended on devouring. Chapter 270, Shocking Little Friends. Chapter 270, Shocking Little Friends. The mutated giant Leviathan's body was like a water element world. Flying birds made of water flew in the sky, blue frogs made of water leaped on the land, and fish made of water wandered in the water. Apart from that, there were countless water elemental creatures living freely here. Apart from Shiyu, the others were looking around in surprise. Soon, these young people understood why there were so many elemental creatures in the giant Leviathan. It was said that in battle, the Tyrannical Sea Legend could let the giant Leviathan temporarily devour him and his other pets to increase its battle power and obtain the power to suppress the totem. In other words, all the elemental creatures living in the giant Leviathan's body might be the backup power of the giant Leviathan. This space is much higher than Buggy's spatial bag. As expected of a super skill. Standing on the ground, Shiyu thought to himself. Buggy's spatial pocket didn't have the ability to store living creatures. In comparison, this devouring space could not only absorb living creatures, but it could also transform them into its own power. It was a little similar to Buggy's equipment? Eh? Damn! Shiyu suddenly fell silent. He felt like he had entered a dangerous place. Replication success. Forget it, this skill was his now anyway. Now he had the water-type super skill to test the water-type pets will in Dragon Palace City. Shiyu only had one evaluation for this skill. It was powerful. No wonder the tyrannical sea legend could grow to the point where it could fight against totems. This infinite devour probably played a crucial role. Shiyu felt that as long as a pet with this skill grew smoothly, it might be able to grow into a mythical race. He estimated that the tyrannical sea legend's giant Leviathan was stuck in a quasi-mythical race. It was probably limited by the proficiency of the devouring skill and couldn't digest legendary and mythical resources. Or perhaps its digestion speed was too slow. Otherwise, it should be able to evolve infinitely. Hey, look! In the giant Leviathan space, White Brook patted the shoulder of the stunned Shiyu. She pointed forward. At this moment, in the air of this space, a huge water screen condensed out of thin air. The water screen was like glass, allowing everyone to clearly see the environment in the deep sea outside. This is... In Shiyu and the others' vision, a new world appeared. In the dark blue underwater world, piles of colorful fish quickly swam past, as if they were dodging some huge monster. The emerald green water grass creatures at the edge of their vision cowered in a corner and trembled. Gulp! Countless bubbles appeared. The giant Leviathan was still diving into the deep sea. With the protection of the Overlord-level giant Leviathan, there was no doubt that no sea beast would come looking for trouble. It will take about an hour for us to reach Dragon Palace City. Legend Sea Tyrant appeared behind everyone, still with his hands behind his back, his grey hair flying around. During this period, you guys communicate yourselves. As soon as Legend BA High finished speaking, he turned and left again. No one knew where he went. Seeing this, everyone immediately started chattering. The fierce-faced man from the Dragon Tamer family, Yun Shu, looked at Yu Shu. You're just an intermediate beast tamer. Why are you here too? The two of them were both descendants of famous dragon tamers. Their circle was very small, so they naturally knew each other. Aren't you just a few years older than me? I'll definitely become a master before graduation. What are you so proud of? The corners of Yu Shu's mouth twitched. In the face of geniuses like Shiyu and Yin Zhengfan who weren't older than him, he could only admit defeat. However, he was very unhappy with these people who pretended to be strong just because they were a few years older and had meditated for a few more years. Of course. Yu Shu didn't deny that this fellow's reverse-scale talent was more suitable for contracting a dragon than him. I'm doing this for your own good. You're so weak now, how can a dragon acknowledge you? Yunhee chuckled. There's no need to trouble yourself, Yu Shu said. He naturally had the capital to obtain the recognition of the dragon race this time. Others relied on their talent potential, but couldn't he rely on resources? Yu Shu tightened his backpack. At that time, when he took out the dragon element evolution resources his father had prepared, he might have pets following him. Ha, everyone has a chance. By the way, it's rare for us to go to Dragon Palace City together. Why don't we share the type of pet we like? At this moment, Zhu Qianwang said with a smile in the crowd. Seeing that everyone was doing their own thing, he couldn't help but want to unify the topic and get closer to everyone. For example, me. You also know that I have a dark element strengthening talent. This time, I'm here for a certain race. I heard that the Black Flood Dragon Overlord of Dragon Palace City has given birth to a son. I wonder if there's a chance to obtain its recognition and be entrusted with a descendant. Zhu Yun smiled and revealed his intention, not afraid that anyone would compete with him. After saying that, he looked at everyone. The muscular dragonman chuckled and said, I'm not here specifically for a certain race. The blue-haired girl said, that's true. Your talent can purify the bloodline of dragon-type creatures, as long as it's dragon-type. The muscular dragonman looked at the blue-haired girl and said, Fanglan, you must still have contracted a race that's good at controlling the weather. This is more compatible with your talent, right? You guessed right. You're not allowed to guess any more next time, Fang Lan said and looked at Shi Yu. She smiled. Among these people, she was the most curious about Shi Yu. She said, Junior Shi Yu, what about you? Is it all right to say? Shi Yu chuckled and said, it's all right. I have the gift of telepathy, and I don't have any special talent. I prefer a pet I can get along with. As long as we get along and have eye contact, transcendent races are fine. Yushu and Yinjing Fan? Everyone? They didn't believe him. How could he have such a low request? He just didn't want to say it. However, Shi Yu's telepathy talent was indeed a little difficult to deal with. After all, this wasn't a battle-type talent. The mechanical man from Star Capital University said, I actually prefer one that I can get along with too. Recently, I've been researching biological mechanical modification. If any Dragon Palace City Cub is also interested in the mechanic class and is willing to become an experimental body personally and become stronger together, I don't have any requirements for the race. Everyone? F*CK, another dangerous guy. Biological mechanical modification was a school of thought in the mechanic class. Among the mechanics, there were pure mechanical creatures, such as Jiao Shen's ultimate holy dragon beast. There were also those who transformed other life forms into mechanical beasts. For example, equip a monkey with mechanical armor and install a cannon to evolve the creature into an iron gorilla beast. This was biological mechanical modification. However, because this school of thought was too risky and experimental accidents often occurred, it was relatively small. This mechanical man actually targeted the citizens of Dragon Palace City. Would it really not destroy the friendship of the Alliance? Would there really be pets like him who like machinery? Oh? In the crowd, Shi Yu looked at the mechanical man and felt that he could chat when he was free. This was because the ancient species machinery he wanted to create was also close to biological modification. However, the other party used creatures, while Shi Yu used illusions. In Shi Yu's opinion, with the illusion as the core, it should be able to have the common merits of both the pure mechanical and biological modification sects. The advantage of the biological modification faction was that there was a chance for the mechanical beast to inherit the host's abilities, but beast tamers couldn't fuse with it at all. As for the pure mechanical faction, it relied on the diversity of mechanical functions. For example, Jiao Shen's ultimate holy dragon beast could freely switch between the mecha and the flying ship form, and the beast tamer could carry it. With the illusion as the core, there was a possibility of inheriting the ability of ancient creatures, but because of the phantom's ethereal nature, it could not be constrained by the form of ancient creatures. This was a virtue. For example, in Shi Yu's opinion, he could completely create a fighter aircraft with the Wind God Winged Dragon template or a Gundam with the Tyrant Dragon template. This was the advantage of the ancient phantom plant. It could combine the merits of the two factions. According to what Shi Yu knew, the most powerful mechanic in Ancient Capital University, Dean Hao, was a pure mechanic. Therefore, he might still need some knowledge of the biological modification faction to assist him in completing ancient machinery. He wondered how the background of this mechanical man from Star Capital University was. What about the two beauties? Zhu Yun asked Xia Qingwei and White Brook. Xia Qingwei, it doesn't matter. It's best if it's a worm. Everyone. White Brook covered her forehead and said, I have the fusion talent, so I definitely have to be handsome. The mermaids aren't bad, the jellyfish aren't bad, and beautiful coral creatures can work also. Ah, well, but before the contract, I don't know what it's like after the fusion. It's so difficult. It was indeed very difficult. After all, it concerned their looks in the future. Everyone prayed for White Brook. What about Little Fan? Shi Yu took over the topic of Zhu Qianwangyun and asked Yin Zhengfan. Why was this child so afraid of strangers? He didn't say anything. Yin Zhengfan? I guess it depends on fate, he said. What about the two soldiers? Zhu Qianwangyun smiled and looked at the two beast tamers from the navy. The two navy beast tamers with thick eyebrows and big eyes said, "We are all assigned in a fixed manner. At that time, we will become comrades with a certain general of the Dragon Palace City's Marine Corps to protect the ocean together." There was no need for them to be conflicted. After that, everyone started to chat. From the Totem Dragon King of Dragon Palace City to the famous Overlord General and the environment of Dragon Palace City. Perhaps the subsidiary forces of Dragon Palace City were in different seas, but Dragon Palace City was an independent deep-sea mystic realm. That was also a brand new small world. What was relatively special was that there was also air there. On the contrary, there were not many water resources, but this didn't affect anything. Because the water elements in the mystic realm were rich, both sea creatures and humans could move freely in the Dragon Palace City mystic realm. Therefore, this Dragon Palace banquet was naturally held in the mystic realm of Dragon Palace City. "We're almost there." Among the 12 people, someone kept counting the time. As they approached the 1-hour flight mentioned by the tyrannical sea legend, everyone looked at the water screen. Suddenly, the water screen collapsed. Everyone felt the sky and earth shake, as if they were pushed by a huge repulsive force. Tyrannical sea legend, you haven't changed. Welcome, welcome. In the secret realm of Dragon Palace City. On a floating island continent. A huge sea beast in the form of a tiger whale seemed to have turned the air into an ocean as it floated quietly in midair. Opposite the sky-penetrating whale was an even larger sea beast nearly 100 meters tall. It had a blue body similar to a whale, and its huge abyss mouth had a circle of sharp white fangs. Its wild beast-like yellow pupils were filled with violent patterns. Its chest fin, abdomen fin, back fin, and tail fin were different from ordinary fish. They were like long and dense white feathers that fluttered with the wind. At this moment, on the head of the mutated giant Leviathan, the tyrannical sea legend was standing. Behind him were young people who had been teleported until they were dizzy. "You're the same. You still look so weak." Legend Sea Tyrant smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha ha." The sky-penetrating whale laughed loudly and looked at the group of young people behind the legend. At this moment, Shiyu and the others also reacted and realized that they had arrived. Everyone stood on the giant Leviathan's huge body. When they observed their surroundings, they were immediately stunned. The Dragon Palace mystic realm was very big. As far as they could see, dozens of sky islands floated in the sky, and on them were dazzling palaces. The place they were at was also very huge. It was impossible to see the end of it. Tens of thousands of shrimps and crabs guarded various places densely, as if they were welcoming guests. Gulp! Someone gulped and recognized the sky-penetrating whale. The sky-penetrating whale was completely famous among the sea beasts. It was a popular general in Dragon Palace City and had fought in countless seas. As long as it was an enemy of Dragon Palace City, even the larger whales, and even the overlord ferocious sharks that made countless sea beasts tremble in fear, was just a meal to this sky-penetrating whale. Dragon Palace City, sky-penetrating whale. I heard its partner recently gave birth to a small tiger whale. I wonder if it's true. Among the crowd, someone's heart immediately rippled when he saw the sky-penetrating whale. If he could obtain the recognition of the sky-penetrating whale and be entrusted with its air, that would be a leap into the sky. The sky-penetrating whale was an absolute top-notch overlord even among overlord-level creatures. Its strength and race were only inferior to the tyrannical sea legend's giant Leviathan, an even more abnormal existence. Wu tilde just as Yu Shu, Yin Jingfan, and the other young people looked at the sky-penetrating whale with anticipation, a white wind suddenly blew from the distance. Under everyone's gaze, a small white dragon suddenly flew over excitedly. Legend Sea Tyrant raised his brows and looked over. Dragon Palace City's third crown prince, White Azure Dragon. Legend Ba Hai said. At this moment, many young people, even Zhu Tianwangyun, who had come specially for a certain race, were instantly excited when he saw this divine dragon. Holy shit! They widened their eyes at the approaching divine dragon. Looking at the smooth and powerful body that was like a painting of water and mountains, any beast tamer who was proficient in feeding could tell how top-notch this divine dragon was. At this moment, its body moved casually, waved its dragon claws, and circled in the sky. Its powerful dragon might involuntarily emitted. It was high and mighty, perfectly matching the expectations of most beast tamers present for the next pet. Dragon Palace City's third prince, the son of Lin Feng's legendary pet, the Sea Dragon King. No, he's the son of the Sea Dragon King and the Azure Dragon King, a high-level overlord. Race! At this moment, seeing this divine dragon, Zhu Qianwang was extremely tempted. Although the Black Flood Dragon's attributes were more compatible with him, the White Azure Dragon's race, potential, talent, and background were stronger. After all, it was the son of two totems. Moreover, as the third prince of Dragon Palace City, he had the chance to compete for the position of Dragon God with the other Dragon King heirs in the future. Even beast tamers who didn't have pets of their liking at the start were instantly tempted when they saw this White Azure Dragon. Yu Shu, Yin Jingfan, Zhu Yun, and the others' expressions turned serious. However, they also knew that this was basically impossible. In all these years in Dragon Palace City, there had never been a situation where the son of the totem followed humans. At most, the heirs of the subsidiary overlords of Dragon Palace City would follow human beast tamers. A totem son like the White Azure Dragon was a completely unreachable existence. Its identity might be 10 times more honorable than the descendants of a legendary beast tamer. It was impossible for it to follow a human. Its totem parents couldn't agree, unless that human had the legendary bearing to reach the height of the 7 legends of Dong Huang, but obviously that was not possible. Therefore, when they saw the sky-penetrating whale, Yu Shu and the others might still fantasize, but when they saw the White Azure Dragon, they quickly gave up. Why would the third prince of Dragon Palace City appear here? In the next moment, Dragon Palace City's third prince, the White Dragon, looked at Shiyu in the crowd and shouted excitedly, Senior Shiyu, I'm here. I'll take you to take a look at Dragon Palace City. Yu Shu, Zhu Qianwang, and the others? Don't cause trouble. The sky-penetrating whale looked at the White Azure Dragon in a deep voice and also said to Shiyu, Sir Shiyu, the Sea Dragon King has been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from the tyrannical sea legend, Zhu Yun, Yu Shu, Yin Jingfan, and the others opened their mouths wide and widened their eyes as they looked at Shiyu. Holy shit, what was going on? Didn't everyone come to show their talent and potential together and wait for the overlord big shots of Dragon Palace City to invest? Old thief Shiyu, what's wrong with you? Chapter 271, Could it be Buggy's epic strengthening? Chapter 271, Could it be Buggy's epic strengthening? Long time no see. Seeing the sky-penetrating whale and the White Azure Dragon, Shiyu chuckled. He didn't expect that the one in charge of guarding the entrance of the Dragon Palace City's mystic realm was an old familiar beast. At this moment, under the shocked expressions of everyone, the transcendent whale asked again, Excuse me, is your friend here? Oh, I'll call it. The conversation between Shiyu and the sky-penetrating whale confused Zhu Qianwang, Yu Shu, Yin Jingfan, and the others. But in the next moment, their expressions froze. Hoo tilde. Hoo tilde. Under Shiyu's summoning, the surrounding temperature fell almost instantly. Strands of cold wind lingered on the ground without any warning, freezing the air instantly and causing frost crystals to dance in the sky. Under the outline of the snowstorm, a huge monster dozens of meters long spread its huge wings and descended, as if a legend had appeared. Roar! It roared, and the strong ice-stone body covered in blue and purple dragon scales directly stretched out. A cold wind swept the dragon might in all directions. Boom! With a boom, the surrounding time seemed to have frozen. After the sky-penetrating whale and the mutated giant Leviathan suddenly froze, they looked at this incomparably huge dragon. I feel so good. The frost dragon felt comfortable in its heart. It had only yawned just now. After being summoned from the ice dragon ruins by Shiyu, it swung its thick tail and looked around with its dragon eyes. It stopped for a moment on the sky-penetrating whale and the mutated giant Leviathan. Woo! Seeing the frost dragon, the little white dragon instantly widened its eyes. It directly sensed the might of its parent's level from its body. So strong. The sky-penetrating whale also fell silent instantly. It sensed abnormally terrifying power fluctuations from the ice dragon and understood that it was definitely not this senior's match. We've arrived at Dragon Palace City. The frost dragon spoke slowly and searched for Xiaoyu. We're here. Beside Xiaoyu, a cute creature that looked like a ragdoll appeared. It also yawned and looked at the familiar surroundings. Are you Senior Ice Dragon, who followed the Time Emperor? At this moment, as this ice dragon appeared, General Whale asked respectfully. An old monster that could survive that era was worth its respect. Follow the Time Emperor? Sort of. Ice Dragon calculated in its heart. It had been caught by Mu Huiyin. Mu Huiyin was also a general under Emperor Shi, so it wasn't bad to say that it had followed Emperor Shi. Senior Ice Dragon. Beside him, the tyrannical sea legend also said, "Nice to meet you. I'm one of the current titled legends of Donghuang, Yu Jihui." After all, the Ice Dragon had participated in the totem battle and was a first-generation sage who had helped humans establish a dynasty. The tyrannical sea legend also respected these seniors very much. "Ah, Legend Yu, hello." Ice Dragon looked at the tyrannical sea legend and the giant Leviathan under him. It felt that the strength of this combination seemed to be ridiculously strong, not inferior to any general under Emperor Shi back then. It couldn't help but show a kind expression. Sigh, the current human beast tamers were really strong. If it hadn't broken through, it really didn't plan to come out of the ruins. At that moment, perhaps the appearance of the ice dragon caused too much change, causing the totems in the depths of Dragon Palace City to be alarmed. It was not a small matter for a totem-level expert to suddenly appear in this territory. Roar! A moment after the ice dragon came out, strange movements appeared in the sky of Dragon Palace City again. Countless strong winds and black clouds condensed. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a huge green divine dragon nearly 100 meters tall appeared on the clouds. Because this huge dragon was too huge, its characteristics were even more obvious than the white dragon's body. The image of a snake body, crocodile head, lizard legs, eagle claws, snake tail, antlers, fish scales, whiskers, and beads under its forehead. Its face was silver white, and its entire body was basically green. Its body revealed a shocking beauty filled with power. It was completely gorgeous, and various parts of it appeared extremely coordinated. Its beautiful posture was even more rich in charm, and its gaze maintained an insufferably dignified aura. Lord Sea Dragon King. Seeing this divine dragon appear, General Whale quickly spoke. The surrounding tens of thousands of shrimps and crabs also submitted. Father! The little white dragon's body trembled. At the same time, the frost dragon also raised its head and met the Sea Dragon King's gaze. In an instant, the Sea Dragon King laughed heartily. Welcome, Senior Ice Dragon, to the Dragon Palace banquet. You're too kind, the mother dragon that had been a shut-in for 1,000 years smiled. Pardon me for the disturbance. It had a smile on its face, but it had another smile in its heart. As expected of Xiaoyu, he had already set up contact. This Dragon Palace City Dragon King actually looked quite respectful to him. Not bad, not bad. He deserved to be rewarded. Senior Ice Dragon, this place is simple. Why don't we move to my Dragon Palace to talk, the Sea Dragon King suggested. Yes, thank you, Ice Dragon said. Then it's decided. Legend Yu, do you want to go together? The Sea Dragon King looked at the tyrannical sea legend. It was actually considered an old friend of the tyrannical sea legend. The two of them had even sparred in a friendly duel before, and they were evenly matched for a short period of time. I won't go. I'll bring this group of young people to prepare for the next Dragon Palace banquet, Legend Ba Hai said calmly. All right, hey Ge, receive the guests from Donghuang well, the Sea Dragon King said to the sky-penetrating whale. With that said, it even looked at Shiyu in the crowd and said, "Sir Shiyu, please come together." The Sea Dragon King knew that the Ice Dragon definitely had a deep relationship with Shiyu. In addition, it was also very curious why the butterfly had given its scales to Shiyu, so it definitely wanted to meet him. "Then pardon the trouble, Lord Sea Dragon King," Shiyu said respectfully. Then, he said to the Tyrannical Sea Legend, "Senior Tyrannical Sea, I'll go first." The legend nodded. In the next moment, Shiyu was teleported to the Frost Dragon by the Gem Cat. The Sea Dragon King laughed and turned to lead the way, bringing Ice Dragon, Shiyu, and the others to his Dragon Palace. A moment later, only the disappointed little white dragon and the Gem Cat that was preparing to sweep through Dragon Palace City's food were left. There was also the confused Zhu Chenwang, Yu Shu, and the others. Arba, 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 Arba. Could someone tell them what exactly was Shiyu's identity? Dragon Palace of the Sea Dragon King. It was a mystic realm of the Dragon Palace's mystic realm. In the huge mystic realm space, the Sea Dragon King arranged the rare fruits and mutant fruits and received the Ice Dragon. Compared to the two behemoths, the Sea Dragon King and the Frost Dragon, Shiyu was much smaller. This made him a little tired. He even wanted to give these two guys some multiplication skills. "Senior Ice Dragon, have you decided to join Dragon Palace City?" As Lin Feng's pet, although the Sea Dragon King's strength didn't lose to the Ice Dragon had experience here after all. It also called it Senior. "I've decided." "Please, calling me Senior would be too much. In the future, please let me rely on you," Sea Dragon King, Ice Dragon said. "I wonder what the procedures are for joining Dragon Palace City." "This is nothing. As long as we swear in the Dragon God ruins under the joint witness of the Dragon God and other Dragon Kings that we won't betray Dragon Palace City, that we will suffer and gain glory together with Dragon Palace City, we'll be together for good." Ha ha. The Sea Dragon King introduced it to the Frost Dragon. "That's easy," the Frost Dragon said indifferently. As a force that had existed for countless years, although Dragon Palace City had changed their Dragon God seat many times, it had really never declined. If it joined here, as long as it didn't think about the position of that Dragon God, it would basically always be glorious and wouldn't be a loss. It's a big deal for Senior Ice Dragon to join Dragon Palace City. Now that some Dragon Kings aren't in Dragon Palace City, why don't we hold the joining ceremony after the Dragon Palace banquet ends? How about it? Tomorrow, Senior Ice Dragon could watch the Dragon Palace banquet with me and see how the genius descendants of Dragon Palace City are. Every year at the Dragon Palace banquet, many ocean factions will also come to seek refuge in Dragon Palace City. At that time, Senior Ice Dragon might be able to choose some good followers. Ah, all right. Ice Dragon pondered in its heart. Wasn't it also here to rely on Dragon Palace City? Sigh, it was good to be strong. Awesome. The Sea Dragon King laughed heartily. The Dragon Palace banquet was indeed not important to the Dragon Kings. They basically took turns to host it. To put it bluntly, this Dragon Palace banquet was a conference for the younger generation of Dragon Palace City to showcase their talent and strength, including some sea beasts with potential who came to Dragon Palace City. At that time, some old overlords, including the Dragon King, would take out some rewards for these juniors to compete. Of course, the group of human beast tamers brought by the Tyrannical Sea Legend could also participate in this process. Moreover, they could even display their talent to obtain the recognition of some ocean overlords. At that time, the reward might not be some resources, but their heirs. To put it more simply, the Dragon Palace banquet was a conference for the ocean overlord of the Dragon Palace faction to show off its child's results. It was held every 5 years. Compared to the Totem Ice Dragon joining Dragon Palace City, the Dragon Palace banquet was definitely not worth mentioning. By the way, the Sea Dragon King suddenly looked at Shiyu. Shiyu also widened his eyes and looked at the Sea Dragon King. "You have my appreciation, Sir Shiyu, for bringing Senior Ice Dragon to Dragon Palace City." It's nothing. Shiyu smiled shyly. "This kid is not bad." At this Dragon Palace banquet, the Overlord's son that becomes his pet would be very lucky. Mother Dragon still was thinking about Shi Yu and immediately spoke good words for him, as if she was praising her child. Since Mu Huayan's heroic spirit had acknowledged Shi Yu, it definitely acknowledged him too. There was no harm in finding more powerful pet cubs for Shi Yu. Oh? So Shi Yu is also here for the Dragon Palace banquet? The Sea Dragon King was surprised. Shi Yu said, "Not really. It's mainly because I was entrusted by the Butterfly God to visit the Sea Dragon King and lead the way for Dragon Mother." The Sea Dragon King didn't understand, but he was shocked. Dragon? Dragon Mother? Ice Dragon? Who? Who's your mother? Forget it, you can call me Senior too. Ice Dragon couldn't take it anymore and said bluntly. It was an innocent girl, but being called like this affected its reputation. It could ignore it previously, but now, it was about to become the female dragon of the Dragon Palace City's queen. It couldn't let Shi Yu take advantage of it anymore. It had to control its reputation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find a partner in the future. This. The Sea Dragon King was silent. He couldn't understand the relationship between Shi Yu and the Ice Dragon. In theory, it was very difficult for a young man in his 20s to be related to Ice Dragon, a senior who had lived for more than 2,000 years. But they looked very intimate. This kid has obtained the recognition of General Mu Huayan, the first general under Emperor Shi. General Mu Huayan is also my beast tamer. In short, his future is immeasurable. He can be considered one of the few people related to me at the moment. Ice Dragon sighed. Heroic Spirit Ruins? The Sea Dragon King was suddenly shocked. As Lin Feng's pet, it had naturally heard of the Heroic Spirit Ruins left behind by the Time Emperor. Yes. Ice Dragon nodded. Ha ha ha, Shi Yu scratched his head and said, just lucky. I didn't expect myself to be so lucky to obtain General Mu Huayan's recognition. Little friend Shi Yu, there's no need to be humble. To be able to become a member of the 3rd and 11th Bureau at this age, you must be a dragon among men. Your future is indeed immeasurable, said the Sea Dragon King. The 3rd Bureau, Feeding Bureau. Bureau 11, Archaeology Bureau. The dragon knew. Shi Yu was recommended by these two parties together and could also obtain the recognition of the heroic spirit of the great general under Emperor Shi. In the Sea Dragon King's opinion, his talent potential could completely defeat those legendary tamers' sons. In addition to the relationship with Ice Dragon. If little friend Shi Yu is interested, I can recommend a few descendants of overlords with pretty good talent for you. Oh right, my family's little white dragon is also a pretty good choice. Unfortunately, it's lazy by nature and isn't willing to follow human beast tamers. Otherwise, I would definitely recommend it. The Sea Dragon King said politely, but in its heart, it actually had no intention of letting the White Azure Dragon follow Shi Yu. Although Shi Yu's talent and potential were pretty good, he still had the gift of telepathy. Even if he could listen to history, it was still lacking. From ancient times until now, there were no beast tamers with the gift of telepathy that could become titled experts and fight against totems, let alone become legendary beast tamers. If possible, the Sea Dragon King definitely hoped that his son could follow a super genius like Lin Feng. Thank you, Lord Sea Dragon King. There's no need to force this. Everything will definitely still depend on His Highness the Third Prince's thoughts. Shi Yu hurriedly rejected, afraid that the Sea Dragon King would let him contract the little white dragon. Fast rejection, fast rejection. The success rate of teaching super skills was extremely low. How long would it take to pull it up? Shi Yu had already spent enough effort to nurture Buggy and the others. Now, he only wanted a pet with the will of an overlord. At that time, with the infinite devouring of the mutated Leviathan, it would directly take off. He could be a gambler again. Little white dragon, whoever wanted it, could take it. What a pity. The Sea Dragon King sighed. Then let's see if there are suitable candidates at the Dragon Palace banquet, it said. All right. Shi Yu nodded. That was his intention. He would be happy when the time came. Well, he didn't have time to look at the bunch of useless soldiers just now. They had to go take a look. By the way, you just said that you were entrusted by that butterfly to visit me. What's the matter? The Sea Dragon King suddenly realized and asked. It had not contacted that butterfly for a long time. It was useless to leave a scale for it, since it didn't come to play with it. Now, it had given the certificate to someone else. What did it mean? This, Shiyu was slightly stunned. Actually, I have a pet that completed its evolution with the butterfly god's blessing. Before that pet evolved, it accidentally swallowed a dragon ball, causing some abnormalities during its evolution. Even the butterfly god doesn't know who the owner of that dragon ball is. It thought that the Sea Dragon King might know, so it asked me to. Ask? Oh? The Sea Dragon King was stunned. The one that can be blessed by it to evolve. Your pet is a green silkworm? Yes, it was a green silkworm in the beginning, but now, it has already evolved into a butterfly with the Dragon Ball. Can you summon it for me to take a look, said the Sea Dragon King. All right. Shiyu nodded. In the next moment, a huge blue spatial ripple appeared behind him. Buggy was summoned by Shiyu in its normal state. Wu tilde tilde, an extremely gorgeous butterfly of imagination appeared, and its body emitted a weak dragon might, instantly making the Sea Dragon King's full attention focused on it. Then, it was suddenly stunned. Although it was only a rough observation, why did it feel that this butterfly was even stronger than its carefully cultivated son? How was this possible? Wu tilde, Lord Sea Dragon King, Dragon Mother. After Buggy came out, it also greeted the Sea Dragon King and the Frost Dragon. The Frost Dragon? The Sea Dragon King? Who? Who's your mother? In the future, you're not allowed to change randomly with my dragon whiskers. The Frost Dragon cursed. The Sea Dragon King didn't understand, but it was shocked. It felt that the noble circle was really messy. Fortunately, little Kai Tong wasn't summoned by Shiyu. Otherwise, if it called it Mom again and let the Sea Dragon King see it, it would shock it for an entire year. Buggy, Shiyu called. In the next moment, Buggy nodded and immediately activated the Dragon of Imagination. Following that, the surrounding space cracked, and countless spatial cracks appeared. In the clouds in the sky of the mystic realm, a phantom figure appeared and gradually formed a divine dragon body. It was a huge dragon-shaped body covered in blue and white dragon scales. It kept floating and circling in the sky, the scales on its body shining, dazzling everyone. Under its gaze, the Sea Dragon King was immediately stunned. In the next moment, with a roar from the divine dragon, the incomparable divine dragon phantom instantly flew towards Buggy and wrapped around its back. At this moment, in the Sea Dragon King's perception, the butterfly of imagination, which was originally a little stronger than its child at the same level of growth, instantly became even stronger, as if it could easily crush the white azure dragon. This change made the Sea Dragon King feel even more ridiculous. It seemed like the white azure dragon didn't tell the Sea Dragon King that it had suffered a setback in front of 11, Buggy, and the other 4 pets. Lord Sea Dragon King, this is the divine dragon phantom conjured by my pet after it activated the power of the Dragon Ball, Shiyu immediately said after Buggy used the Dragon of Imagination. At this moment, the Sea Dragon King looked at the huge divine dragon body wrapped in Buggy and fell into deep thought. This? Its brain quickly recalled and kept feeling that it had sensed similar power fluctuations somewhere. Lord Sea Dragon King, can you recognize the race of the Dragon Ball Master? Could it be? The Sea Dragon King stared at the Dragon of Imagination intently, his expression becoming more and more serious. In the end, he said in disbelief, could it be a sea serpent? Sea serpent? Shiyu was stunned. Wasn't the sea serpent covered in golden green dragon scales? Wait a minute. The sea serpent in his impression seemed to be what Earth's version was. He would listen to the Sea Dragon King first. The Sea Dragon King said, that's a mysterious, powerful, and proud dragon. It rarely shows its true appearance to others, but it likes to maintain the form of low-profile birds, shell species, and even dragon balls. The sea serpent is a race extremely close to a mythical creature. It has powerful brute force, But what the sea serpent is really respected by the dragons for is its endless and extremely profound magic power. Through this magic power, it can easily create an illusion world that deceives all creatures and easily change the weather. Therefore, it's also known as the illusionary divine dragon. Most importantly, the reason why I'm so clear is that the sea serpent is a dragon god of a generation in the Dragon Palace city in the Totem era, tens of thousands of years ago. It has the will of the dragon god branded in the Dragon God ruins. I've been to the Dragon God ruins and even fought with the will of the sea serpent, but how is that possible? It looked at Xiyu and Buggy and said, how could the Dragon Ball it absorbed be the sea serpent dragons? Why would the Dragon God's Dragon Ball be left outside? Holy shit! As the Sea Dragon King finished speaking, although the Frost Dragon didn't know what was going on, it also looked at Buggy in surprise. This little guy had absorbed a Dragon God's Dragon Ball to evolve? Although Dragon Palace City might have hundreds of generations of Dragon Gods, no matter which generation of Dragon Gods it was, they were all super dragons at the demigod level. Their Dragon Balls were simply a priceless treasure second to mythical resources. Upon hearing the Sea Dragon King's words, even Xiyu and Buggy were stunned. Holy shit! Dragon Palace City's Dragon God's Dragon Ball? Damn! When the Gem Cat obtained this Dragon Ball, the energy of this Dragon Ball had already dried up to an indescribable state and fallen into a level 4 resource. However, was the owner of this Dragon Ball so impressive? It was actually a half-god level existence like Yunnan. Listening, Buggy was excited. No wonder it had obtained such a powerful skill like the Dragon of Imagination. So the owner of the Dragon Ball was a dragon god proficient in illusions? You also don't know how the Sea Dragon God's Dragon Ball was lost in the outside world, Xiyu asked. I'm not sure. When the Sea Serpent Dragon was in power, it could at least be traced back to nearly 100,000 years ago. Who still remembers what happened at that time? Countless generations of dragon gods have changed during that period. However, there's the Sea Serpent Dragon's Dragon God's will existence in the Dragon God ruins. This is certain. When Senior Ice Dragon enters, perhaps we can search carefully. The Sea Dragon King looked at the Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon kept feeling that it was in trouble again. At the same time, Buggy was overjoyed. Could it be? This time, it was his epic strengthening. Gee! It was awesome. Leader, Baby Ginseng, wait and see. Can we also go to the Dragon God ruins to take a look? I'm an archaeologist. Perhaps I might be able to, Xiyu said. Woo! Buggy hurriedly persuaded Xiyu not to. Although it also wanted to obtain more power from the Sea Serpent, the problem was that it was a mythical ruins. If Xiyu destroyed it again, even Ice Dragon Mother wouldn't be able to protect them. Perhaps the next day, Dragon Palace City would start a war with Dong Huang. The friendly alliance between Eastern dragons was directly destroyed by Xiyu. It was better not to. Let Ice Dragon Mommy see. Xiyu fell into deep thought. Forget it. Not really. Only totem-level people can enter the Dragon God ruins, or when the time comes, I'll go ask other totems about the Sea Serpent Dragon. Perhaps they know some inside information. After all, I arrived at Dragon Palace City relatively late, the Sea Dragon King said. Then I'll leave it to you, Sea Dragon King. It's nothing, the Sea Dragon King still looked at Buggy in surprise. No wonder this butterfly was even more impressive than the Divine Feather Phoenix butterfly of the same level, even more impressive than its son. So it had swallowed the Dragon God's Dragon Ball and successfully evolved without exploding. It was extremely lucky. At this moment, Xiyu never expected that he would really know who the owner of the Dragon Ball that Buggy had absorbed when he came to Dragon Palace City. Unfortunately, it was the dragon race from nearly 100,000 years ago. What exactly happened at that time was something he was blind about. Sea Dragon King. Lord Sea Dragon King. Something bad happened. In the Dragon Palace Mystic Realm, the Sea Dragon King, the Frost Dragon, Xiyu, and the others were chatting happily. A cry suddenly came from the outside world. The Sea Dragon King frowned. In the distance, a huge brown turtle was swimming over with all its might. Prime Minister Turtle, what's wrong? Lord Sea Dragon King, 2 days ago, many teams that went to Dragon Palace City to participate in the banquet were attacked by unknown monsters, the old turtle said with a long face. Now, the Yakshar general who went to investigate is heavily injured and on the verge of death. When they heard that, Ice Dragon and Shiyu were stunned. Holy shit, which sea beast was so bold to attack a member of Dragon Palace City? One Dragon Palace City had 8 totems, and there was even a half-god among them. Was this guy kidding? Oh? This kind of thing? Why didn't you report it earlier? The Sea Dragon King revealed anger. In the beginning, I thought that it was a blind sea beast that went berserk, so General Yakshar went to deal with it himself. In the end, I discovered that it was an overlord-level poison dragon. However, General Yakshar still fought it and successfully obtained the upper hand. However, who knew? Just as General Yakshar was about to kill the enemy, that overlord poison dragon directly mutated and turned into a totem-level monster. After that, the Yakshar overlord was no match for it at all. Moreover, it was poisoned and on the verge of death. At the moment, that poison dragon has completely disturbed the passage in the surrounding sea. The poison it emitted has almost contaminated the entire sea. Moreover, it's still moving aimlessly in the sea. What? Upon hearing the old turtle's description, the Sea Dragon King's whiskers immediately fluttered, and its eyes turned red. It was its turn to organize the Dragon Palace banquet this year, but such a thing happened? Courting death. That guy, what's his background? The Sea Dragon King's anger burned. He didn't believe that a dragon overlord with no background would suddenly mutate into a totem. The Turtle Prime Minister said, "We've already started investigating from the start when it attacked the sea beasts. That dragon doesn't seem to be an overlord living in the sea, but a rare intermediate form creature of the sea worm and land beast. It came from the 7 islands. Most importantly, it has no rationality at all and only has the desire to destroy. Moreover, we can't cleanse the poison it releases at all. According to Dr. Holy Clam's analysis, the poison in its body should have come from the radiation of the forbidden weapon developed by humans. It's a radiation-type poison, and it might have mutated into its current appearance because it came into contact with radiation. Lord Sea Dragon King, what should we do now? We have no choice but to let you handle it. Otherwise, the Dragon Palace banquet won't be able to be smoothly organized. Moreover, many sea beasts who have come to participate in the Dragon Palace banquet are already infected and difficult to treat. Until now, we haven't found a way to cleanse the poison. 7 islands? Forbidden weapon radiation? The Sea Dragon King's eyes turned even redder. The Frost Dragon and Shiyu's breathing almost stopped. Ice Dragon cursed in its heart. It didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as it arrived at Dragon Palace City. Shiyu also cursed in his heart. He similarly couldn't understand why he was so unlucky. He had come to Dragon Palace City with great difficulty and originally wanted to rely on the Dragon Aura to easily choose a top-grade pet. Why the hell did he suddenly encounter a totem-level poison dragon causing trouble? He hoped that it wouldn't affect the Dragon Palace banquet. Chapter 272, Storming Dragon Palace City. Chapter 272, Storming Dragon Palace City. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragon Palace of the Sea Dragon King. After hearing Prime Minister Turtle's description, the Sea Dragon King fell into deep thought. It said, "I understand. Where is that guy now? Then let me deal with that guy. Prime Minister Turtle, take care of Senior Ice Dragon, little friend Shiyu, and the others. I'll be back soon. Also, investigate hard. How exactly was this guy born? Didn't you say that it came from the direction of the 7 islands just now? Damn it, I knew that group of guys was restless. Back then, they made a lot of trouble for Lin Feng, and now they're here again. Curse the 7 islands. The more the Sea Dragon King thought about it, the angrier it became. Please don't let it find anything. Otherwise, it would definitely encourage the other Dragon Kings to find trouble with the 7 islands together. So what if it was the 7-nation alliance? Dong Huang would definitely stand on the side of Dragon Palace City. Till deal with that poisoned dragon first. Also, did you call the immortal Dragon King back? The totem radiation that the Holy Shell can't treat can only be treated by it. The old turtle said, I've searched. Listening to the Sea Dragon King's furious cursing, Ice Dragon and Shiyu couldn't say a word. However, as the Sea Dragon King made a decision, Shiyu couldn't help but ask. Do you want to go yourself? Will it be a little dangerous? The other party is also a totem. 1. Ice Dragon said politely, do you need help? The Sea Dragon King said, I'm in charge of the Dragon Palace banquet this time, so I'll naturally go. Don't worry, there's also a difference between totems and totems. It's just a totem that mutated by radiation. 1. It relied on transcendent skills and the legendary resources in the Dragon God ruins to advance to a totem with the support of the 2 resources. In addition, it was a dragon. It was easy to solve a small totem. It had already entered the totem level for 100 years. If it couldn't defeat a newly mutated totem, it wouldn't have to be called the Sea Dragon King. However, does Senior Ice Dragon want to take action? If we can have Senior Ice Dragon's help, we can definitely finish that bastard faster, the Sea Dragon King said quickly. Ice Dragon? It was just being polite, this guy was really asking it to go? This was ridiculous. It was a guest. Of course, it's enough to rely on myself. It's mainly because I feel that this might also be an opportunity. Think about it, if Senior Ice Dragon can solve it with me, the 10 million citizens of Dragon Palace City will definitely be very grateful. This will also be helpful for you to join the Dragon Palace in the future and establish your own faction and collect your faith. Senior Ice Dragon, don't you think that's the case? This. Initially, Ice Dragon was very against it originally and didn't want to fight. Especially when it came to ocean battles. However, when it thought about it carefully, what the Sea Dragon King said seemed to make sense. It directly joined Dragon Palace City. Although dragons would welcome it, not all sea beasts would warmly welcome it. However, if it had just arrived in Dragon Palace City and defeated a big enemy of Dragon Palace City with the Sea Dragon King, then under the circumstances where the people were inclined, the Queen of Dragon Palace City, was simply too genuine. Emperor Sha had said that the people's hearts were the foundation to collect the power of faith. Those who obtained the people's hearts would rule the world. The Ice Dragon pondered for a moment. It seemed that it was indeed not difficult for it to defeat a mutated totem with the Sea Dragon King. Since it wanted to live in Dragon Palace City for a long time, this batch of merits could be earned. Ice Dragon said, I'm ashamed to say this, but I think so too. Everything is for the citizens of Dragon Palace City. The Sea Dragon King said, yes, yes. Then, Senior Ice Dragon, shall we go together? Roar. Shiyu and Buggy? A moment later, the Sea Dragon King and the Ice Dragon left together, leaving Shiyu and Buggy in a daze. To be honest, although he really wanted to see the totem fight, Shiyu, wouldn't join in the fun. This was poison and radiation. No matter how he thought about it, a small master like him couldn't interfere. It was more like letting the tyrannical sea legend do it. 3. So Shiyu. At this moment, the turtle minister floated in the sky with a sorrowful expression, not knowing how to receive Shiyu. Shiyu, can we eat these fruits? Damn, when the Sea Dragon King took out these rare fruits and mutant fruits, none were lower than level 5. He even saw level 7 fruits. It would be a waste not to eat them. Of course. However, can you stay here alone for a while, Sir Shiyu? I want to see the situation of the poison people. There should be a batch of poisoned citizens being transported to the secret realm of Dragon Palace City now. Now, many seas have been polluted by radiation, and many sea beasts have been corroded by poison. If we can't resolve it, the Sea Dragon King will probably have a headache. Shiyu retracted Buggy. After a moment of silence, he said, then why don't I go with you? Who? The Turtle Prime Minister was stunned. "Lalso have a pet that has mastered the healing ability. Perhaps I can go with you to take a look." Forget it, fruits could be eaten anytime. He wanted to see what the poison that made everyone in Dragon Palace City helpless was. Could baby ginseng use the mutation to absorb it and create a poisonous fruit? In the future, if it was eaten by an enemy overlord, it would be invincible. The Turtle Minister immediately cried and said, "Although I don't trust your ability very much, I'm too grateful for your good intentions." Xiaoyu? Was this being polite? This turtle, did it know how to talk? At the sea border between Donghuang and the Seven Islands. In the sea, a huge black dinosaur hundreds of meters tall was walking step by step. 4. With every step it took, the sea area its body came into contact with would be instantly polluted by a black radiation. Under the surging of the polluted water, countless sea beasts showed signs of being poisoned and almost fainted. Roar! The monster walked with no purpose. From time to time, a ray that emitted strong heat condensed in its mouth. When the ray swept over, the sea almost instantly evaporated. 1. Roar! This monster continued to destroy, and its physical fitness seemed to be endless. Most sea beasts were fleeing crazily, but there were also creatures who took the initiative to approach this monster. The sky darkened, rain and snow mixed, and strong winds howled. Roar! 2 huge dragons appeared in the dark clouds. One was a standard Eastern Divine Dragon, and the other was a Western Frost Dragon. The 2 dragons stared at the black monster below, their eyes filled with judgment. "The energy fluctuations are so strange," the Frost Dragon said. "However, its strength isn't very strong," it said. The Sea Dragon King said, "After all, it just mutated into a totem." As the Sea Dragon King and the Ice Dragon appeared, the huge monster also slowly floated to the surface. After seeing them and capturing the strong aura of life, its desire to destroy became even stronger. A hot white light beam slowly condensed in its mouth. Boom! Its scarlet gaze turned to the Sea Dragon King and the Frost Dragon. The scorching light beam that was enough to easily heavily injure an overlord swept towards the 2 dragons. Roar! "I'll do it!" In the next moment, accompanied by a roar in the sky, the sea in a radius of thousands of meters instantly froze. Even the huge monster's body and the scorching light beam were instantly frozen. The surrounding time seemed to have stopped. In the sky, the Frost Dragon's entire body emitted heavenly frost-cold energy, and its dragon might directly erupted. How was it? Roar! Senior Ice Dragon, I was just about to mobilize the power of nature when you froze it. Roar? Ah, our attributes aren't very cooperative. As the 2 dragons conversed in confusion, the huge monster emitted a red heat wave. The frost on its body began to slowly melt. At the same time, the frost that froze the hot beam gradually began to melt. With a bang, the frost on the monster's body shattered. With a huge roar, the hot beam still swept towards the Sea Dragon King and the Frost Dragon quickly. Roar! Leave it to me! This time, the Sea Dragon King shouted. In the secret realm of Dragon Palace City, Clearwater Island, Prime Minister Turtle brought Xiaoyu here. At this moment, many sea beasts that had been poisoned had indeed been teleported over. There were Transcendent, Commander, Monarch, and even Overlord ranks. On the huge Clearwater Island, water bubbles that emitted white light floated. On every water bubble was a sea beast with dark skin. Under these bubbles, a pearl creature less than a meter tall with a white shell and intelligent eyes on the white pearl inside was hurriedly handling something. Around them, there was also a huge pink jellyfish and a blue coral creature. Xiaoyu, who had arrived with the Turtle Prime Minister, took a look and instantly recognized them. Sacred Healing Light Shell. The Pink Sea Immortal Spiritual Jellyfish. Heavenly Blue Star Coral. They were all healing sea creatures of Overlord races. Most importantly, these 3 sea beasts had also reached the Overlord level and were extremely powerful. Apart from them, there were also many Monarch-level healing sea creatures around. They were also busy checking the situation of the poison sea beasts that had been sent over, trying to use their various skills to heal them. Dr. Shell, how's the situation? Rakshasa Overlord? After the turtle minister, who had brought Shiyu over, arrived at Clearwater Island, he asked nervously. The holy healing shell looked at the tortoise prime minister and shook its head. No, not only can the injuries of the Rakshasa Overlord not recover, but the injuries of the other sea beasts are the same. We've tried everything, but we can't cleanse the radiation toxins in their bodies. Ah. The turtle prime minister looked at the countless bubbles floating in the air in confusion. It was speechless. How could this be? But you don't have to be nervous, Prime Minister Turtle, Dr. Shell said. Although we can't completely cleanse them, we've already slowed down the spread of the poison. When Lord Immortal Dragon King returns, he can definitely easily heal them. That's the only way. When the Turtle Prime Minister heard that, it choked. The Immortal Dragon King was an ocean sprite dragon, one of the totems of Dragon Palace City. It was good at healing and cleansing. Until now, there had been no injuries or poison that it couldn't heal. It could be said that its dragon fate in Dragon Palace City was even better than the Dragon God. By the way, this is Dragon Palace City's Holy Clam looked at Shiyu. At this moment, Shiyu was looking at the poison person on the bubble. Ah, this is Sir Shiyu, the honored guest of the Sea Dragon King. He said that he also wanted to see the poison person, so I brought him here, said the Turtle Prime Minister. Sir Shiyu, Dr. Shell greeted. However, at this moment, Dr. Shell realized that Shiyu's expression was surprisingly serious. A ginseng baby crawled out of Shiyu's hat and also stared at the monarch crab on a bubble with a serious expression. Zay? Prime Minister Turtle. Is it too late to call Lord Sea Dragon King and Senior Ice Dragon back now? What's wrong? The Turtle Prime Minister was stunned. You guys, have you heard of Yunnan? Chapter 273, Blue Sea Sprite. Chapter 273, Blue Sea Sprite. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Yunnan? What's that? Shiyu's words made Prime Minister Turtle, Dr. Shell, and the other creatures look confused. Obviously, they had never heard of Yunnan. However, this was also normal. After all, in history, Yunnan mainly moved on land. We feel that the radiation on their bodies is very similar to the power fluctuations of Yunnan. Vile. On Shiyu's head, a small ginseng baby grew out of baby ginseng's arm. It directly jumped onto the healing bubble and reached out to touch the poisoned person's body. In the next moment, this baby ginseng clone's face distorted and its body trembled. The strong mutation power directly made baby ginseng's body give out waning signs crazily. Even if it was a transcendent mutant, it couldn't withstand the radiation. This was the first time baby ginseng had encountered such a situation. The radiation on that monster's body isn't that simple. You mustn't come into contact with it. I know this radiation poison. It's very similar to a radiation power I know. The source should be from outer space. No, this kind of radiation, although it's a little similar to the injuries caused by Yunnan, it seems to be different. Shiyu's expression instantly became serious. Yunnan was on the 7 islands? Or could it be that someone was using Yunnan's power to create forbidden weapons? Shiyu took a deep breath and said, "You've never heard of Yunnan. Then you've heard of Emperor Wu, right? The second human legend in the Dong Huang dynasty after Emperor Shi. He contracted a total of 9 totem-level battle beasts, each with incomparably powerful strength. As for Yunnan, he was the great enemy of the Dong Huang dynasty at that time and was known as the King of Totems. It's a life form formed by a meteor from outer space that landed on Blue Planet 10,000 years ago. It carries the radiation power from outer space. The injuries radiated by the power are impossible to treat. Although Emperor Wu and its 9 great pets suppressed Yunnan because of this incurable injury, they can only end up in mutual destruction. The Emperor at that time tried mythical resources, legendary resources, and many totems proficient in healing and purification. He tried everything, but unfortunately, he couldn't heal his injuries. TVE once come into contact with Senior Emperor Wu's battle pet, Chong Xian, and seen it one last time. At that time, its entire body had already been corroded and dried up by the power radiation of Yunnan. The current situation, the power corrosion on their bodies. It's very similar to the power fluctuations of Yunnan. If it's really Yunnan's power, even if it's a totem-level healing power, it might not necessarily work. As Shiyu finished speaking, Prime Minister Turtle and Dr. Shell opened their mouths wide. What? They were timid. Stop scaring them. Then, the Turtle Prime Minister was directly stunned. So I'm asking, is it too late to call Dragon Mother back now? Shiyu also had a long face. Please don't become like that old bastard. He didn't want the old to give funerals to the young. Lord Sea Dragon King. Go, quickly call the other Dragon Kings to support the Sea Dragon King, the Turtle Prime Minister shouted. Beside him, Shiyu had a headache and started to worry about Ice Dragon. Holy shit! How could he meet Yunnan in Dragon Palace City? What was going on? Although this power came from an unknown monster, he didn't believe that the monster wasn't related to Yunnan at all. If this kind of injury was similar to the injury Yunnan had caused, then there was no solution at all. Emperor Wu had proven everything with his own experience. He had already found all the methods he could find, so Shiyu definitely had no other choice. Even baby Ginseng, a transcendent-level mutant, couldn't withstand the radiation. Unless the regression effect of the time fruit could last forever, otherwise, this was an unsolvable injury. 2. As for the other abilities of the Ginseng baby, there was even less of a need to talk about them. Its race was only good at life healing, and when it came to radiation toxins, what was needed was purification. This Ginseng baby didn't know at all. The two weren't in the same power system at all. You mean that even Lord Immortal Dragon King can't heal this kind of injury? TM not sure, I don't know either. Shiyu shook his head. That monster shouldn't be Yunnan. Perhaps it can be cleansed. The Immortal Dragon King of Dragon Palace City had probably mastered a cleansing super skill above perfect proficiency. He didn't know if it could do it. At that moment, Dragon Palace City was filled with joy. The news of the appearance of the poison dragon monster had yet to reach Dragon Palace City. At the moment, only a small number of higher-ups knew about the poison dragon totem. After hearing Shiyu's description, the Turtle Prime Minister was so scared that it rushed to find reinforcements. Only Shiyu and a group of ocean healing pets stared at the poisoned citizens in the bubble. At this moment, as Shiyu, who understood the source of this radiation, appeared, the Holy Shell, the Pink Sea Immortal Spirit Water Jellyfish, and the Heavenly Blue Star Coral immediately asked Shiyu for more information. Unfortunately, what Shiyu knew was limited. Illinois. Baby Ginseng. Baby Ginseng, I'll. However, Baby Ginseng replaced Shiyu and tried its best to describe the horror of Yunnan's radiation to the few overlords. It had seen the tragic state of Zhong Xian. The three overlord healers were shocked, W833%, W. When they heard that, their hearts instantly turned cold. Now, not only was one overlord of Dragon Palace City corroded by that poison dragon, but thousands of sea beasts under the jurisdiction of Dragon Palace City were also in trouble. Most importantly, the Dragon Palace Sea area had also been completely polluted. If it couldn't be cleansed, Dragon Palace City's reputation would definitely be severely affected. When the radiation flowed to other places, the impact would definitely be greater. Lord Immortal Dragon King, the Pink Sea Immortal Spiritual Jellyfish, started to pray for the Immortal Dragon King, who had gone out, to return quickly. It hoped that the other party could easily solve everything. If it's really as Sir Shiyu said, what should we do if Lord Immortal Dragon King can't solve it? The Heavenly Blue Star Coral cried. The Holy Healing Shell frowned and said, if even Lord Immortal Dragon King can't solve it, I reckon only that one can. But the problem is that the other party hasn't appeared for nearly 3,000 years. Shiyu, who was studying the injuries of these poisonous sea beasts with Baby Ginseng's clone, asked, is there anyone more proficient in the power of purification than the Immortal Dragon King? Yes. However, it doesn't belong to Dragon Palace City. Moreover, its whereabouts are too difficult to find. But if it's still here, it can definitely do it. Even the radiation of Yunan you mentioned is not worth mentioning in front of it. Shi Yu was stunned. He looked at the Holy Healing Shell and said, Lord Holy Shell, who are you talking about? The Holy Healing Shell said, it's Lord Blue Sea Sprite. Blue Sea Sprite? Shi Yu kept feeling that he had heard of it somewhere. Lord Blue Sea Sprite has existed since the Totem era. Although we don't know what Yunan is, in the records of Dragon Palace City, from the Totem era, there have been countless meteorites that descended from outer space in hundreds of millions of years. Among them, there are also some meteorites with the radiation power from outer space that will cause the ocean to be polluted. After the homes of countless sea creatures are polluted, what awaits them is basically the extinction of races. In this case, it's said that the Lord Sea Sprite is an incarnation of the sea born from the faith of countless sea creatures. It grasps the strongest purification power and wanders in the entire sea. Wherever it goes, the sewage will be clear, the radiation will disappear, and the curse will disappear. Even the evil heart can be washed away by it and completely purified. From ancient times until now, countless ocean creatures with evil hearts have become a good beast that helps fish and becomes the guardian of the sea under the purification of the Lord Sea Sprite. Therefore, the Lord Sea Sprite is also known as the Holy Lady of the Sea. It bears the faith of almost all ocean creatures. It's the ocean sprite closest to the mythical level. Our Dragon Palace City has also received the favor of the Sea Spirit. If it were the Sea Sprite, it would definitely be able to cleanse everything, but... Shi Yu asked. Yi. Baby Ginseng widened its eyes. It was the big boss. Even if it's an elemental creature, there will be a day when its life force is exhausted. Moreover, the Lord Sea Spirit cleanses the ocean all the time. Therefore, every once in a long time, the Lord Sea Spirit will undergo reincarnation. It has lasted from countless years ago through this method. Sometimes, it appears in the form of a mermaid. Sometimes, it appears in the form of a whale. Sometimes, it appears in the form of a water sprite. Almost every lifetime, it will transform into a new water elemental form. However, it's said that after every reincarnation, Lord Sea Spirit won't directly have the power from before, nor will it inherit the memories from before. It will only inherit the powerful heart that wants to cleanse all filth. Of course, there's still a chance for Lord Sea Spirit's reincarnation to take back its previous power. Before the first reincarnation, Lord Blue Sea Spirit built the sea ruins in various places in the ocean. After Lord Sea Spirit's reincarnation grows to a certain level, it will vaguely summon it and guide it to accept the previous power inheritance. Evolve from different reincarnations into the real Blue Sea Sprite. At that time, the Blue Sea Sprite will awaken its own exclusive cleansing ability. Under this cleansing power, there's almost no filth to resist. It's been like this for hundreds of millions of years. Shi Yu was in a daze. There was actually such an impressive transcendent creature in the sea. It had actually lived for hundreds of millions of years through reincarnation. The Holy Healing Shell said, unfortunately, the Blue Sea Sprite hasn't appeared in 3,000 years. This means that its recent reincarnation shouldn't have been able to grow up and receive the summoning of the Blue Sea Ruins. Otherwise, if Lord Sea Spirit is still around, it can definitely cleanse the radiation erosion on Senior Emperor Wu you mentioned. Can't we find its reincarnation? Shi Yu asked. It can't be helped. No one knows what form the reincarnation of the Lord Sea Sprite is in and where it is. Finding a water elemental life form of unknown race and level in the huge ocean is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Otherwise, if we can find it, with the kindness the Lord Sea Sprite has shown to the sea creatures, there will definitely be countless totems willing to protect it and help it grow. The Holy Shell said with pity. Since the sea ruins can summon the reincarnation of the Sea Sprite, the sea ruins definitely know where the reincarnation of the inner Sea Sprite is. Why don't you ask the Blue Sea Ruins? 1. The Holy Healing Light Beetle Overlord? 1. Chapter 274, Advising Against Entering the Pit. Chapter 274 Advising against entering the pit. Shi Yu's words directly choked the three overlords, the holy healing light shell, the pink sea immortal spirit water jellyfish, and the heavenly blue star coral. Why not ask the magical blue sea ruins? Good question. But, what the hell? How? If it weren't for the fact that the Turtle Prime Minister had said that Shi Yu was the Sea Dragon King's guest, they would definitely have suspected that Shi Yu was a fool. The Blue Sea Ruins is a dead object. Only the inner sea sprites can resonate with it, Dr. Shell explained. But, as long as it's an object that has undergone the baptism of time, even if it's just a stone mirror, it's possible for a historical spirit to be born and record some important information, Shi Yu said. In telepathy, there's a special branch of abilities that can listen to the voice of history and listen to the voice of all things. Since the Blue Sea Ruins was built by the Blue Sea Sprites that carry countless beliefs, in theory, there should also be a historical spirit. After Shi Yu finished speaking, the three ocean overlords were stunned. You mean the special talent of the Dong Huang archaeologist? Dr. Shell asked. Because Dragon Palace City was in an alliance with Dong Huang, it was definitely one of the transcendent biological factions that understood the human world system the most. For example, many of the ocean overlords of Dragon Palace City had actually followed human beast tamers before. In addition to the Dragon Palace banquet that happened every 5 years, it wasn't like they didn't know anything about the situation in the human world. Dr. Shell had really heard of the listening talent Shi Yu mentioned. But soon, its pearl face revealed a regretful expression. It won't work. I seem to remember that it's called Bureau 11? A group of guys explored the Blue Sea Ruins in that place, and it wasn't even the Blue Sea Ruins in Dragon Palace City. But in the end, they didn't discover anything. Are you talking about their talent? Shi Yu? Damn it. Senior Lu was right. These seniors were indeed not obedient. Wherever there were ruins, there they were. But the problem was that if they came to explore, so be it. But they dragged down the coolness of archaeologists and Bureau 11. This made it difficult for him to say that he was also a member of Bureau 11 and wanted to explore the Blue Sea Ruins. Ha! Ha! Shi Yu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, perhaps their listening positioning was wrong. By the way, is the division of the Blue Sea Ruins in Dragon Palace City on this island? Shi Yu suddenly looked at a huge ruined door that seemed to be purely made of water in the distance of Clearwater Island. Ginseng baby, cow. Baby Ginseng suddenly felt that Shi Yu's intention to court death was restless. Was it because he didn't dare to go to the Dragon God Ruins and was persuaded by Buggy to go to the Blue Sea Ruins? At this moment, Shi Yu's curiosity was diverted again. He wanted to take a look at the Blue Sea Ruins. Regarding the injuries of these sea beasts, he and Baby Ginseng were also helpless. They could only leave it to Dragon Palace City to deal with it themselves. However, he was deeply interested in the blue sea sprite that Dr. Shell mentioned. A water elemental life form born from the desire of countless sea creatures? Master the strongest purification power? Shi Yu felt that they could get to know each other. To be honest, he had already started to consider teaching Baby Ginseng cleansing skills. The main reason was that 11 had yet to absorb another piece of the meteorite fragment. According to Zhong Xian, the meteorite fragment contained a strong power of the demon god. It suggested that it should absorb it after it reached the overlord level. Only then could its evolution be guaranteed. In the end, Zhong Xian was afraid that 11's mind would be affected by the power of the meteor. Therefore, Shi Yu had thought of many ways to increase the success rate of 11 absorbing the meteorite fragment. After all, he also wanted to ensure that 11's evolution was foolproof. Among them, cooperating with cleansing skills was a plan. In Shi Yu's team, Baby Ginseng was the one who contracted the purification skill the most. However, it wasn't especially compatible. According to statistics, purification skills were mainly still mainstream with light, water, and wind attributes. And Baby Ginseng's light element compatibility was definitely not as strong as those real light element creatures. It wasn't that wood element didn't have cleansing skills, but there were very few, and the level was very low. The wood element that it was good at was actually more inclined towards replenishing HP and mana. Including the ability of the baby ginseng race, it was also to replenish blood and mana. However, purification was still essentially eliminating bad or unnecessary impurities, allowing energy to reach a pure level. There was still an intrinsic difference from healing skills that recovered life and energy. The reason why Shiyu had yet to teach baby ginseng and the others cleansing skills was firstly because 11 had yet to break through to the monarch level before and didn't need the meteorite fragment. It wasn't that urgent, and secondly, he hadn't found a cleansing skill that matched them. Now, after hearing that the blue sea sprite had mastered the strongest cleansing ability, how could Shiyu not be tempted? If it was really as powerful as Dr. Shell said, then using this power to ensure that 11 successfully evolved into a demon god panda, it would definitely be foolproof. In fact, if it could even purify Yunnan's radiation, then Yunnan would really be a pollution-free renewable resource. At that time, forget One Piece, as long as they could find Yunnan, 11 would probably be fine eating a house of Yunnan's fragments. Moreover, if it could even cleanse Yunnan's main body, then the radiation power of the poison dragon totem that had similar power fluctuations with Yunnan should be easy to cleanse. The situation in Dragon Palace City could definitely be successfully resolved. Roar! Soon, strong winds rose above the secret realm of Dragon Palace. Under the rumbling of lightning and thunder, a vague white divine dragon appeared in the wind. This white divine dragon was huge and not much inferior to the Sea Dragon King. It also had the appearance of an Eastern divine dragon, but from the color, it was another race. It was similar to the third crown prince of Dragon Palace City, the White Dragon. The traces of its appearance didn't last long before its aura immediately disappeared. A moment later, the old turtle hurriedly returned to Clearwater Island and ran back. I've already informed Lord Azure Dragon to assist Lord Sea Dragon King. After it returned to Clearwater Island, it immediately asked the three healing overlords about the poisoner. There's still no other way. We can only wait for Lord Immortal Dragon King, Dr. Shelley said. Sigh, what's going on? Looks like the Dragon Palace banquet is going to be delayed this time. The turtle minister looked worried. Many factions who had decided to participate in the banquet had been poisoned and injured here. The chances of the Dragon Palace banquet successfully continuing were not high. With its understanding of the Sea Dragon King, the other party would definitely delay the banquet and wait to settle the poison dragon totem and treat the injured before continuing. In that case, the impact was actually very big. Of course, it had an effect on the Sea Dragon King. The factions who came to participate in the Dragon Palace banquet naturally didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, Dragon Palace City provided food and accommodation during the Dragon Palace banquet. They ate the best, slept the best. They probably wanted to delay it for a few more days. But in the next few days, most of the losses would be paid out of the Sea Dragon King's own pocket. As a live-in son-in-law. Sigh. After the old sea turtle painfully thought of its loss, it suddenly realized that something was missing in front of it. Dr. Shelley, where's Sir Shiyu? Dr. Shell, who had already run to study the poison, said, I think he wants to go to the Blue Sea ruins to take a look. Turtle Prime Minister? Holy shit, why did these humans from Bureau 11 like to go to the various ruins of the Blue Sea ruins, the Dragon God ruins, and the Dragon Palace City every time they came to Dragon Palace City? The sea ruins was indeed on this Clearwater Island. The Blue Sea Sprite mastered the power of purification, and this island was also called Clearwater Island. It was probably related to some historical story. After Shiyu obtained the agreement of Dr. Shell and the others, he brought baby ginseng to the Blue Sea ruins. This was the first time he had seen such a ruin. The Blue Sea ruins was very tall. It was more than 100 meters in length, width, and height. It was very similar to a building in Shiyu's memories. It was water cubic, and the dreamy blue surface of the ruins looked like crystalline water droplets under the sun. At least, Shiyu felt that this ruin should be made of water elements. Found it! As he approached the Blue Sea ruins, Shiyu investigated the information about the Blue Sea ruins through the Archaeological Index and learned that this was also a half-independent Mystic Realm-type spatial ruin. From the outside, the Blue Sea ruins looked like a huge water cube, but in fact, the inside of the Blue Sea ruins was different. Most importantly, be it the Blue Sea ruins in Dragon Palace City or the countless Blue Sea ruins everywhere in the ocean, the water cubes that could be seen in the outside world were projections of the mystic realm. They were substantial mirages. There was only one true ruin, and that was the inner space that these water cubes led to. They were equivalent to a broadcast station and spatial teleportation point across the ocean, as if they were just for the convenience of calling the reincarnations of the Blue Sea sprites. Woo! Woo! Yi! Am I? At this moment, apart from Baby Ginseng, the other three little guys were also called out by Shi Yu. They also widened their eyes and observed the beautiful sea ruins together. The Blue Sea sprites are very particular. The ruins are so beautiful. Shi Yu touched his chin. Wu Tilda Buggy agreed. This was much prettier than the Ice Dragon ruins. Am I? Kai Tong didn't like hearing Buggy question Mu Huain's aesthetic taste. Wu! 11 told them not to be noisy. If they continued to do it, would there still be iron-eating beast ruins in the ancient capital? That was a completely broken ruin without even an independent space. Wu! But could it really be said that the iron-eating beast ruins were lousy? After all, it was a ruin that he could hear something from and obtained the iron-eating beast's evolution method. As long as there were gains, it was a good ruin. Otherwise, it was useless if it was mute. The current Blue Sea ruins looked flashy without substance. Indeed, Shi Yu muttered. In the information about the Blue Sea ruins in the Archaeological Index, there were actually comments from the seniors of Bureau 11. This wasn't strange. The information was also collected by humans. Probably only the seniors of Bureau 11 had the right to evaluate such a high-level ruin. He also saw Senior Lu's evaluation. Lu Qingyi, I don't recommend archaeological newbies entering the pit. Chapter 275, Heart's Fifth Pet. Chapter 275, Heart's Fifth Pet. Good Lord, Shi Yu was speechless. This was definitely a loss. Shi Yu imagined it. Senior Lu had probably been attracted by the various ruins in Dragon Palace City when she came to participate in the Dragon Palace banquet. However, when Senior Lu was enthusiastic and spent most of her time researching the Blue Sea ruins, apart from a pile of beautiful selfies, she didn't obtain anything. She wasted her good time in Dragon Palace City. It was normal for her to not recommend newbies to enter the pit. Who? A moment later, Shi Yu stopped the archaeological index connected to the transparent lens and observed the Blue Sea ruins seriously. The Blue Sea ruins was a special ruin that couldn't be researched at all apart from specific entry methods. If it were ruins left behind by humans during the beast-taming era, such as the iron-eating beast ruins, then they could still study and explore using normal archaeological methods. For example, the composition of the 9 Li battle beast armor fragment was detected by modern instruments. Moreover, through the ruins murals, one could also find the clue of the 9 inscriptions. However, this Blue Sea ruins was completely not a ruin in the traditional sense. To be precise, it should be considered an exclusive inheritance ruin. It was very difficult to explore such an exclusive inheritance ruin. Even the members of Bureau 11 had only one method. It was to try to activate the listening talent and see if they could communicate with the historical spirit of the Blue Sea ruins and learn some special secrets. At this moment, Shi Yu looked at the crystal-clear Blue Sea ruins that could even be used as a mirror. He activated his telepathy and said in unison, "Ruins, ruins, who's the most handsome beast tamer in the world?" 11. Buggy, Baby Ginseng, Kai Tong? Was there such an opening line? Obviously, Shi Yu's looks did not receive the recognition of the Blue Sea ruins. The ruins did not react. Lord Blue Sea Sprite, your devoted believer needs your help. 2. 11. Excuse me. Did something happen during the reincarnation process? Shi Yu had asked Dr. Shell and the others just now. From ancient times until now, after the reincarnation of the Blue Sea Sprite, it would only be 100 years at most before it would become the spirit of the Blue Sea again. But this time, the sea spirit didn't appear for 3,000 years. Not only did Shi Yu think so, even the other ocean totems felt that something had happened to the Blue Sea Sprite during its reincarnation. Lord Blue Sea Sprite, if you don't appear soon, your territory will be completely eroded by Yunnan. Do you know Yunnan? Shiyu gestured. A demigod from outer space and a king of totems. It has radiation that can't be cleansed or cured. It likes to bathe in clear seawater the most. It originally lived on land, but now, it has already aimed at the sea. This is simply too much, right? He's so arrogant. 2 days ago, it mutated a sea beast's radiation into a poison dragon totem. Under the contamination of this poison dragon totem, the sea area of Dragon Palace City has now become a radiation sea. Countless sea beasts died because of this. Your citizens need you very much now. Apart from you, I'm afraid no one can cleanse this radiation. It's this kind of power shift. Can you feel it? Shiyu took out the meteorite fragment from the ruin space and let Buggy use its mental strength to control it to stick to the sea ruins. However, there was still no reaction from the Blue Sea ruins. Wu 11 poked Shiyu. No need to hold back. Use the unique skill. Just like when they were talking about the iron-eating beast ruins. Shiyu was slightly stunned. Was this all right? However, he still looked at the Blue Sea ruins and substituted Yunnan's emotions. In fact, Yunnan even provoked you and said that your cleansing power definitely can't cleanse its radiation. This sea area will be its territory in the future. Buzz. A ripple suddenly appeared on the surface of the water cube. Shiyu and the others, degree 1. Damn, what the F***CK? It was really effective? It said that if you faced Yunnan, you probably won't dare to come out. Buzz. The ripples increased. Everyone. A mere Blue Sea Sprite is only SOSO. Blue Sea Ruins? Blue Sea Ruins? It really worked. Shiyu's vision instantly turned blurry. The sound of clear spring flowing and the roar of the sea sounded in his ears, making him feel extremely absent-minded. So, his talent was not to listen to historical talent, but 100% reaction talent when it came to ruins. This time, Shiyu didn't know how long he had experienced the flashes. He felt that it was very, very long, and very short. He saw many scenes. For example, he saw the inner sea sprite reincarnate into a water element divine dragon. The divine dragon's body was completely formed by water and was born in the deep sea. It didn't take long for the water element divine dragon to grow to the overlord level, receive a summon from the Blue Sea ruins, and awaken to evolve into an ocean sprite. He also saw the Blue Sea sprite reincarnate into a huge water element whale. Its body was still completely formed by water and born in the ocean. It also didn't take long for it to reach the overlord level and receive the summoning from the Blue Sea Divine Hall. Next, Shiyu gradually saw many water element creatures that the Blue Sea Sprite had reincarnated into. Mermaids made of water elements and corals made of water elements. These water element creatures had one characteristic: their initial race level was very high. Then, slowly, the racial level of the Blue Sea Sprite after reincarnation didn't seem to be as high as before. The dolphin formed by the water element, the shell formed by the water element. It seemed that every time it reincarnated, the racial level of the Blue Sea Sprite would decrease a little. If the initial reincarnation could be said to be an overlord race that could grow to the overlord level very quickly and receive the summoning and inheritance of the Blue Sea ruins, then as the race level after reincarnation became a monarch race, the difficulty of the inner sea sprite growing to the overlord level immediately increased a little. As it decreased to the commander race, the difficulty of the Blue Sea Sprite reincarnation breaking through to the overlord level was not just a little. The monarch race could also rely on training super-racial skills to transcend perfection. There was a glimmer of hope of advancing to an overlord. Then, the reincarnations of those commander races didn't even have this glimmer of hope. In many images, Shiyu saw that the reincarnations of the Blue Sea Sprite relied on its powerful willpower to survive the difficulties time and time again in life and death crises. Then, it would break through its growth level and break through to the overlord level. Every time, it was very dangerous. It didn't rely on racial advantages and legendary resources, but on explosive potential with powerful willpower in a desperate situation to exceed the limit. Overlord's will. Every low-level reincarnation Shiyu saw next seemed to be able to display the will of an overlord in a desperate situation and erupt with super potential to break through levels. With this method, even if the blue sea sprite reincarnated into a water element sprite that was commander level, it still had a chance to grow to the overlord level. Then, it would receive the summoning of the blue sea ruins, inherit the power of the blue sea sprite, and evolve into a blue sea sprite. However, as time passed, an even worse situation occurred. The reincarnation race of the blue sea sprites had fallen to the transcendent race. In this situation, even with the super overlord will, it wasn't so easy to grow up. In the scene Shiyu saw, many reincarnations of the blue sea sprites died directly in life and death crises without growing up. They could only be forced to reincarnate and start a new life. He could tell that, just as Dr. Shell had said, the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite was not strength or memory, but the heart that hoped to cleanse all filth. It was the reincarnation of will. Every reincarnation of an blue sea sprite seemed to have a very strong heart of justice. If this firm heart of justice was combined with high racial potential, it could naturally grow very smoothly, like a protagonist template. However, if one had a firm heart but no corresponding strength, then this righteous heart would become a burden. Under Shiyu's gaze, he saw the low-level reincarnation of the blue sea sprite countless times. Because of this super willpower, it could either save its companions or show justice to face an enemy that it couldn't defeat. Then, even if it broke through the limit, it couldn't obtain too much power at once. It could only die regretfully and reincarnate. As the reincarnations arrived at the transcendent race, the difficulty of the blue sea sprite growing into an overlord was ridiculously high. Under Shiyu's observation, it seemed that only after a few accidental evolutions and raising its race level together with the overlord's will, could it grow into an overlord. Perhaps it wasn't that transcendent races couldn't become overlords with the will of overlords, but that there weren't so many opportunities for trial and error to make mistakes in reality. So this is the reason why the blue sea sprite didn't appear again in 3,000 years. The reincarnation ability of the blue sea sprite is not limitless. Every time it reincarnates, its racial level will fall from quasi-mythical to transcendent. It's naturally very smooth to grow up with a golden spoon in your mouth, but it's not easy to grow up with a low race without the power and memories of my previous life and only rely on the inheritance of will. This time, it seems to be relatively unlucky. It encountered a wall 3,000 times in a row, but it didn't meet the conditions for the inheritance power of the blue sea ruins. Shiyu was silent for a moment, but soon, he realized something. Please tell me where the reincarnation of this life is. Even if it's a low-level transcendent race, I'm confident that I can help it grow to the overlord level in the shortest time. Perhaps, there's still a way to escape the restriction of reincarnation lowering race level. Purification ability, low growth level, high racial upper limit, overlord will, water, and elemental types. Wasn't this the pet template he dreamed of? When Shiyu thought of this, he immediately became excited. At this moment, the ruin seemed to have given a response. He was in a state of observing history. Countless images flowed, and in the end, they were fixed on the last picture. This was an island with an uncertain location. The environment above was very good, and a large number of transcendent creatures lived. Among them, there was a special small river. Around the small river, a water element creature race that couldn't be more common on the ocean lived. They had blue translucent bodies that were like jelly. Their bodies were round, small, and looked very flexible. Their movements were simple hops. When he saw this group of creatures, Shiyu was immediately stunned. This was the middle-level transcendent race, a water elemental life form, a water slime? Did this mean that the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite was a water slime? Chapter 276, Rainbow Islands. Chapter 276, Rainbow Islands. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Water slime. Shiyu didn't know if this was a hint from the blue sea ruins. But if the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite had already been reduced to a slime, that would be too tragic. Named water slime. Attributes: water. Race level: mid-level transcendent. Race skill: multiplication, bubble. Introduction: it's a low-level water elemental creature condensed from water elements. Its movements are slow, its intelligence is low, its attack pattern is single, its life form is extremely unstable, it's not recommended to contract. Xiaoyu? Thinking of the Beast Tamer's evaluation of the water slime, Xiaoyu was in a daze. Indeed. How should one put it? Although it had mastered a high-level skill, even if it was facing a Beast Tamer in turn, as long as that Beast Tamer was more experienced, the slime would find it very difficult to stir up trouble. For example, Xiaoyu had once easily defeated the electric slime through insulation rubber gloves and replicated multiplication. They were too slow and could only jump around. As long as it was a normal person, their speed was faster than theirs. Their intelligence was also low, similar to the green silkworm. It was basically impossible for them to train their racial skills to a very high level on their own. In addition, the life form was extremely unstable. Before delementalization, the racial ability that was a big deal in elemental life forms, it would turn into the corresponding elemental disintegration and die after being heavily injured. Its life was extremely weak. This was why they were judged as transcendent races. In any case, it was very difficult for Xiaoyu to imagine how a slime relied on its powerful willpower to grow to the overlord level. TT wasn't impossible, but it was too difficult. It was less than 1 in 100 million. It was no wonder that the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite had fallen to this race. It had never been able to reach the inheritance conditions of the blue sea ruins. From the historical segment, the lowest standard to receive the inheritance of the blue sea sprite's ability should be the overlord level. This was not difficult to understand. The abilities of the blue sea sprite were definitely very unfair, like a cheat. Just like how Eleven and the others and Xiaoyu couldn't withstand the teaching of super skills. If their strength and willpower were insufficient, the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite would probably find it very difficult to withstand the racial ability inheritance of the blue sea sprite. However, at this moment, this was not what Xiaoyu cared about. Since it was the reincarnation of the will of the blue sea sprite, it meant that the reincarnated slime should have a very high-level will level. That meant that he could add some super skills. With this evidence, so what if the race was low? If he taught it Infinite Devour, a terrifying slime demon king was immediately born. Even if there was no overlord will, even if it wasn't the reincarnation of a blue sea sprite. Because he had cultivated 11, Buggy, and Baby Ginseng, Xiaoyu was also confident that nurturing an ordinary slime would turn into a very unscientific beast if it was him as the tamer. In short, he was very confident that it could help the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite reach the overlord level. This was only the lowest achievement. With the skill index and the will of an overlord, even if he cultivated the blue sea sprite to the mythical level and let it escape the restraints of endless reincarnation, Xiaoyu felt that it might not be impossible. Leave it to me. Xiaoyu made a big statement for the blue sea ruins. But the problem is, even if there aren't 10 billion water slimes in this world, there should be at least 1 billion. Where can I find them? His imagination was very beautiful, but reality made Xiaoyu depressed. Even if he could detect the level of the will of every water slime through the skill index to determine if it was the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite, even if the world's slime lined up for him to detect, he still had to take forever. Moreover, it was impossible for them to really line up for him to test. Xiaoyu could only go to various parts of the world to slowly search for it himself. Ignoring the safety issue for the time being, the time spent was a huge number. If this slime reincarnation accidentally died during this period and reincarnated into another race, it would be even more tragic. Can you give me another hint? Buzz. Perhaps due to Xiaoyu's strong confidence, there were some changes in the blue sea ruins. In the outside world, Xiaoyu quickly retreated from the observation history state. 11 and the others stayed on Shiyu, and before they could react, Shiyu was suddenly sucked into the blue sea ruins by a huge suction. Damn! Shiyu didn't react either. He only felt that the suction power of this thing was even stronger than the mutated Leviathan. With 11 and the others, their bodies seemed to have plunged into a huge pool. Crash! Countless streams of water hit him. Shiyu felt a little suffocated. When Shiyu reacted again, he had already been ejected from the blue sea ruins. Woo! Woo! Yee! Mill! Shiyu had yet to discover anything. As he rubbed his eyes and spat out water, the pets on Shiyu's body cried out in shock. What? He understood what 11 and the others meant and couldn't help but open his eyes to look around. The identical blue sea ruins was still in front of him, but he was no longer on Clearwater Island. At this moment, Shiyu was directly in a strange rainforest. The unfamiliarity of the surrounding environment stunned Shiyu. Where was this? Shiyu jointly located his current location according to the Archaeological Index and Feeding Index, but he realized that he was no longer in the range of Dong Huang's map. He couldn't determine where he was at this moment. Spatial teleportation? Shiyu quickly looked at the blue sea ruins and opened his mouth slightly. So, every blue sea ruins is really a projection of the ruined space inside. It was said that, be it the blue sea ruins in Dragon Palace City or the countless blue sea ruins everywhere in the ocean, they were all projections of the inner sea mystic realm. They were all substantial mirages. There was only one true ruin, and that was the inner space that these water cubes led to. This saying was recorded in the Archaeological Index, but Shiyu didn't expect that the blue sea ruins could actually be used as a teleportation point, allowing life forms to travel freely between the various ruins. However, Shiyu was only stunned for a moment before quickly recovering his calm. This was not something that exceeded their understanding. During the Kong Emperor era, the Kong Emperor had once established spatial teleportation arrays all over the world. Although after the Kong Emperor died, most of these spatial teleportation arrays were abandoned. Because they couldn't replenish energy, things like spatial teleportation arrays really existed at certain times, such as when there were spatial legendary beast tamers. The aura of the blue sea sprite was even higher than that of a demigod. It had gotten to know many ocean totems, so it didn't seem impossible for it to create an ocean ruin that could be used as a spatial teleportation array. The Blue Sea Ruins. This is the place where we were teleported to the reincarnation of this time. Or was it teleported to the place closest to the reincarnation of the inner sea sprite? Shiyu was slightly stunned. If that was the case, the difficulty of finding the blue sea sprite's reincarnation had indeed decreased greatly. After all, he still remembered the approximate environment of the island just now. In addition, with the restriction of the slime race, it was much easier to find. Brilliant! At the thought of this, Shiyu smiled and looked away. Yeah. However, baby ginseng reminded Shiyu nervously. Apart from the territories of the 7 countries, the other places were all totem areas. They were the territories of totem-level creatures and overlord-level creatures. Now, Mother Ice Dragon isn't here, and the rich cat isn't here either. Is it really alright for them rookies to? Could this blue sea ruin still successfully teleport us back to Dragon Palace City? Baby Ginseng's reminder made Shiyu turn his head slightly to look at the blue sea ruins. I've already marked this place and located it. Can you teleport us back first? We'll call for some people and find the reincarnation together. Hello? Hello. Say something. Shiyu? Why did this blue sea ruin suddenly become unintelligent again? Shiyu originally thought that this guy was pretty smart. He knew that the reincarnation body was about to die and planned to find someone to help, but now, it was switched off again? Shiyu tried to use the index to call Senior Lu. But there was no signal. This was very annoying. Exploring ruins was a dangerous activity. The sayings were right. It directly teleported him from a very safe place to this ridiculous damn place. Forget it, let's take things as they come. It's not like we don't have any strength now. As long as we don't encounter totems, we aren't afraid of ordinary monarchs. Even if we encounter overlords, we might not necessarily be unable to escape. It's fine as long as we're careful. In short, let's find the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite first, Shiyu said. With that, he put baby Ginseng back into the beast taming space. Stay here obediently. Don't come out during this period of time lest you cause trouble for us. Ginseng baby. Woo! Woo! MI 11, Buggy, and Kai Tong couldn't disagree. Initially, there might not have been any danger, but with baby Ginseng hanging around outside, there would definitely be a lot of danger. Buggy, I'll leave the reconnaissance to you. Let's see if there are any creatures on this island first, Shiyu said. Be careful. Don't use psychic detection and phantom. Wu tilde Shiyu gave the order. Buggy immediately expressed its understanding. It instantly used its phantom to create hundreds of small flying bugs that couldn't be seen with the naked eye and started to fly in all directions. At the same time, Shiyu made little Kai Tong obediently enter his body and dye the hair red. He put 11 on his shoulder. This made him feel safe. Shiyu chatted with the Blue Sea ruins for a few minutes. He was very worried now. He didn't know how Dragon Palace City would react after discovering that he had disappeared. One poison dragon totem was probably enough to give them a headache. Shiyu hoped he could figure this out and get back as soon as possible. However, since he was already here, he definitely had to find the heavenly fated slime first. Shiyu had already confirmed that this guy was his 5th pet. It wasn't that there weren't any creatures on this island. However, the creatures on the island were very special. As Buggy's reconnaissance worm flew, it saw many colorful poisonous frogs, poisonous mushrooms, and poisonous bugs living on the island. It was as if this island was a paradise for poison-type creatures. However, fortunately, Buggy discovered that the growth levels of these poisonous creatures weren't high. They basically didn't exceed commander rank. This was a good thing. This way, the chances of Shiyu and the others encountering danger here were much lower. Woo, little snake! The phantom reconnaissance worm made by the worm quickly flew around the island. The strongest creature it discovered was only a monarch level 10,000 poison python. In the dense rainforest, in a damp cave, a multicolored python more than 10 meters long was squinting, as if it was resting. The 10,000 poison python was a monarch race's poison element creature. It was said that its body contained more than 10,000 types of poison. At this moment, the 10,000 poison python was indeed sleeping. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, the flying insect illusions created by the worm crawled into its body and activated the dream stealing skill. How long will it take? Shiyu turned to ask Buggy from afar. Woo! Buggy said 10 minutes. Buggy was an all-purpose tool pet. Apart from being able to transform into various transportation tools, it was also very proficient in various vocation skills. For example, cleaning the house. No one was faster than it. For example, when it taught other pets as a teacher, no skill was better than the imagination domain. It could be a chef, a cameraman, and even a gardener for baby Ginseng. At the moment, it was obvious that the intelligence officer, Buggy, was online. It directly used the phantom as a medium and used the dream steal skill to invade the 10,000 poison python's dream realm, trying to steal valuable memories from its subconscious in its weak dream. After being upgraded to the maximum level of dream steal, it could even steal the super skill from the ancient fossil and give it to the dream phantom, let alone the memory of the 10,000 poison python. The information Shiyu and the others wanted to know from the 10,000 poison python was also very simple. That was the surrounding environment information. As the strongest transcendent creature on this island, this 10,000 poison python should know the surrounding geographical environment better. Generally speaking, after transcendent creatures reached the monarch level, as long as they weren't from extremely special races, their intelligence wasn't much inferior to humans. This 10,000 poison python was nearly 100 years old. It should have been in charge of this area for a long time. It already knew everything it needed to know. Wu tilde us a moment later, Buggy sent Shiyu a message. Wu equals. Firstly, this area was called the Rainbow Islands. It was a land without a master, with a total of 29 islands. Why was it an ownerless place? Because during the last totem battle, a forbidden weapon battle happened here, causing the surrounding sea area to be polluted. There were basically no high-level creatures who occupied this place as their territory. The Rainbow Islands was also named at that time because the seawater at that time was basically colorful and belonged to the biological forbidden zone. Although after more than 100 years, the pollution had naturally become much calmer, this place was still ownerless. The strongest were only monarch-level creatures. These monarch-level creatures each occupied an island as their territory. Then, these islands formed the entire archipelago. This island was called Poison Fang Island, and it was the territory of this 10,000 poison python. Rainbow Islands? Shiyu fell into deep thought. He had never heard of it. However, there were indeed many pollution places born because of forbidden weapons. Most importantly, they were rarely mentioned. In the early stages of the development of the mechanic class, the development of forbidden weapons had yet to mature. Compared to the various special forbidden weapons with no pollution that could attract natural energy now, the forbidden weapons at that time usually liked to add some poisonous substances. This combination of self-destruction could heavily injure those overlords and totems. However, this way, the pollution to the environment was also very difficult to eliminate. Poison-type creatures were still very glitchy. As long as the opponent didn't have the ability to detoxify, poison-type creatures were also small experts who could fight above their level. Low-level beats using dirty tricks to destroy high-level ones was a common sight. Wu tilde Buggy continued to steal the 1,000 poison pythons' dream information. Although this place was ownerless, there seemed to be traces of human activity. From time to time, pirate ships would pass by the multicolored islands and stop on some islands, but those who could be reduced to pirates weren't very strong. At most, they were at the master level. They basically wouldn't have any conflict with these kings of the islands, and everyone had been living in harmony. Unfortunately, the 10,000 poison python didn't know which faction these pirates came from. Does it know about Dragon Palace City, too? Shiyu asked. Buggy searched for a moment and showed joy. Well, this big worm actually knew. This was because 50 years ago, an Overlord-level poison WYRM was born in the Rainbow Islands. It unified the Rainbow Islands. In order to increase its bloodline, it hoped to lead the Rainbow Islands to join the Dragon Palace City and obtain the protection of the Dragon Palace City. Therefore, it went to the Dragon Palace City. Unfortunately, after that Overlord went, he never returned. The monarchs of the Rainbow Islands guessed that if the Overlord didn't die midway, it was because the environment of the Rainbow Islands was too poor. Dragon Palace City didn't accept it, but the Overlord wanted to join Dragon Palace City too much to find a chance to increase his bloodline. Therefore, it stayed in Dragon Palace City and gave up the island. Overlord-level poison WYRM. I've never heard of it either, but since Dragon Palace City can still manage this place, it means that this place shouldn't be very far from Dragon Palace City. Shiyu suddenly became happy. Where's the slime? Is there an island with the slime? Well, Buggy nodded heavily. There was also this. Most of the islands in the Rainbow Islands were occupied by poison-type creatures, but there was one island that was very special. The king of the islands was a water element elemental life form. The monarch-level cleansing water sprite king had only risen in the past 10 years. Under its jurisdiction and purification, that island was different from other islands. The environment was relatively beautiful. Among them, many water elemental creatures lived on that island. There were a large number of water slimes there, all citizens of the cleansing water sprite king. However, the problem was that perhaps the individualism was too special. The cleansing water sprite king and the other kings of the islands constantly clashed, and the lives of the islands and other islands often collided. It should be this island. Let's go. After Shiyu obtained the information, he took a deep breath and slowly floated up. Buggy, lead the way. You've done well for being able to find the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite so quickly. When we go back, I'll reward you with double training. Try to train your overlord willpower as soon as possible. Buggy? Although it wanted to train its overlord will as soon as possible, why did this reward sound so wrong? Woo! An envious voice came from Shiyu's shoulder. Buggy? Damn it, this was too much. Chapter 277, Dragon Palace City's New Department. Chapter 277, Dragon Palace City's New Department. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After knowing that there were no overlords in the Rainbow Islands, Shiyu and the others relaxed a lot. Moreover, even if there was an overlord, it wasn't a big problem. Just like what the teachers in the school had taught, if he couldn't defeat it, couldn't he escape? With transcendent level instant transmission and the ruin space, if they wanted to escape, the other party might not necessarily be able to catch up or find them. As for which teacher taught this thing, it was definitely the management teacher of the ancient capital university's resource bank. On the sea area of the Rainbow Islands. The red-haired and red-eyed Shiyu followed behind Buggy and flew in midair. Woo! 11 pulled Shiyu's shoulder and looked forward to the next little friend. According to Shiyu, could it be a child with the will of an overlord? Moreover, it could also master the power of purification and help it eat Yunan? That was great. Not only could it pressure itself during training, but it could also help it digest food. 11 liked it very much. The panda swung its legs around Shiyu's shoulder excitedly. Shiyu? Don't move around. It's itchy. Things haven't even started. Woo? 11 was confused. Contracting a pet is like chasing a girl. It's not that the other party will agree just because you want to. Shiyu muttered. If it were other water-type pets, Shiyu would be confident even if it was the cleansing water sprite king on that island. However, facing the reincarnation of a blue sea sprite with an overlord's will, he felt that it was not very stable. Most importantly, in the historical spirit scene Shiyu observed at that time, it wasn't like it had never encountered a beast tamer before. But as expected, all the human beast tamers who wanted to contract it were rejected. Those who wanted to forcefully contract it. The reincarnation of the blue sea sprite would rather shatter than live in Dishana. In any case, in the scene he saw, the will of the blue sea sprite was extremely firm. It would not become a vassal of humans or even other lives at all. In this situation, Shiyu knew very well that it was probably not that easy to obtain the recognition of the inner sea sprite reincarnation. Some lives had no backbone. When they saw an expert, even if the other party was an ice dragon, they could recognize it as Mom. However, some lives had their own goals and wouldn't easily change their will and dreams because of the outside world. Obviously, the reincarnations of the blue sea sprite were all the latter. Shiyu was very clear on this. However, fortunately, compared to those in history, the greatest difference between Shiyu and the beast tamers who wanted to forcefully contract it was because of the talent potential of the blue sea sprite. Was that Shiyu knew in advance the pursuit of the blue sea sprite reincarnation body engraved in the depths of its will. He should be able to obtain the other party's recognition from this aspect. Buggy, 11, Kai Tong, from today onwards, I have a new dream. That is to become the environmental ambassador of Blue Planet. Everyone, monitor each other. In the future, it's your responsibility to protect the environment, do you hear me? Buggy, 11, Kai Tong? Shiyu's gaze was firm. As a beast tamer, if he pursued a pet, he had to change himself for it. As long as it wasn't some outrageous dream, it didn't matter if he had a few more ideals and made more changes. Otherwise, what right did it have to win its liking? He was definitely going to be the environmental ambassador. Rainbow Islands, Chishui Island. Shiyu and the others had just approached when they discovered the abnormality. Originally, the sea area of Chishui Island that should have been very clean was now surrounded by a large amount of mud, and the sea water was turbid. A large number of transcendent creatures that looked like grey mud gathered around the island, destroying the environment. Name: Sludge Monster. Attributes: Poison. Race level: High Transcendent. Race skill: Source of pollution: Poison. Introduction: A transcendent life form mutated from mud containing various poisonous substances. Shiyu saw a large number of sludge monsters boarding Chishui Island from the sea and stopping in the sky, and he was slightly stunned. The sludge monster was also a transcendent creature in Donghuang. Their favorite was to dye a clean environment into an environment suitable for them to live in to obtain better growth. However, humans weren't qualified to evaluate the sludge monster race. Although they were evaluated as harmful creatures, in the end, they were transcendent lives born by humans after entering modern society. There was no such thing in ancient times. However, since it concerned the survival environment of the race, it didn't matter if it was right or wrong. It just depended on the position. It was enough to clear them out. If nothing went wrong, this group of sludge monsters should have targeted Chishui Island. From the memories of the 10,000 poison python, this shouldn't be a short-term war. It should have lasted for a period of time. Compared to the territories occupied by other poisonous creatures, the clean environment of Chishui Island is more convenient and suitable for the transformation of the sludge monsters. As for the islands that are already covered in poisonous substances, it's not that easy for the sludge monsters to pollute them, so they targeted Chishui Island. After a simple analysis, Shiyu used his supervision to look into the distance. In the distant sky, an elemental life form several meters tall, similar to a manta ray whose entire body was made of water elements, was fighting. Upon seeing this scene, Shiyu's heart skipped a beat. Holy shit! Wasn't this the cleansing water sprite king? Stop fighting! Seeing that the king of the island on Chishui Island was fighting an unknown creature, Shiyu immediately panicked, afraid that the reincarnation of the blue sea sprite would die again in the battle of the island. The weak little slime couldn't withstand this kind of torment. After discovering the battle, Shiyu hurriedly flew into the island. 11. Deterrence. Charge! Woo! 11 patted its chest and expressed that it would take care of it. Shiyu gave the order. Then, an extremely shocking scene appeared in the entire Chishui Island. As Shiyu flew into the island, the sludge monster that logged onto the island almost instantly distorted and fainted with a frightened expression. In fact, with 11's deterrence, it wasn't impossible to directly insta-kill them, but that way, the exploded sludge monster would become a stronger pollution source. He didn't want to trouble the water sprites on Chishui Island. At this moment, as Shiyu stepped onto the island, on Chishui Island, the sludge monsters fainted one after another. The water slimes, water sprites, and mad water sprites that resisted the sludge monsters looked at the red figure in the sky in shock. At the same time, the cleansing water sprite king was fighting a mud dragon more than 10 meters long on the island. The color of the sludge dragon was similar to the composition of the sludge monster, but its body was in the form of a dragon. It was a mutated evolution of the monarch race of the sludge monster. At the scene of the battle, as the sludge dragon waved its huge tail, more than 100 purple sludge bombs instantly flew backward like meteors, smashing towards the cleansing water sprite king. Regarding this, the cleansing water sprite king was very helpless. In the face of this skill, its best way to deal with it was to dodge a portion of it. This could save a lot of physical strength, but if it let these mud fall into the island, the environment would quickly be polluted. Therefore, the cleansing water sprite king could only activate the mid-level water elemental skill purification to resist the sludge bomb on a large scale. equals. In the sky, the cleansing water sprite king circled its body. A light blue light emitted from its mouth, and the light spread into waves that enveloped the mud. A moment later, the purple color on the mud faded, turning into blue water balls. Bang! Right on the heels of that, the blue water balls that filled the sky exploded, and rain started to fall from the sky. In the island, those battles between Transcendent and Commander ranks were actually nothing. The battle between the two monarch ranks was the key battle that determined the ownership of the island. However, this battle didn't last long. The Sludge Dragon and the Cleansing Water Sprite King's expression suddenly changed. They looked at the red-haired human flying over from the distance, emitting a terrifying deterrence. Energy value, 1,660,000. Energy value, 1,710,000. Not bad, but in the sky, Shiyu's expression was calm. After flying over with the deterrence 11 emitted, his figure suddenly stopped in midair. Give me some face. Battle. Pause. Roar. Mill. The Sludge Dragon and the Cleansing Water Sprite King stopped fighting and looked at this red-haired human of unknown origin with fear. Hello. Stopping in midair, Shiyu looked at the two monarch-level lives with a calm expression. Woo! 11 showed a ferocious expression and warned. At this moment, Buggy's psychic domain kept expanding, trying to stop the battle on the island and prevent a certain slime on the island from dying. Human? The Mud Dragon's voice. Who are you? It was the Clearwater Sprite King's light. Female voice. At this moment, the power of telepathy was obvious. These two monarchs clearly didn't know telepathy, but because Shiyu knew how, he could directly communicate with them without any obstacles. Let me introduce myself. I'm the person in charge of the Ocean Environmental Protection Department established by the Ice Dragon King in Dragon Palace City. You can call me Minister. Sludge Dragon, 2. The Cleansing Water Sprite King, 2. 11. Buggy, Kai Tong? Dragon Palace City had this department? The Rainbow Island was clearly not far from the sea area of Dragon Palace City. The monarch-level creatures here had all heard of the famous Dragon Palace City. Sensing the pressure brought by Shiyu, the filthy dragon and the Cleansing Water Sprite King were both shocked and uncertain. In short, from today onwards, the environmental protection problem of this sea area is under our jurisdiction. I heard that the Cleansing Water Sprite King has done meritorious service in environmental protection. I hereby appoint you as the Deputy Minister of the Ocean Environmental Protection Department under the command of the Ice Dragon King. As for the Mud Dragon, because it violated the fourth law of the dragon Palace City's Ocean Environment Protection Law, we will adopt mandatory sanctions. Roar! Damn it! The Mud Dragon was furious. What nonsense was this? Stop looking down on it. Just as it finished roaring, 11, who was 0.3 meters tall, stretched out its small palm and patted down on Shiyu's shoulder. In the next moment, in the sky, under the situation where the Sludge Dragon and the Cleansing Water Sprite King's eyes instantly widened, the phantom of a huge lightning palm more than 50 meters in diameter quickly condensed, sweeping with terrifying thunder, wrapped in supreme deterrence, and fell with a bang. The deterrence of Dao proficiency and the lightning palm wrapped in giant transformation directly descended from the sky, oppressing the Sludge Dragon until it couldn't move. It could only show frightened eyes as the lightning palm landed on its body. In the next moment, with a boom, a huge pit was directly pushed out of the ground. Under the cry of electric currents that filled the sky, beneath the disintegration of the strong electric current, the death of the Mud Dragon didn't even cause any ripples. Even the poison was instantly cleansed by the high temperature of the electric current. After 11 directly erupted all its power through the giant transformation skill, it instantly killed the Sludge Dragon, shocking the Cleansing Water Sprite King beside it. Mr. Minister, you come to Chishui Island. Do you have any instructions for me, sir? Seeing Shiyu's terrifying strength, regardless of Shiyu's identity, the Cleansing Water Sprite King found it difficult to resist. It was mainly because the deterrence wave swept by 11's deterrence palm just now was too strong. Even as a bystander, the Cleansing Water Sprite King's heart wavered when facing the true might of a king. Skill, Infinite Devour. Status, can be taught. Teaching success rate, medium. Shiyu looked at the Cleansing Water Sprite King and revealed a regretful expression. If only 11 and Buggy could also learn Infinite Devour. Unfortunately, this skill didn't have high requirements for spatial compatibility, but its requirements for water element compatibility were ridiculously high. Only water element pets could learn it. Tease nothing. You've heard of Dragon Palace City, right? The cleansing water sprite king nodded. Of course, the absolute lord of the Eastern Sea. CE Dragon King. Forget it, you definitely haven't heard of this. Lord Ice Dragon King is a new totem dragon in Dragon Palace City. It's an elder who likes to be clean. It can't stand the slightest pollution in the ocean, so it established the Ocean Environmental Protection Department. At the same time, they entrusted me, the beast tamer who also can't bear to see any pollution, to be the minister of the Ministry of Environment. I heard that there's a cleansing water sprite king here whose cleansing ability is pretty good, so I came to take a look. Moreover, I wanted to see if there are any potential people suitable to become members of the glorious Marine Environmental Department among your people. The cleansing water sprite king was stunned. In short, you just have to summon your citizens quickly. Tell them clearly. One goal of cleansing the ocean and a great project related to ocean environmental protection, that we need their help. There should be people with similar thoughts among your citizens, right? The cleansing water sprite king, among my people, there are indeed some creatures who are proficient in cleansing skills. In short, call all the life forms together, Shiyu said. This is a good thing. A moment later, the cleansing water sprite king gathered the thousands of water element creatures on Chishui Island according to Shiyu's request. As the guardian of these water-type creatures, the cleansing water sprite king still had a very tall image in their hearts. They had just obtained a huge victory in a battle. At this moment, these water element creatures looked at the cleansing water sprite king in admiration. At the same time, they looked at Shiyu beside it in confusion. Everyone, as the mother-level figure of the water element life form on Chishui Island, the cleansing water sprite king immediately attracted all its attention after using the special communication method of the water element life form. This is Dragon Palace City? Ocean's Environmental Protection Department? Sir, thanks to his help, we were able to easily defeat the invaders in the invasion of the Mud Island. The so-called Ocean's Environmental Protection Department is to cleanse the polluted waters and provide habitable homes for more ocean life. It's a very great organization. As for Dragon Palace City, it's one of the strongest factions in the ocean. This time, Dragon Palace City's Ocean Environmental Protection Department recruited new members, hoping to obtain the recognition of more ocean life forms and join them. They will contribute their strength to protect our common home. Are any of you willing to join the Ocean Environmental Protection Department? The cleansing water sprite king asked. It felt that with Shiyu's strong strength, he shouldn't resort to lying. If Dragon Palace City really had such a department, it couldn't wait to bring all its citizens into it. However, such a high-level department definitely wouldn't take in people so easily. In that case, the cleansing water sprite king only hoped that more citizens could obtain the recognition of this environmental minister and then let Chishui Island obtain the protection of Dragon Palace City. Shiyu looked at the thousands of confused water element lives in front of him. He said slowly, protecting the ocean is the responsibility of every water elemental life form. The blue ocean is the cradle of life. You were born from the ocean. The ocean is like a mother feeding you, and if you protect it, not only is it protecting yourself, but it's also protecting the future of your race. Only by improving the ocean environment can everyone have a good life. Shiyu recited the various environmental protection campaigns that his teacher in his previous life had given, feeding them to these marine creatures. After more than 10 classic sentences, these sea creatures were a little moved, and the cleansing water sprite king beside them was a little touched. Shiyu was indeed real. Although I'm only a human, also know the importance of protecting the ocean. We only have one blue planet. All things and nature need to coexist in harmony. Corrupting the environment is equivalent to harming others and ourselves. Protecting the ocean environment is protecting yourself and our descendants. It's the common cradle for all creatures. Therefore, are any of you willing to take the responsibility of protecting the ocean and protecting nature with me? Many water elemental life forms that had escaped to Chishui Island due to pollution felt the same way and were tempted. In the blink of an eye, many water element creatures expressed their willingness to follow Shiyu and protect the sea with the cleansing water sprite king. Very good. However, if you want to protect the ocean on the first line, you have to have the most basic ability requirement, which is to master the cleansing ability. If you don't have the cleansing ability, it's a pity, as Shiyu finished speaking, the water sprites who had mastered the cleansing skill became very happy. At the same time, a portion of the water elemental lives without the cleansing ability became very disappointed. Before long, Shiyu got the cleansing water sprite king to start organizing water-type creatures with the ability to cleanse and with the intention of protecting the sea. Shiyu floated quietly in the sky and watched everything. A moment later, Shiyu smiled. Under his request, most of the water element creatures without the cleansing ability, even if they had the intention to protect the ocean, were dispersed by the cleansing water sprite king, leaving only the water element creatures with the cleansing ability. However, there were always accidents. Among the pile of high-level water elemental life forms, an ordinary water slime stubbornly stayed on the spot, unwilling to leave no matter what. No matter how the commander under the cleansing water sprite king chased it away, it refused to leave. Compared to the other slow water slimes, this body was like a blue jelly. The petite water slime's gaze was extremely clear and determined, as if it was not the same race as other slimes. Named water slime. Level of growth, transcendent. Skill, infinite devour. Teaching success rate, high. Seeing this, Shiyu chuckled and asked the cleansing water sprite king beside him, "What's wrong with that water slime?" Seeing that this water slime didn't leave after a long time, the cleansing water sprite king was also very helpless and surprised. It said to Shiyu, "This little guy is a little special. It's a little different from other slimes. You might not believe me if I say it, but although it's just a slime and doesn't have the cleansing ability, it's more concerned about the ocean environment than any race on the island." Previously, Mud Island had also invaded several times. It was always in the front line to resist the pollution environment. It even had several near-death experiences. Fortunately, it was very lucky. In the end, it relied on its powerful will to persist. I've paid attention to it. Its dream seems to be the protection of the ocean you mentioned, as well as a clean and clear home for all ocean life. However, due to the restriction of its race, it definitely can't cleanse the ocean like other water sprites. I'll chase it away now. The cleansing water sprite king actually had a deep impression of a transcendent level water slime on the island. This situation made Shiyu smile even wider. Why chase it away? Anyone is impressive with dreams. Shiyu patted the cleansing water sprite king and said, "A mere cleansing skill. If it doesn't know it, I'll teach it." Recording successful. I've decided. I'll also let it join the Environmental Protection Department. Just let it be my private secretary. The cleansing water sprite king? Below. An ordinary cleansing water sprite was persuading the water slime to leave. Without the cleansing ability, it was impossible for it to be taken fancy by the environmental department of a huge faction like Dragon Palace City. Hull. The water slime opened its stubborn big eyes and expressed that although it didn't have the cleansing ability, it could fight those bad guys who polluted the sea and also protect the sea. This ordinary cleansing water sprite had a headache. Was the water slime very strong? Even if it broke through to the transcendent level, it was still very weak. This guy had been on the verge of death a few times, didn't it know that? Why was it so stubborn? This water slime was also considered a popular creature on Chishui Island. After all, the lives here still liked it very much for it to fight so hard against the invaders. However, it was not that easy to enter the Environmental Protection Department of Dragon Palace City without talent potential. Do you want to protect the sea very much? Just as the water slime was struggling to join the Marine Environmental Protection Department, a voice suddenly came from the side. Shiyu had descended at some point. In time. He came to the front and looked at the water slime as he asked. At this moment, the water slime was immediately stunned when it saw the Ocean Minister of Environment. Who? Yes. Then, it emitted a firm voice. Its voice was like the firm vow of a young female knight, appearing in Shiyu's mind. "I'll give you a test. If you can complete it, I'll give you the ability of cleansing and give you the ability to break through the limits of your race. I'll let you fight on the front line of protecting the ocean and follow beside me to protect the ocean. How about that?" Shiyu revealed a sunny and warm smile. The water slime was slightly stunned. It didn't expect that it could be appreciated by such a big shot with similar aspirations. Test. It would definitely pass. Chapter 278, Contracting the Water Slime. Chapter 278, Contracting the Water Slime. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The cleansing water sprite king was very puzzled. It and the creatures who could cleanse had already been fired up by Shiyu's words. They couldn't wait to follow the environmental department of Dragon Palace City to cleanse the larger ocean. However, why did Shiyu turn around and leave with a water slime? At this moment, the cleansing water sprite king suddenly suspected what Shiyu was doing. Cough. Sensing a bunch of hot-blooded gazes, Shiyu, who was about to pull the water slime to talk, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the cleansing water sprite king and the group of water element sprites. He touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Well, the Marine Environmental Department still had to be built. Shiyu had already helped Ice Dragon plan its future position in Dragon Palace City. As for whether this position had any future? What a joke! With the support of the Blue Sea Sprite, how could there be no future? At that time, the Ice Dragon King would be the strongest competitor of the new generation of the Dragon God. And now, the companions of these Blue Sea Sprite reincarnations were the first batch of members of the Environmental Department of Dragon Palace City. They couldn't be mistreated. Shiyu took out 3 nutritional fruits from the ruined space and threw them to the cleansing water sprite king. These are spiritual fruits that can increase the life potential, race potential, and evolution aptitude of transcendent life forms below the monarch level. You're the only monarch on this island, so it should be useful to them. Take these 3 spiritual fruits as a reward and hold an island meeting. A huge battle just happened on the island, and now many places have been polluted. Let's compete on who cleanses the most. Of course, the goal isn't for everyone to work hard to protect the environment for the reward, but if you work hard, there will definitely be rewards. Our Sea Environmental Protection Department is still very humane. In the next moment, the tempting fragrance of the nutritional fruit spread. Whether it was transcendent or commander rank water elemental life forms that stayed on the scene, when they smelled it, their breathing instantly became rapid, and they stared intently at the nutritional fruit. This was a spiritual fruit that increased evolution aptitude and life potential? There was actually such a thing? Living in such a polluted environment, this group of water elemental life forms had never seen such high-quality resources. Even the cleansing water sprite king, who had obtained the nutritional fruit, instantly swallowed its saliva when it sensed the aura of the nutritional fruit at a close distance. After all, even the nutritional fruits created by baby ginseng before it evolved could attract the overlord, the gem cat. Although the gem cat was suspected of being a foodie and that it was custom-made, it was enough to show the charm of baby ginseng's nutritional fruits. Moreover, these were created after the ginseng baby evolved and learned plant control. Many elemental life forms present, including the little slime beside them, were instantly attracted, and water elements flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Can I participate? The cleansing water sprite king asked. Shiyu, no, but you can be the judge. You'll be rewarded with a spiritual fruit. After Shiyu finished speaking, the next moment, the water sprites that could cleanse all ran crazily to various parts of the island and started the cleansing competition. Seeing this, the little water slime opened its mouth slightly, and the cleansing water sprite king also opened its mouth slightly. Was this all right? If they had been so hard-working in the past, the neighboring sludge island would have long been occupied by them. At this moment, seeing that the good peaceful island had been swept up by Shiyu, 11 and Buggy covered their faces at the side. This Ocean Environmental Protection Department was established by Shiyu with the backing of Dragon Palace City and the Blue Sea Sprite. Why did they feel that the sea beasts that polluted the ocean in the end would become very miserable? They could already imagine that in the future, those creatures that polluted the sea would become walking bounty lists. At the moment, the water slime definitely didn't have the ability to assist 11 in evolution. It looked like it had to be nurtured slowly again. Shiyu roughly looked at its data. Named water slime. Attributes, water. Race level, mid-level transcendent. Level of growth, transcendent. Energy points, 555. How should he put it? It was pitifully weak. The skills were probably only multiplication and bubbles. Not to mention the multiplication skill, but bubbles, a low-level water element skill, was also very useless. It was just to slowly spit out a water bubble, and then the water bubble would explode when it touched the enemy. It was that simple. It wasn't as useful as the water element basic skill, the water spear. The water spear shot out with a whoosh, and the bubble skill had to fly slowly. The only advantage was that after the proficiency was high, it could still be used as a control skill to restrain the enemy. In short, the water slime was very lousy now. Even if it was the reincarnation of the Blue Sea Sprite, apart from its extremely high willpower, there was nothing special about it. Perhaps it was even a little smarter than other slimes. At this moment, the water slime walked with Shiyu, wanting to see what test the minister had given it. Shiyu walked in front with his hands behind his back. He said earnestly, "I acknowledge your determination, but determination and hard work alone aren't enough." The water slime listened silently and couldn't refute. "My test is very simple. I heard about you from the Cleansing Water Sprite King, so I acknowledge your determination and will. But just like I said, if you want to achieve a goal, determination and hard work alone aren't enough. Therefore, the first thing I want to test is your wisdom. I want to test if you understand how to be flexible and change your mind." Wisdom? The water slime was nervous. "What do you think you need most to achieve your dream, apart from determination?" "Who?" "Cleansing ability and strength." The slime answered carefully, afraid that it would answer wrong. "Change your voice. This who is silly and not very smart." "Slime, too." "Woo?" The slime said. "TM tired of listening to that. Change again." 11, who was watching Shiyu deceive the ignorant girl? Their feelings had faded, so there was no love. "Ku," the slime said. Shiyu said, "It sounds like it's easy to get beaten up. Do you have any vitality?" Water slime, "Nink." "Sure, that's it. Back to the topic." "You're right. To achieve a dream, the most important thing is ability and strength, not determination. Your hard work and will shouldn't only be used to cleanse the ocean, but also to increase your strength. This isn't for you to give up on your dreams, but because only with strength can you better protect the ocean. Do you agree with this?" Shiyu asked, causing the little slime to fall silent. "With your current strength and ability, what can you do for your dream? You should feel it yourself. Even if you fight with all your might against those sludge monsters that pollute the environment, you can only end up on the verge of death. On the other hand, the powerful Cleansing Water Sprite King can not only easily expel many sludge monsters, but it can also protect a weak little guy like you. The reason why it can achieve all of this is not because of its faith, but because of its strength. So, what do you think you should do now?" "Nink. Change of train of thought, work hard to increase strength first." The water slime was still smart. As expected of the sea sprite reincarnation body, it was different from those low-level elemental monsters with low intelligence. "That's right. Improving your strength is the most important thing for you to achieve your dream now. When you increase your strength to the totem level, you can cleanse the ocean however you want. No one can control you. The efficiency will still be very high, unlike now, where you struggle between life and death every time. Therefore, before you become a totem level, let's put aside the matter of cleansing the sea for now and focus on increasing your strength. The slime nodded and felt that it made sense. It mainly felt that Yu, the minister of the Ministry of Environment, wouldn't lie to it. After all, everyone had the same dream. All right, the wisdom test has passed. Next, we'll continue the next test. The water slime revealed a happy expression. Then what do you think is the fastest way to increase your strength? The little slime fell into deep thought. It was a slime. It didn't know how to quickly increase its strength. TT couldn't help but look at Yu eagerly. You said, actually, your insistence on joining the Environmental Protection Department of Dragon Palace City is a very good choice. A choice that can increase your strength. The strength of an individual is ultimately small. When it's weak, it can only grow better by relying on a stronger group. For example, if you didn't have the protection of the cleansing water sprite king, it would definitely be very difficult for you to grow to this level. Look, those water element sprites who can cleanse have joined the Environmental Protection Department. Now, not only can they cleanse the environment and complete their dreams, but if their cleansing is not bad, they also have a chance to obtain treasures to increase their strength. This is the advantage of sucking up to others. No, I mean, joining the group. Therefore, compared to working hard yourself and knowing how to exchange your hard work and talent for other people's investment, it's also very important. The water slime felt that it understood a little. However, if you want to win the investment, you have to show the value you deserve. Although you've figured out that you should work hard to increase your strength now, it's not up to you to determine whether your determination is there or not. Ning, the little slime, looked at Yu firmly. It was determined. It was just that its strength was a little weak and its race was a little inferior. In that case, could it obtain Yu's recognition? It wanted to follow Yu and increase its strength and abilities. For this, it was willing to pay any price. Looks like you thought it through. Yu was gratified. Do you know why I pay special attention to you? The slime shook its head. Because you have a very strong will. This is your talent, your shining point. However, it's very difficult to stimulate this determination and potential. And I happen to have the ability to transform this will into power. Are you willing to undergo the last test? I admire your determination. Therefore, I'm willing to pay a huge price to bet on you. If it succeeds, you will have the power to change everything. In the future, I'll even be proud of you. This Minister of the Ocean Environmental Protection Department can also be given to you, but if you don't have the corresponding determination, both of us will have heavy consequences. Yu revealed a serious expression. Ning. The water slime was unexpectedly determined and answered without hesitation. It was willing to follow Yu and had enough faith. At this moment, 11 and Buggy looked at each other. It looked like the overlords will had nothing to do with intelligence. This blue jelly didn't look very smart. In a few words, Yu baited it. Very good. Yu smiled and stretched out his hand. A light blue halo appeared in his palm. He said, "Come up first. This is a contract. After you sign a contract with me, even if the last test fails, you won't be in too much danger." The water slime directly leaped onto Yu's palm, and Yu instantly activated the contract. During this process, as the cold water slime jumped into his hand, Yu couldn't help but pinch it. Ning. So soft, so cold, so springy. Yu's need immediately made the water slime show a shy and angry expression. This is the necessary process of the contract. You couldn't help but pinch it again. A multiplied slime pillow and bed felt much more comfortable than the panda pillow. Soon, the water slime turned into various shapes in Yu's hand like rubber mud. At the same time, the water slime also puffed up its face and accepted the contract. After accepting the contract, the water slime instantly felt that its connection with Yu had deepened. With this connection, the water slime immediately felt that something was wrong. It widened its eyes and looked at Shiyu. It suddenly panicked. It was said that beast tamers and pets would affect each other through contracts, making beast tamers more and more like pets, making pets more and more like beast tamers. Therefore, those beast tamers who contracted relatively ferocious pets would have more and more irritable personalities. Of course, if beast tamers were stronger, the ones affected would be their pets. At this moment, what made the water slime feel bad was that it suddenly realized that it seemed to have been tricked. After contracting with Shiyu, it kept feeling that an indescribable power was corroding its pure and firm heart. The water slime was very panicked. It felt that Shiyu, who seemed like a good person just now, had become a great demon king. In addition, Shiyu was still pinching and rubbing its body with both hands. This made the water slime even more panicked. Don't be afraid. This is also my test for you. Your heart is still a little shaken, so you have to undergo tempering often. If you can't even ignore this little impact, how can you become the guardian of the sea in the future? Shiyu said seriously. Water slime. Nink. So that was the case. It had wronged Shiyu. Shiyu had spent too much effort to nurture it. However, could he stop rubbing it? All right. Shiyu hugged the slime. The combination of red and blue was very unique. He smiled and brought the slime into the ruined space. Then, he gathered everyone together. In the ruined space, baby Ginseng could finally appear. At this moment, Shiyu also exited his possession form and placed the slime on the stone table. Whoa! Wu equals Yeah. Mill. The four-saintly beast surrounded the little slime and looked at it with extreme curiosity. This little guy was the blue sea sprite reincarnation body. Did it have the will of an overlord? It was too unbelievable, too unimaginable. Ning, at this moment, being stared at by a group of big shots, even if it had the will of an overlord, the slime was still very nervous. However, due to the contract with Shiyu, it could also feel that 11 and the other pets had no ill intentions towards it. This is 11, and his race is the Panda King. Wu. This is Buggy, and the race is Butterfly. Wu equals. This is Kai Tong. His race is a heroic spirit, and his current form is a sword spirit. Mi tilde? This is a ginseng baby, the race is a ginseng baby. Non. After entering the ruined space, Shiyu introduced his companions in the team to the slime one by one. At the same time, he said, for the next period of time, you guys will be companions who become stronger and help each other. Nink. The slimes turned around and greeted everyone. Yi. Baby Ginseng corrected. It wasn't a ginseng baby, but an undying ginseng. So, are you ready next? The last test. If you can pass, you can learn the super skill Infinite Devour. You can open up the devouring space in your body and rely on devouring and digesting everything to increase your race level and complete endless evolution. At that time, as you evolve infinitely, your strength will also become stronger and stronger. You will also be able to obtain more cleansing abilities. After Shiyu finished speaking, the water slime revealed a happy expression again. Infinite evolution? It sounded very strong. Woo! Woo! Yi! Mi! The water slime had just finished rejoicing when it suddenly discovered that the four pets surrounding it covered their mouths and looked at it with envy with tears in their eyes. After a long time, the first pet that could be taught super skills was a newcomer. This was too exciting. Fortunately, Fifth Sister was a big boss. When they thought about how they still had to rely on Fifth Sister to treat any unsolvable poison in the future, 11 and the others were relieved. Water slime? For safety's sake, Kai Tong, possession, baby ginseng, get ready. After Shiyu finished speaking, Kai Tong entered Shiyu's body again and let Shiyu enter a possession state. Although the skill index could always accurately extract strength from Shiyu's body and Kai Tong couldn't share the consumption, it was also good to have more recovery abilities under the possession state. As for baby ginseng, it also took out a basket of nutritional fruits and prepared to give Shiyu emergency treatment. This was the first time he had added points for a super skill. No one knew how big the risk was. Are you ready? At this moment, seeing that Xiaoyu and the others were so serious, the water slime swallowed its saliva and nodded. Come here. Xiaoyu stretched out his hands. Slime? Pinch? At the same time. Skill, Infinite Devour. Status, can be taught. Teaching success rate, high. Teaching risk, low. Note, the teaching of super skills will not only consume the beast tamer's physical fitness and energy, but also the beast tamer's life force. It's extremely dangerous. Note, pets have to have a firm willpower to absorb the experience of super skills. If their conditions don't meet the requirements, there's a risk of becoming a slave of strength and losing your mind, causing the teaching to fail. Xiaoyu judged that the teaching success rate should still have a category of extremely high and 100%. As for the teaching risk, there should still be an extremely low and almost zero. However, that was too rare. Xiaoyu did not pursue it for the time being. Come on. Xiaoyu stared at the slime at this moment, his hands filling with a dark blue halo. As soon as this halo spread, it immediately triggered the rich water element and spatial power. The light emitted a deep sensation. Ning, seeing this, the water slime's gaze shone, and it was immediately attracted by the light in Xiaoyu's hand. However, when it thought of what Xiaoyu had said, that this process tested its will and determination, it instantly focused all its attention and moved towards Xiaoyu's hands. A moment later, the water slime jumped onto Xiaoyu's hands again. Teach. Right on the heels of that, Xiaoyu muttered. In the next moment, the inheritance power that represented Infinite Devour instantly flowed from Xiaoyu's hands to the water slime he was holding. Unlike teaching low-level, mid-level, and high-level skills, the flow of super skills teaching light was very slow. However, every second that it flowed, Xiaoyu felt a huge amount of physical strength and life force being extracted, and his condition plummeted. He was extremely tired. Extremely tired. His body entered an unprecedented weakened state. His vision began to decrease, his hearing began to decrease, his memory began to decline, his skin became dull, his reaction to temperature changes became weaker, and his body became stiff. Slowly, as the nutrition in his body was extracted, Xiaoyu's skin began to contract. A wrinkle that shouldn't have appeared everywhere in Xiaoyu's body. He started to change from a young and energetic image to an old state. What the F***K? This change made Xiaoyu curse in his heart. Did it have to be so ruthless? This stupid talent, what was it thinking? Couldn't it just let him nurture totems casually? Couldn't it? At that time, if he broke through, it could also level up. It's a win-win for everyone. Isn't that good? I am dead, Xiaoyu felt like he was going to die. Seeing this, 11 and the others were shocked. Baby Ginseng also swallowed its saliva crazily, knowing that this was a sign that his life force had been extracted. Yill. Fortunately, this was the unnatural loss of life. It could be replenished with life-type resources the day after tomorrow. Although the price of life-type resources was a very expensive resource, it just so happened that it could be manufactured. In addition, Xiaoyu's life level was not very high. At the moment, he was only a master-level beast tamer. The nutritional supplements it made were still useful to Xiaoyu. Am I? A moment later, due to the drastic decrease in Xiaoyu's bodily functions, his body became extremely weak. His possession was directly interrupted, and little Kai Tong was forced to separate from Xiaoyu. He was ejected from mid-air and looked at Xiaoyu helplessly as his black hair gradually turned grey. It can't be interrupted yet. The consumption of super skill teaching exceeded Xiaoyu's imagination. At this moment, as the burden on his body became greater and greater, Xiaoyu even felt that breathing had become difficult. However, at this point, he was definitely unwilling to give up halfway. As long as his body didn't reach its limit, he would continue to persist. Water slime perspective. At this moment, the water slime was also extremely shocked. As the halo flowed into its body, its physical fitness and upper limit of energy suddenly began to increase. Its body seemed to be undergoing an unimaginable transformation. Under the inner vision of the water slime, a huge island-sized space was opening in its body. However, this process was also extremely painful for the water slime. The transformation process of its body was as if it had undergone countless inhumane training. Its body had been destroyed and squeezed to the extreme countless times before. Sublimating and rebirth. At the same time, in the confusion, the water slime also felt that it had obtained countless skill experience. The influx of this skill experience made its mind, will, and spirit suffer a huge test and destruction. It was like locking a middle school student in a small black room and giving him a foreign language dictionary to memorize it day and night for a few years. During this period, he could only do the same thing. It would completely drive a normal life form crazy. Even if the water slime had high-level willpower, it was still on the verge of a mental breakdown. Soon, the water slime showed signs of not being able to hold on anymore. However, perhaps because it had activated the Overlord's will, under the border of mental collapse, its endless potential seemed to have been dug out. Its mental strength, mental will, and soul power instantly underwent a qualitative change because of its willpower, and its growth level suddenly increased to commander rank. At the same time, its willpower seemed to have its own cleansing effect, washing away the thought of giving up, making the water slime continue to persist on the edge of a mental breakdown. Whoosh! After a long time, the distorted water slime directly turned into an unstable water element. Then, the water emitted a faint deterrence. Teaching success? In a moment, the water slime felt like it had been reborn. Success? It panted and opened its eyes. After a moment of confusion, it was overjoyed. Success! Nink! It was just about to tell Shiyu happily that it had persevered and survived. It had learned Infinite Devour, but it suddenly realized that Shiyu opposite it was already weak and thin. With grey hair, he no longer looked like a young man, but like an old man. Although he was still handsome, his mentality had become much weaker. Shiyu was already so tired that he couldn't open his eyes. However, he also knew that the teaching had succeeded. This result couldn't help but make Shiyu extremely excited, and his mouth couldn't help but overflow with a smile. This change stunned the water slime on the spot. As Shiyu's pet, it could clearly sense Shiyu's state and know how serious his consumption was. Initially, the water slime didn't know what Shiyu meant by paying a huge price, but now, seeing Shiyu become like this, the water slime immediately became nervous. Ning, it called Shiyu softly, its eyes tearing up. Yi, at this moment, baby ginseng also started to work quickly nervously. It directly held a nutritional fruit in each hand and used the plant control to break their nutritional content into green nutritional fluid that dripped into Shiyu's mouth. However, the effect was very small, and the recovery effect was limited. Woo! Woo! Mill! Under the urging of 11, Buggy, and Kai Tong, baby ginseng directly used its clone skill to transform its clone into a fruit of life and jumped into Shiyu's mouth to turn into vitality fluid. This still didn't work, it could only jump into Shiyu's mouth itself and revive with the time mark skill. Fortunately, the full-level clone of baby ginseng's source of life super skill was still useful. As the top-notch life supplement, it continuously jumped into Shiyu's mouth and turned into the life clone of the vitality serum. Soon, Shiyu's body glowed with life again. Then, baby ginseng even ate a time fruit and temporarily became a monarch, creating a higher-level life clone. After that, Shiyu's skin began to become full again. His physical functions began to recover steadily in various aspects. Soon, Shiyu's tired eyes slowly opened, but he still felt that his body didn't belong to him. He was as tired as a dog. This state made him feel like he had returned to the side effects of teaching high-level skills when he was still a beast tamer in turn. No, it was even more serious than that. Super skills were simply not taught by humans. He swore that unless he was a top-notch master, he definitely wouldn't touch super skills. Dead. Baby ginseng, heal me, Shiyu said weakly. Yi! I'm dead too. Baby ginseng took root and absorbed the light as it tried to continue condensing its life avatar. Woo! Woo! Mill. At the side, 11, Buggy, and Kai Tong tried their best to cheer for Shiyu and Baby Ginseng. Try harder. The water slime watched eagerly and was a little confused. It looked at Shiyu, who was constantly recovering, nervously, afraid that Shiyu wouldn't be able to recover. After all, Shiyu had become like this to help it. If there was still a little doubt previously, then now, the water slime had completely acknowledged Shiyu and thought that he was a good person. Ning, it also started to cheer for Baby Ginseng and Shiyu. About 10 minutes later, Shiyu calmed down a little. However, even if its life force was replenished, it couldn't easily restore it to its original state. After Baby Ginseng felt that its life essence couldn't be digested by Shiyu anymore, Shiyu was still very weak, and his hair was still grey. Shiyu glanced at the skill index. Skill, Infinite Devour. Status, cannot be taught. Cooldown time, 30 days. Shiyu, son of a B*TCH. Seeing this, Shiyu knew that Baby Ginseng had already tried its best. After all, it was still holding back from evolving and its potential had yet to be completely unearthed. It's enough. Shiyu made Baby Ginseng stop for a moment. At the same time, he slowly stood up and said, "Your life clone's level is too low. It can't replenish vitality." Ginseng baby, QAQ? Human language? To think it worked so hard. Yi? Baby Ginseng suggested that it directly break through to the monarch level. This could definitely restore Shiyu perfectly. No, I've already recovered my mobility. I'll wait for natural recovery. Shiyu said. Your level still has to be stuck. Even if the success rate was high, it was still so difficult to teach. They couldn't stop training their willpower. At the same time, he couldn't stop increasing his level. Although he was a little tired and a little weak, he could indeed move freely now. As long as he didn't fight intensely, it shouldn't be a problem. After telling 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong not to worry, Shiyu smiled at the water slime. Water slime, knocked out face. Congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you're the great slime demon king who can devour everything. Yes, you're a little small, but it's not a big problem. You have multiplication. The bigger the slime, the stronger the great demon king. Water slime, at degree V at. Ning. Ning. The slime nodded heavily. It, who had learned Infinite Devour, had already sensed the power of this skill. Named Water Slime. Attributes, Water. Race level, Mid-level Transcendent. Level of growth, Commander level. Race skill, Multiplication, Proficient, Bubbles, Expert. Professor skill, Infinite Devour, Initiate, Deterrence, Initiate. Energy points, 30333. Very good. After contracting with Shiyu and learning Devour, the strength of the water slime underwent a tremendous change. Although there was a huge difference from 11 and the others when they were commander rank, don't forget that it was still a slime. Apart from awakening deterrence with your will, you should have also awakened your racial ability elementalization, right? Shiyu asked the water slime. Elementalization was not a skill, just like how birds could fly and fish could swim. It was the universal racial ability of elemental life forms, but it required awakening. After awakening, the body could split into corresponding elements and be immune to purely physical attacks. Ning. The water slime nodded. In the next moment, its body split into several water balls, and then it split into water droplets that floated in midair. Right on the heels of that, the water droplets condensed. The water slime relied on its elementalization ability to transform into the appearance of 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Shiyu one after another. Although its entire body was still made up of water elements, it still looked pretty decent. In the end, it returned to the form of the water slime. Being able to change various forms through elementalization was the greatest characteristic of elemental life. Not bad. Then, let's try the ability of Infinite Devour, Shiyu said with a smile. He couldn't wait to see the results of his teaching. Nink. The water slime immediately nodded. Just swallow that. Shiyu looked at the box of nutritional fruits Baby Ginseng took out. The level of these fruits was too low. Before it finished using them just now, Baby Ginseng directly went to using its clone. This was also the kind Shiyu gave the cleansing water Sprite King and the others. It could increase the evolution potential and life potential of pets below the monarch level. Since Infinite Devour could increase the race level by devouring everything, theoretically speaking, this should be the most efficient devouring these to increase the race level. Go! Shiyu pointed at the remaining 10 nutritional fruits in the box. Nink! Under Shiyu's command, the water slime immediately turned into water elements and leaped up, pouncing at the nutritional fruit. Seeing this scene, 11, Buggy, and Kai Tong looked at Baby Ginseng. Who else couldn't fly? Baby Ginseng? Damn it! It directly condensed a pair of leaf wings through plant control and flew up. Then, it looked fiercely at 11 and the others. However, no one was looking at it anymore. Their gazes were all attracted by the water slime. Nink! On the other side, the water slime had already multiplied and combined with the elementalization to become a huge water screen. In one go, it swallowed the 10 nutritional fruits and wooden boxes into the digestive space in its body. It didn't have to worry about the food being too high level to digest. It could store things temporarily in the space opened up in the body infinitely. It didn't have to be digested instantly. Of course, if the water slime wanted to quickly digest the nutritional fruits, it wasn't impossible. At least, it didn't feel any pressure if it wanted to devour and digest resources of the same level. Because it was also a commander rank, it happened to correspond to a 4th level resource. In addition, the nutrition fruit was a high-quality resource that specialized in increasing its life potential. The side effects were extremely low, so it digested this very quickly. Nay eent inti tha watax klein fault that the olil had nauntless informatin fayadhak tarite hades. Chapter 279, 9 I'll protect this island. Chapter 279 I'll protect this island. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Shiyu raised the water slime and stared at its blue body as he pondered slightly. Nink? Name. At the side, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong also looked over. It was time for the exciting naming segment again. What do you guys have in mind? Shiyu asked everyone. A more casual and cute nickname. Woo! Call it 15. 11 was the first to speak. No, it's too casual. Shiyu retorted. 11? So its name was not casual. Although it had indeed been called 11 since it was born. The panda hammered the table with both fists, very unhappy. Wu Tilda, call it watery. Buggy suggested. Yee! It should be called Water Baby. Baby Ginseng also suggested. Walville. Then, Buggy and Baby Ginseng argued non-stop. Am I? Kai Tong was conflicted. What was going on? The water slime was also very silent when it heard this. It felt that calling it a water slime seemed pretty good. If you want to recite it smoothly, you definitely have to stack the words, Shiyu analyzed. Buggy and Baby Ginseng were overjoyed. Was Shiyu going to accept their suggestion? However, clearly not. Shiyu stared at the water slime and planned to act freely. Since your whole body is made of water elements, then I'll call you Susu. The name is Susu. Just nice, vegetarian. It also has the meaning of original, primordial, and true colors. It can also represent your dream to let everything that has been polluted return to its original color. Ooh? The water slime was stunned. Susu. The water slime read it out loud and nodded happily. It indeed sounded a little more reliable than watery. This was it. Then, Susu. Shiyu grinned. At this moment, 11, Buggy, and Baby Ginseng were comparing this name to their own. Which was better? After comparing, they gave up. Shiyu was bad at names. Chishui Island. After a period of time, the Cleansing Water Sprite King's cleansing competition ended. The champion and runner-up were each won by a commander-rank Cleansing Water Sprite. The Water Elemental Sprite, the Cleansing Water Sprite, and the Cleansing Water Sprite King were all water elemental creatures. There was also a certain evolution chain between them. Among them, the Cleansing Water Sprite was a water element creature that led races and mastered the cleansing ability. It was very normal for them to snatch the crown. Not long after the cleansing competition ended, Shiyu's figure appeared on the island again. At the same time, Susu, Kai Tong, 11, Buggy, and Baby Ginseng followed beside Shiyu. As usual, he had favoritism toward new pets, so Shiyu left the most conspicuous spot for Susu. Although Susu didn't want to be carried either. Shiyu hadn't squeezed enough. Infinite Devour can only evolve around the water. I wonder what will happen if you swallow more seawater. After coming out, Shiyu looked at the blue sky and the sea. Before coming out, Shiyu and the others tried to let Susu devour something. Then, he realized that Susu couldn't evolve other attributes and awaken racial skills of other attributes. Titi could only awaken racial skills related to water. Titi was unknown if it was the skill effect restriction or the proficiency restriction. For example, if they let Susu devour ice element energy crystals, Susu could only awaken the freeze water skill. Or for example, if they let Susu devour fire element energy crystals, Susu could only awaken the boil water skill. For example, the Sea Dragon King Phantom that Buggy created. They let Susu devour it and could only awaken the high-level water element skills Water Dragon Tornado. Even the poison resistance and lightning resistance were established under the purification ability of water and the insulation ability of pure water. As for powerful resources like the Fruit of Time, it was unknown if it couldn't be digested by Infinite Devour or if the compatibility was insufficient. In short, no skills could be converted. This was very annoying. Name: Immutated Water Slime. Attributes: Water. Race level: Low-level Monarch. Level of growth: Commander level. Race skill: Low level: Bubble, Expert, Lightning resistance, Initiate, Poison resistance, Initiate. Intermediate: Water regeneration, Initiate, Boil water, Initiate, Freeze water, Initiate, Cleanse, Initiate. Advanced: Water Dragon Tornado, Initiate, Multiplication, Proficient. Super level: Water Elemental Control, Initiate. Taught skill: Advanced: Deterrence, Initiate. Super level: Infinite Devour, Initiate. Energy points: 33,113. Now, after coming out of the ruined space, Susu had already been reborn. Apart from the Cleansing Water Sprite King, probably no native on this island was stronger. However, although its abilities looked complicated, it was actually not complicated. Because apart from Deterrence and Infinite Devouring, the effect of all the low, intermediate, and high-level racial skills of Susu were basically covered by the control of the water element. To put it bluntly, its current ability was to control water. Water element control was the high-level skill of these skills. Even without those skills, through the control of the water element, Susu could reduce the water temperature to freezing water and raise it to boiling water. Titi could also purify the water and achieve the effect of resisting lightning. Titi could also control the water and repair its body. However, this kind of skill separation was actually pretty good. Compared to super skills, Shiyu could easily add points to low-level skills and let it form battle power as soon as possible. Although the control of the water element was stronger, apart from these abilities, it could also pray for rain, create water bodies, and transform into various low-level water element skills. However, it was too difficult to add points, so it seemed boring. However, although it was difficult to add points, Shiyu would definitely level them up as soon as he recovered. After all, when Susu was cultivated to the Overlord level, it could receive the inheritance of the Blue Sea Ruins and evolve into a quasi-mythical Blue Sea Sprite. This was the final goal. And adding some super racial skills was the most perfect way to let it reach the Overlord level. Infinite Devour is not a racial skill after all. It can't lead to an increase in growth level. It's better to wait until super skills are less draining before adding it. Let's focus on the super racial skill of Water Element Control first. At the moment, the entry-level Infinite Devour should have reached the limit by raising Susu's racial level to the Monarch race. If he wanted to increase its level, it had to devour higher-level resources. The control of the water element was due to Susu's own elemental race and the 10 nutritional evolution fruits. But now, after reaching the Monarch race, it was already very difficult for resources of the same level to increase Susu's race level. It was impossible to rely on ordinary resources to increase it to an Overlord race. However, even if Xiyu and the others obtained high-level resources, with Susu's current growth level and unlimited devouring proficiency, she probably couldn't digest and transform them. However, even if Xiyu and the others obtained high-level resources, with Susu's current growth level and infinite devour proficiency, it probably couldn't digest and transform them. However, it was not impossible to increase its race level in advance and without having to add points to infinite devour. If he could find high-quality and low-level resources like the Sea Serpent's Dragon Ball, there was still a chance. However, Xiyu didn't have such resources in his hands now. He didn't know if Dragon Palace City had them. Therefore, it was time to return to Dragon Palace City quickly. After Xiyu and the others came out, the Cleansing Water Sprite King came immediately. However, after coming over, the Cleansing Water Sprite King looked at Xiyu, who was holding the water slime, and was immediately stunned. It wasn't because Xiyu was carrying the water slime. It was because Shiyu's hair was completely grey. He looked like a different person from before. It's all right, Xiyu said. The Cleansing Water Sprite King wanted to say something but hesitated. It looked at Susu again. Apart from Shiyu's change, it also sensed that the water slime's change was abnormally big. It looked at Susu in confusion. Ning. I'm just a water slime, I don't know how to explain it either, Susu said. The Cleansing Water Sprite King. Its talent is not bad. Next, it'll follow beside me to train. Xiyu rubbed it. Ning. Susu struggled with all its might, indicating that this was all to become stronger. The Cleansing Water Sprite King was silent. It immediately felt that the fruit ginseng baby gave it wasn't so good anymore. Therefore, the water slime now had Xiyu as a backer? Clearly, it was the strongest cleansing sprite on the island. Why? Why did Xiyu favor the water slime so much? The Cleansing Water Sprite King, also wanted to be the Deputy Minister of the Environmental Department. The thought of the water slime eating nutritional fruits every day pained the Water Sprite King. How's the competition? Xiyu asked. Lu. The purification competition has ended. Then you should distribute the rewards according to the results. Well. By the way, do you know the direction of Dragon Palace City? The Cleansing Water Sprite King? Susu, too. Weren't they from Dragon Palace City? Although it felt that something was wrong, the Cleansing Water Sprite King shook its head. It was really not very sure. It only knew that Dragon Palace City was in the deep sea. Sigh. Xiyu sighed. It was really useless. As expected, he couldn't give the position to him. It looked like he still had to take a look at the Blue Sea ruins first. This time, there was the Sea Sprite reincarnation. Perhaps the Blue Sea ruins was willing to open the door. If it still didn't work, he could only go to other islands to ask for information. If he really couldn't, there seemed to be pirates nearby. Then let's go, Xiyu said to Buggy. At the same time, he said to the Cleansing Water Sprite King, we'll return to Dragon Palace City first. If nothing goes wrong, we should still come. During this period, you just have to stay on the island. Or do you want to go with me? If they left together, Xiyu could store the Cleansing Water Sprite King and the others in the ruined space. The cleansing water sprite king shook its head. At all times, there were water sprites who escaped to Chishui Island to seek protection. If they left, the Rainbow Islands would not have any pure lands anymore. All right. How about this? Before we leave, I'll leave you a sea calming rod to protect Chishui Island. Thinking that it was very easy for Chishui Island to be coveted, Shiyu decided to let Eleven and Buggy create a weapon wrapped in deterrence and lightning to stay here. Chapter 280, Returning to Dragon Palace City. Chapter 280, Returning to Dragon Palace City. Poison Fang Island. That island with the sea ruins. Shiyu and the others used the lightning rod, hardening, deterrence, an illusory phantom to leave behind a sea-calming rod with the awareness of friend and foe on Chishui Island before leaving. This sea-calming rod was created with 11 strength as the core. It was easy to intimidate monarch-level sea beasts with more than 1 million energy points. With this to protect Chishui Island, if another enemy like the Sludge Dragon came, the cleansing water sprite king could easily crush it with the help of the sea-calming rod. Ning, this was the first time the water slime Susu had left Chishui Island. As Shiyu rode the flying bed conjured by Buggy to Poison Fang Island, its obsessive-compulsive disorder immediately acted up. This place was too dirty. It needed to be cleansed. Next time, next time. Shiyu persuaded Susu. There was something urgent at the moment. He pulled the angry and reluctant Susu and finally returned to the Blue Sea Ruins. Ning? The Blue Sea Ruins was still very special. Seeing that there was actually such a clean building on this polluted island, Susu was stunned. In an instant, huge Blue Sea Ruins filled his vision. It didn't know why, but when it saw this huge water cube, it felt an indescribable sense of closeness. Ning, it asked Shiyu what this was. Well, this is called the Blue Sea Ruins. It was built by a great existence called the Blue Sea Sprite. Ning? Blue Sea Sprite? Susu kept feeling that it had heard of it somewhere. After recalling it, it was immediately stunned. This was because back in the ruined space, Shiyu had said that after it reached the Overlord level, it could evolve into the Blue Sea Sprite. The Blue Sea Sprite is a water element creature born in the ocean because countless sea creatures want to have a clean home. In a sense, the Sea Sprite is the guardian of the sea, the cleaner of the sea. For example, it has mastered the strongest cleansing skill, the Spirit of Sea Cleansing. This ability can cleanse and wash away all filth. Even the evil thoughts that exist in the heart of a life can be completely converted into good thoughts. In the past, there were many monsters tens of thousands of times stronger than the sludge monster who wanted to pollute the sea. However, in the end, they didn't succeed. Instead, under the purification of the Sea Sprite, they washed away their ambition and became the guardians of the sea. Shiyu explained the background of the Blue Sea Sprite to it. Susu was stunned. It was already pretty impressive that Shiyu had those water sprites try their best to cleanse the sea. That Blue Sea Sprite could actually let the sludge monster protect the environment. Yeah, it's even said that that self-cleaning ability of the ocean was given to the sea by the Sea Sprite through this skill. Apart from that, it also mastered the strongest water-type skill, the Blue Sea Contract. With this skill, no matter where it is, even if it's land or sky, it can communicate with the sea at any time because it has already signed a contract with the sea. Its body is connected to the entire sea. It can mobilize the power of the sea at any time. This is the top-level skill to control the power of nature. According to Shiyu's understanding, the Blue Sea Sprite only had 2 super-racial skills. The Spirit of Sea Cleansing and the Blue Sea Contract. However, even if it only had these 2 skills, because these 2 skills were too heaven-defying, its strength and potential were rarely comparable to creatures. There was no need to talk about the Spirit of the Sea Cleansing. It was the basic skill of the Blue Sea Sprite to become the cleanser of the sea. In essence, it used the power of the entire sea to cleanse everything, and it also involved the use of natural power. As for the Blue Sea Contract, it was the source of the strength of the Blue Sea Sprite. It could sign a contract with the sea, and its body was connected to the sea. What kind of concept was this? It meant that it almost had endless energy. As long as the sea didn't dry up, its energy was endless. This was also why the blue sea sprite could make even half-gods submit to it. It could be said that because of the existence of the blue sea contract, the sea sprites was the race that could mobilize the power of the sea the easiest. After learning the blue sea contract, an ordinary water spear could use the effect of a tsunami. Its cleansing power became extremely powerful because of this. Nink, Susu's eyes immediately lit up. So strong! However, because it has been cleansing those negative powers, its own consumption is also very serious. It can only obtain new life through continuous reincarnation. In the Blue Sea ruins, the incomparable purification power and inner sea contract of the inner sea sprite are stored. Only the reincarnation of the inner sea sprite can inherit it. Nink. Upon hearing that the Blue Sea sprite was actually so great and powerful, Susu immediately felt respect. Idle. Oh? Shiyu smiled at Susu. Susu immediately turned into water and used the water to condense a question mark. Susu, degree for degree 11 _ It suddenly realized something. The water trembled as it condensed an arrow and pointed at itself. Yes. Nink. Susu was shocked. Shiyu meant that it was the reincarnation of the Blue Sea sprite? How was this possible? How could such a great existence reincarnate into a slime? The matter of the Blue Sea sprite's reincarnation becoming a slime is completely unscientific. I'm also very surprised, but it should be you. Although you're very weak. But you're so weak, and you actually have such a powerful will to cleanse the filth. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Shiyu looked at the sea ruins and said to Susu, "Are you excited to know that you were such a great existence in your previous life?" Susu was at a loss. Are you worried that you don't have the right to inherit the power of the Blue Sea sprite and don't have the determination to become the guardian of the sea? Susu's body stiffened. It nodded slightly and shook its head again. Even with its super willpower, it was still a little confused to suddenly hear such an incomprehensible thing. The Overlord's will was not the greatest will. Although the Overlord will was very impressive, in the world, there might be a lot of lives with the Overlord will. However, to be able to protect and cleanse the sea like the Blue Sea sprites for hundreds of millions of years and have the determination to protect the sea even after countless rebirths. It could be said to be a mythical will. At the moment, Susu was less than 3 years old. Even if it was determined, she couldn't tie herself to the Blue Sea sprite for the time being. Forget it. It's better not to think too much. You're only a water slime now. You don't have to feel too much pressure, nor do you have to care too much about the inheritance of the Blue Sea sprite. Perhaps inheriting the power of the Blue Sea sprite isn't your end. Shiyu pulled it into his hand and said, "It's not necessarily a good thing to have too much responsibility. It's tiring. In short, before the Overlord level, just upgrade here with me easily and happily. Just like I said, you're still very weak. You can think about the future. Perhaps I can easily help you break through to the mythical stage when the time comes. It's fine if you don't want to be a mere Blue Sea sprite. Just be a Blue Sea goddess." Upon hearing Shiyu's words, Susu was immediately very touched. Beside them, 11, Buggy, Baby Ginseng, and Kai Tong, who had been silent the whole time, were used to it. This was because Shiyu had also bragged to them. Everyone had a mythical dream, and they were all aiming for the mythical stage. After all, the dream of Shiyu, a mythology scholar who had transmigrated from Earth, was to find a real myth. Since the mythical era had disappeared, he would open a new mythical era himself. Fu! Just as Shiyu finished showing off, a suction force suddenly came from the Blue Sea ruins in front of him, causing Shiyu and the others' faces to immediately distort. Holy shit, I'm in the middle of something. Ambush! I haven't chatted with you or asked you to teleport. Dragon Palace City. Clearwater Island. Blue Sea ruins. At this moment, the atmosphere was especially serious and solemn. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. For huge creatures were gathered here, staring at the Blue Sea ruins. Among them was a huge white dragon. There was a huge green-blue divine dragon. There was an ice-blue dragon. And a light-blue sea dragon with coral-like wings. Apart from them, there was also a human figure and a cat figure. Lord Sea Dragon King, Lord Azure Dragon King, Lord Ice Dragon King, Lord Immortal Dragon King, Lord Tyrant Sea Legend, Lord Ying, Sir Shiyu really disappeared here. The turtle minister wanted to cry. Who would have thought? It only brought Shiyu to Clearwater Island to take a look. Shiyu was gone, just like that. Blue Sea Ruins. Tyrant Sea Legend looked at the ruins in front of him solemnly. Shiyu had been missing for a day. As the legend leading the team, he naturally received the news immediately. It was indeed scientific for members of Bureau 11 to disappear before the ruins, but... Damn it, where did this kid go? Ice Dragon cursed. It went out for a while and he was gone? Don't tell me he really entered the Blue Sea Ruins, the Sea Dragon King pondered. Sir Shiyu was indeed very interested in the Blue Sea Ruins. He asked us a lot about the Blue Sea Ruins. Apart from this group of totem big shots, there were also overlord sea beasts like Dr. Shell beside them. At this moment, the holy healing light shell, the pink sea immortal spirit water jellyfish, the heavenly blue star coral, and the other sea beasts also had bitter expressions. They didn't understand why the Sea Dragon King's honored guest had suddenly disappeared. And he had been missing for so long. Dr. Shelley, describe the situation again, the Sea Dragon King said to the Sacred Bay. This Shiyu was the one guy who shouldn't have disappeared. It and the Ice Dragon had just returned from a complete victory. This senior Ice Dragon had just helped Dragon Palace City a lot, but in the end, Dragon Palace City lost the Ice Dragon's son. How could the Ice Dragon settle in Dragon Palace City and become a queen now? Moreover, Shiyu was also Dong Huang's genius and was valued by his old friend, the Divine Feather Phoenix Butterfly. He definitely couldn't lose him. At that time, Sir Shiyu judged that the Poison Dragon Totem was related to some half-god, Yunnan. He thought that the Ice Dragon King and the Sea Dragon King would be in danger and that the Immortal Dragon King might not be able to cleanse the poison of the Poison Dragon Totem. HMPH'd although the Immortal Dragon King, who had coral-like wings, didn't know Shiyu, he immediately didn't have a good impression of him when he saw that this kid didn't trust him. It was just radiation poison. It had just returned to Dragon Palace City and helped the injured heal. Well, the Sea Dragon King and Ice Dragon nodded silently. Although it was relatively easy for them to deal with the Poison Dragon Totem, Shiyu was concerned about them and had good intentions. Then, as we chatted, we talked about Lord Blue Sea Sprite. The Immortal Dragon King said, if there is poison that I can't cleanse, only the legendary Blue Sea Sprite can. After all, this was the true guardian of the sea that stood above the dragon god of Dragon Palace City. In short, Sir Shiyu seems to want to see the Blue Sea Sprite very much, but because the Blue Sea Sprite hasn't appeared in 3,000 years, he glanced at the Blue Sea Ruins, and said, since the Blue Sea Ruins can summon the reincarnation of the Inner Sea Sprite, the Blue Sea Ruins definitely knows where the reincarnation of the Inner Sea Sprite is. Why don't we ask the Blue Sea Ruins? The Three Dragon Kings and the Tyrannical Sea Legend. This kid looked like he was dreaming. In the hundreds of millions of years, no creature other than the Blue Sea Sprite had been able to communicate with the Blue Sea Ruins. Ice Dragon pondered and said, do you think there's a possibility that this kid really activated the Blue Sea Ruins and was teleported into the ruins? To be honest, I think this kid has some skills in communicating with ruins. If I were the spirit of the ruins, I definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. This, the Dragon King's wife, the Azure Dragon King, said, but the Blue Sea Ruins is an inheritant ruin that inherits the power of the Inner Sea Sprite. Why is it teleporting a human beast tamer? Firstly, we can eliminate the possibility that Shiyu is the reincarnation of the Blue Sea Sprite. Beside him, the Gem Cat was tired. It was also very afraid of losing Shiyu. It wouldn't be able to explain to Ancient Capital University when it returned. However, the current situation made it feel like it was similar to the time in the Emperor Wu ruins. Shiyu must have done something again. Sigh. Just as most of the big shots in Dragon Palace City surrounded the Blue Sea ruins and discussed Shiyu's situation, a wave of ripples suddenly appeared in the Blue Sea ruins. This change immediately attracted their attention. Their large eyes looked in the direction of the Blue Sea ruins. Then, a slightly painful scene appeared. The Blue Sea ruins was like a bed of bullets, and a bunch of creatures suddenly popped out. One human, one panda, one butterfly, one ginseng baby, one sword spirit, one water slime. Who else could it be other than Shiyu and the others? After coming out, Shiyu was still a little stunned. He was already used to Buggy's instant transmission, but he was a little dizzy from the teleportation of the Blue Sea ruins. Shiyu and the pets rubbed their eyes and looked over. This look stunned Shiyu instantly. He looked at the huge Dragon Kings, as well as the tyrannical sea legend, the Gem Cat, and the Turtle Prime Minister on the ground with a stunned expression. Seniors, this is... Look! He really entered the ruins, the Ice Dragon King said proudly. The prophecy was right. However, Shiyu's hair... What was going on? What's going on? After a moment of silence, Tyrannical Sea Legend also asked Shiyu. Shiyu looked around and looked at everyone before looking at the water slime. I didn't go to the inside of the Blue Sea ruins. But if I say that because the Blue Sea ruins found the growth of the Blue Sea Sprite reincarnation too slow, so it entrusted me to take care of the Blue Sea Sprite reincarnation in this lifetime and teleported me to the location of the Blue Sea Sprite reincarnation. Would you believe me? Well, it's the reincarnation of this lifetime's Blue Sea Sprite. Shiyu bent down and picked up the cute water slime. To seniors. No. Well, forget it. Just treat them as seniors and greet them. Nink. Everyone? Who? This guy actually managed to get an answer from the ruins? The Sea Dragon King, the Azure Dragon King, and the Immortal Dragon King and the other totems, along with the three healers, widened their eyes and looked at Shiyu and the water slime. However, he wasn't King kidding, right? The Blue Sea Sprite had reincarnated into a water slime? Susu, 2_C. It looked at this pile of big shots that was countless times larger than itself and was abnormally nervous. This was Dragon Palace City? In short, now, even the three Dragon Kings who were totems and the legendary Tyrannical Sea were completely unable to understand what Shiyu had just said. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, representing the mood of the big shots. What exactly is going on? The Sea Dragon King asked with a hoarse voice. It looked at the water slime and said, it's the reincarnation of the Blue Sea Sprite? Shiyu nodded and said, yes. Many Dragon Kings were shocked still. They couldn't connect the Blue Sea Sprite to the water slime in Shiyu's arms no matter what. However, with the reaction of the Blue Sea ruins as proof, they didn't know where to start suspecting. Damn, no way. As expected of you. The Gem Cat looked at Shiyu and was extremely excited. It was the first to believe him. You easily did what Lu Qingyi didn't do 5 years ago. The current situation is, Tyrannical Sea Legend asked. I signed a contract with it to nurture it to the Overlord level before it accepts the inheritance of the Blue Sea ruins, Shiyu said. Holy shit! As Shiyu finished speaking, the Turtle Minister and the other creatures were even more shocked. King signed a contract with the Blue Sea Sprite reincarnation? What was wrong with him? How was this possible? He had never heard of a Blue Sea Sprite following a human beast tamer in its lifetime. At this moment, the totems and overlords present were shocked because they knew very well what the name Blue Sea Sprite meant. Although the Blue Sea Sprite had a large number of enemies, at the same time, as the Guardian of the Sea, the Blue Sea Sprite had countless believers and countless followers. It was an existence even more honorable than the Dragon God of Dragon Palace City. Even Dragon Palace City had received the favor of the Blue Sea Sprite several times. They really couldn't imagine that such an existence would actually sign a contract with a human beast tamer. For a time, these totems and overlords couldn't help but pant. Legend Sea Tyrant was even more stunned and felt that it was ridiculous. They came to participate in the Dragon Palace banquet to obtain the recognition of the heir of the Dragon Palace city's overlord. This was their final goal. In the end, he came and directly took away a life that was even more impressive than the Dragon God of Dragon Palace City. Originally, when the tyrannical sea legend had heard that someone had contracted the heroic spirit of General Mu Huiyin, he had sighed with emotion that the younger generation would surpass the older generation. Now, as Shiyu contracted an even more ridiculous blue sea sprite, he no longer knew how to express his emotions. Beast tamers and pets often had achievements together. Although he didn't know what kind of beast tamer Shiyu would become in the future, the status and identity of the blue sea sprite was already placed here. The blue sea sprite was almost guaranteed to become a super life form at the demigod level. In that case, wouldn't Shiyu definitely have legendary talent? Even if the blue sea sprite broke through to the overlord level and left Shiyu after accepting the inheritance, because of this contract experience, Shiyu would definitely become a friend of the sea. It might even affect the Dragon Emperor, who was on good terms with Dragon Palace City at that time. What's with your hair? This was also what the tyrannical sea legend wanted to ask. At this moment, in their opinion, Shiyu looked like he was about to die. Shiyu was stunned. Perhaps it's the necessary price to listen to the voice of the Blue Sea Ruins and contract the inner sea sprite. I'm so tired. Sea Dragon King, is there any high-level resource to replenish life force in Dragon Palace City? With that said, he retracted 11, Susu, and the others with a weak expression. Next, I might need to rest for a while. Ah, yes, yes. Prime Minister Turtle, quickly retrieve resources for him. Seeing Shiyu's appearance, the Sea Dragon King immediately said to Prime Minister Turtle. Following that, Shiyu also sat on the ground. He was indeed very tired. Shiyu sitting immediately frightened the Sea Dragon King and the other totems. If they had to prevent anything from happening to Shiyu in the past, that was even more so the case now. Because they had seen Shiyu enter and leave the Blue Sea Ruins with their own eyes, they finally chose to believe Shiyu. Shiyu was chosen by the Blue Sea Sprite and became the beast tamer of the Blue Sea Sprite. This was a huge matter. In short, if Dragon Palace City could assist the growth of the Blue Sea Sprite in this lifetime, Dragon Palace City could also obtain countless benefits. The Sea Dragon King and the other totems were very clear on this. Therefore, at this moment, they didn't dare to slight Shiyu. To be precise, they didn't dare to slight the young Blue Sea Sprite that Shiyu had contracted. By the way, just as Shiyu sat down, he suddenly recalled something and looked at the Immortal Dragon King, Ice Dragon, and Dr. Shell in confusion. Wait, seniors, you're all here. Does that mean that the Poison Dragon has been resolved? Yes, but not completely, the Sea Dragon King was stunned and said. That guy is a sore loser. If it can't win, it will enter an armorized state that can't be broken through. It continues to release poison. I can only freeze and seal it first, Ice Dragon said. After all, if it self-destructs, everyone will be finished. Dragon Palace City's sea area is the worst. Shiyu was stunned. What about the sea beasts affected by the poison? Dr. Shell, fortunately, Lord Immortal Dragon King has already successfully cured them. Shiyu and the Immortal Dragon King looked at each other. If it was said that the Immortal Dragon King found Shiyu less pleasing to the eye just now that Shiyu had obtained the recognition of the Blue Sea Sprite, it found Shiyu pleasing to the eye again. I've already healed those poisoned people, but my ability is indeed limited. Because these injured people weren't deeply poisoned, it's easier to heal and cleanse them. But that poisoned dragon totem that lost its mind because of the poison, my ability isn't enough to cleanse it, the Immortal Dragon King said. However, now that the Blue Sea Sprite has returned, that poisoned dragon totem can definitely be purified. Shiyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Mother Dragon was not injured and that the poisoned sea beasts had recovered. Now, Susu had yet to receive the inheritance of the Blue Sea Sprite and had yet to grow up. It really didn't have the ability to cleanse powerful poison. Since everything was settled, that was good. By the way, if possible, please, Sir Shiyu. When the time comes, help that poison dragon totem cleanse the negative power in its body with Lord Blue Sea Sprite, the immortal Dragon King said. That poison dragon totem also became like this because it was corroded by the mutated power. Perhaps it wasn't the culprit behind all of this. When I touched it, I could clearly hear the cries and struggles in its heart. It must be those bastards from the 7 Islands, the Sea Dragon King cursed. Unfortunately, there's no evidence, but if we can restore that poison dragon's rationality, there might be evidence. When the time comes, let's fight together and find a reason. The Sea Dragon King and the others didn't kill the poison dragon totem. After all, it was a totem and a dragon. The other party was also a victim. If possible, they would naturally turn the enemy into a friend and find a common enemy to maximize their benefits. At that time, if there was evidence, there would be a reason to attack. They could go and kill the 7 Islands. However, without sufficient evidence, with only knowing that the poison dragon totem came from the direction of the 7 Islands, it was really difficult for Dragon Palace City to fall out with the 7 Islands. It was mainly because Dragon Palace City didn't know if the legends of the 7 Islands had died. Sev. If that female martial god didn't die, the battle power of the 7 Islands was still strong. None of the 7 countries that could escape the control of the totems was weak. At least at that time, there was a legendary beast tamer. The Sea Dragon King looked at Shiyu. At this moment, Shiyu fell into deep thought. That poison dragon couldn't be cleansed yet? He still wanted to understand Yunan's situation through this poison dragon. I understand. I'll nurture the Blue Sea Sprite to the Overlord level as soon as possible. At that time, it'll help cleanse that poison dragon. Shiyu estimated that he should be able to raise the Blue Sea Sprite to the Overlord level in a year. With the talent to increase super skills, it was that fast. Even if Dragon Palace City tried its best to nurture a water slime, it was impossible to do it faster than Shiyu. Do you need our help? The Sea Dragon King asked. Shiyu was stunned and said, yes, do you have that kind of water element resource? One that's very high quality, but its level is very low. Perhaps it can be used to accelerate the growth of the Blue Sea Sprite. The Sea Dragon King was stunned and said, I can get the Turtle Prime Minister to look for it in the treasure vault later. Is there anything else? Why don't you stay in Dragon Palace City, Sir Shiyu? We'll definitely use all our resources. No. At this moment, the tyrannical sea legend said indifferently, Dong Huang's resources are also sufficient. It's better for Shiyu to return to the ground. The Sea Dragon King curled its lips. Damn old man. They were all family, and this guy. The immortal Dragon King said, I think that since the Lord Blue Sea Sprite has returned, Dragon Palace City needs to establish an Oceanic Environmental Protection Department to protect the Lord Blue Sea Sprite. I think Sir Shiyu is very suitable to be in charge of this department. Shiyu? Holy shit, how did it know what he was going to say? Well, he did say it back on that island. The Azure Dragon King nodded and said, my child is pretty smart. He can help run errands. The Sea Dragon King smiled in embarrassment. Son of a B*TCH, a day ago, it still felt that Shiyu's historical listening talent wasn't enough for its son. Now, its wife had sold their son to Shiyu as an errand boy. Damn, listening to history talents could be used like this? It could even casually contract the Blue Sea Sprite? It didn't understand. That makes sense. I'll announce it at the Dragon Palace banquet the day after tomorrow. Congratulations to Senior Ice Dragon for joining Dragon Palace City and for the establishment of the Dragon Palace Ocean Environmental Protection Department. Little friend Shiyu, you should also come to the Dragon Palace banquet with Senior Ice Dragon, the Sea Dragon King said politely. After all, the reappearance of the Blue Sea Sprite after 3,000 years was important. They even estimated that the Dragon God would be shocked soon. The Tortoise Prime Minister, what you say makes sense. At this moment, Ice Dragon was beside him. It suddenly felt more and more uncomfortable. Wait a minute. He, a totem, had joined Dragon Palace City and had just helped to solve a big enemy. Logically speaking, shouldn't the totems of Dragon Palace City revolve around it? Why did they all run to curry favor with Xiyu now? Raw. Was this scientific? At this moment, Xiyu was also flattered. This was too blissful. He sighed. Being a beast tamer really meant cuddling up to others. Even their own beasts. Next, he could also follow the Totem Dragon King to the Dragon Palace banquet as the Minister of the Environmental Protection Department of Dragon Palace City. He wondered what Yu Shu and the others would think of him. It was annoying.